It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Didn't show the boots. Even
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove. It's day 4. Today we get to crown our first champion of the Merit Poker Vintage Series. Said champion going to be walking away with over $209,000. The final 29 players today currently guaranteed $6,435 for their efforts. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside Leo Worthington Lease for the entirety of the day, playing down to a winner, Mr. Worthington. How are we doing today, mate?
Great, good. It's hard to have a bad day when you wake up here, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
I know we keep talking about it, and I feel like, God, people are just going to be like these guys. But you literally wake up, you open the blinds, and it's just like the Mediterranean Ocean.
Oh, mate, it's unreal, honestly. It's unbelievable. I've just been for a little quick stroll, because we had 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Stretched my legs outside in the sun. I just, feel great every day. So, yeah.
Glad
Gonna win this Mix Max for sure.
Loving life.
Yeah, absolutely locked in.
Mate, what a better place, you know? There is no better place to bag for a day 4. Quite literally, you just wake up, sun's shining, great food, go for a walk, chill on the beach.
So relaxing here.
Just take the laptop outside, look at some ICM spots and whatnot.
Exactly.
Or you could just, as I'm sure most of these players, just ignore all of that and just go and chill on the beach and do whatever you want to do. It is Ugar Cecilmis with the 75 bigs coming in as the pretty significant chip leader over the rest of the pack, although it's not like with this chip lead he gets to just run over Levy or Asaya or even Krasanilkova. They're all, plus 40 bigs, so not easy to push those guys around. But Dimitri kind of down there in, 5th place, 34 bigs. And then Vilian Petleshkov. Petleshkov? How we go with that one?
Yeah, I would say Petleshkov.
Petleshkov. 70
Not
bigs.
that my Russian is anything to write home about.
And Katharina with 8 bigs as we kick things off. So a couple of rejam spots, Leo, looking around that are not really going to have many flat calls.
Yeah.
Even in position, they're going to be mainly looking to just kind of rejam or 3-bet induce.
Yeah, 17 bigs, we can still have some peels in position, mostly on the button. And we could have some traps in other positions, but it's a bit suspect off this stat depth. Like that more if we're at like 25 to 20 to 25. But we can definitely have some flats on the button. Still defend our big blind with off all of those stacks. 17 big blinds can still raise fold too. It's a pretty usable stack. So we'll see how the action unfolds. We've had most of these players on our feature table at some stage by now, but not all of them. Seat 3, definitely a player I haven't seen before.
Yeah, seat 1, I don't think I recognise.
No, all seat 1, yeah.
Don't think I recognise her either. I know we've had our fair share of ladies in the mix.
3 ladies still in, right?
3 ladies still in final 29.
Yeah, that's nice. That's good.
They seem to
Hokkabov.
get quite a few pop out here. A lot of Russian ladies that come and grind out here as well.
Got some pretty accomplished players still in as well, which is always nice. Like to have a mixture of different abilities in there. Always makes for a fun dynamic. Isaiah getting into the mix straight away, opening the king 6 off in the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. From an entertainment point of view, it's always nice having the recreationals or the satellite qualifiers running deep. It makes for a great story. But in recent years, I found myself just a bit of a purist when it comes to just watching one nerd, a geek just like me, just come in and just completely run away with it.
Yeah.
Just put on an absolute clinic
That
of a
is fun
performance.
too. Still Nakova finding queens in the big blind, facing the opener of Isaiah. Pretty good start to the day. Oh, take a pair of queens first hand. Don't mind if I do.
Well, ladies, 3.4 million, good for what, 40 bigs. Come with the 3-bet, quite a sizable one.
Pretty big. Close to a 5x. Aristotelos in the big blind with the unknown holding. And she lets it go. And it's just going to be straight out of the way.
Well, not straight out of the way.
Maybe wants to try and get some information first. Perhaps doing a bit of live reading here for the future.
Bit of TV table posturing first hand.
I don't know if that's what it is, players like this. I think, if you want to hear my personal
Go on.
hypothesis, or what I would be doing in this spot is, this is a spot I believe that she's very, very likely to have a good hand. So what I want to do, whilst I have the opportunity, is see how she acts. Because she's a person who gives away she has quite a lot of body language during a hand. She was moving around a lot during that hand while Isaiah was in the tank. So I think it's possible that he's just getting a kind of glimpse into what she looks like when she's got a strong hand to potentially use some live reads against her in the future.
I like that. That makes a lot of sense.
Because he strikes me as a very experienced player.
Yeah, well, we saw a couple of big victories for him
Yeah.
early on in his career back in Italy.
And I think the he looks like he's a slightly more, I don't know, how old do you think he is? Older than us,
I'd
for
say
sure.
40.
Yeah, around like late 30s, early 40s. And the players of that generation, live reads and stuff like that was a lot bigger part of the game when our generation and before was kind of learning the game. It was a much more talked about thing than it is now. So I think it's older players tend to use that a little bit more. Could be completely wrong. Maybe it was just posturing. I'm just chatting nonsense.
Maybe. We'll never know.
We could ask him.
The TV table is good
Levy
because
opening
after
under the gun +1 with the King 5
you
offsuit.
can see what when
Very, very out of line open.
We saw a lot of this yesterday as well,
Yeah.
just some like incredibly out of line opens.
It's about as line as they come.
Alright, trying to multitask, mate. Do apologise. Not the best at it.
No worries. I'm sure we're all happy waiting for a hand or two just to watch the day start, you know. Sometimes it's nice to just
Just easy.
start the day slow, see
Yeah.
what happens. If we're opening King 5 under the gun +1, it's hard to imagine we're folding Ace-8 off under the gun. Does make it 165. Isaiah +1 puts the King 10 off into the muck. Bokobov just snap folding the King 9 off out of the big blind as well. Interesting. Can we end a mob him, this
Small
guy?
blind. Small blind.
Different house.
Yeah, 40.
We're going with.
I think it was Potleshkov. Potleshk. Lesh, yeah, yeah. No, guess it wasn't. Petleshkov?
Peleshkov.
Is that him?
Julian Peleshkov. Bulgarian.
That was him, wasn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
Vidian, yeah, I remember seeing that name. So 2 million in live earnings, 300k biggest score. Very, very nice hand and mob. 7th on the Bulgarian all-time money list. What was that big score? Biggest score? Probably had a couple.
How much?
Came from a EPT high roller.
EPT high roller, what victory?
No, 10th. 4th, sorry.
4th. I was going to say 10th in a high roller for 300k. That seems pretty. How much was first? Oh, the one that Will Kasuf won.
They made some sort of deal because second got 750k. So
Yeah, that was when Will wanted the
the trophy.
trophy and the victory, so he paid like 100k or something out of the deal. Yeah. That was a big thing at the time. It was the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. He literally gave up like 100 or 150k so that he could have the trophy. As you do.
Do you? Is that what you do though?
Like, it's amazing that you're willing to give up 150k to buy a trophy, but you're also willing to steal $100 off your mate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, what kind of logic are you using in your life when that is like, oh yeah, I need the money so much I'm going to steal $100 from my mates, but I also don't need the money so much that I'm going to give up 150 grand to get a trophy.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
some backwards logic right there.
it's just like a clout thing, right? Like buying a trophy.
Take 9.
No.
That went well.
Queen. Queen something. No, Queen 9 I call.
Jack 9 is no. With 9 call.
Queen 7. 20 big. 5 bigs, 5. Good morning, Osgo.
Hello.
Hi guys.
Hello, my friend.
And they're all they're doing exactly what you said. Everyone's just like easing in.
Yeah.
Now they're all like, yeah, good morning after 5 hands played.
Yeah, well, I think seat 2's only just turned up.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That would explain it.
Yeah, he has. Haven't seen him before either.
All in.
Aristotelos finding ace-jack off suit in the hijack. Ships in her last 8 big blinds or so and gets it through. Up. Wins some very much needed chips. Up over 10 big blinds, close to 11 big blinds now, so that will feel like a bit of breathing room. Do you know what the average stack is? Let's not do this again.
Let me just get this tweet out, and then I can start the day.
Butchering simple mathematics again. It wasn't you, to be fair, it was all my fault. Take full responsibility for that one. So, we have an interesting player alert. Cecilmus. Not sure if anybody wants to confirm, that'd be great. Cecilmus limps the hijack with the 7-4 suited. This guy too, can we...
Pokal both.
Yep.
So like,
ISOs to 2.5x in the cutoff with the ace-queen off. Would traditionally expect to go a little bit bigger, but don't hate this at all. Just trying to kind of get heads up, keep ranges nice and wide, play as deep as possible post-flop. Petleshkov in the big blind. The jack 10 off lets it go.
It's really interesting because there's two. There's a local northern Cypriot man with 210k, but hasn't had a cash since 2018, but has played here at Merit before. And then there's Dmitry Bukavov, 110k, does have recent earnings, but has never cashed at Merit before. However, having said that, there has been a lot of Russian insurance. No.
Oh, they're both Dmitry, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any difference. I think I'm going to go with the Russian.
I'm going to go with the local Cypriot. I mean, they're both Russian. That's.
But one of them lives in.
One of them lives here. Yeah.
No, he's got a different flag. He's got a.
Yeah, he's got a different flag. But
Cypriot flag. So
there's no way your name's Dmitry Bukavov and you're from Northern Cyprus.
True. Maybe it's both the same person and they haven't had the pages merged together.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So Silmus coming in hot with the check raise on the 9-6 deuce, 1 diamond. Gets it done. Very, very interesting hand. Definitely going to be a fun one to watch.
Classic tweet from Jonathan Little. Would you rather battle Phil Ivey heads up for a chance to win 500,000, or would you rather take $100,000 for free?
$100,000 for free, obviously.
Obviously, mate.
What kind of question is that?
Well, stirred up a lot of engagement.
It's like, would you rather have a 5% chance of winning $10, or would you rather I just gave you $10 now?
I'll take the $10 now, mate.
You
Yeah,
idiot.
thank
You don't know anything.
Massive shout out to all the players that obviously entered this WOMP event. Had a lot of people come up to me today, yesterday, talking about the stream, how much they've enjoyed the coverage, and more importantly, Leo, the thing for me as a poker player as well is the last thing you want to do is like berate a play or make a comment on the way someone's played a hand, and when they review the hand or the stream rather, they're left feeling a bit but you know
Put
what
out.
I mean? Yeah, put out. And I've had quite a few people, all players better than at least myself when it comes to Hold'em, come up and just, give us a lot of credit on some of the hand breakdowns and the way we've approached this. So, yeah, I'm feeling good, man.
That is good to know.
Warm up.
Glad to hear it.
Especially people like Smolker and a few other regulars that are, infinitely better than myself at No Limit Hold'em.
So putting in
On
the
my big
3-bet
blind is
button
always
versus cut off with the
symmetrical.
ace-3 offsuit. Putting the blockers to work early, not letting Levy run over it. Perhaps already picked up that Levy does not shy away from an open.
2.5, 3.5.
Но обычно у меня на блайндах, извини, короли.
Да.
Levy got a very nice hand to 4-bet.
Такое. My God.
Makes it 1,050,000. A pretty fast 4-bet. Personally tend to believe that when people are towards the top of their range, especially a hand like aces specifically or kings, they tend to dwell a little bit more, These decisions tend to take 30 seconds to a minute kind of minimum. That was a very quick 10-seconder from Levy. Lots of moving around during the hand.
What's your read on people moving around during the hand?
It depends on how they move. I think there was the way Nina was moving earlier, which was very fluid and relaxed, and I think that's easy. It's very hard to fake being super relaxed, but it's very easy to look like you're trying to be relaxed. So I take things like this, where he's Isaiah found the ace-4 jam yesterday as well, and I think he's a live reads guy. This is I'm calling it right now. Isaiah is like a big live reads guy because he's picked up on exactly the same things that I have in 2 hands. One about Nina being really strong because his hand, there's no way he's ever doing anything with King 5 or King 6 or whatever he had in that hand before. I'm sure he was just using that time to take a little bit of time because all he did was look at her for 10 seconds or 20 seconds and then fold. and now he's noticing the same things. Levy had a lot of like live reads going on in this hand. There were actually more than I even had time to talk about. I noticed like 3 or 4 things straight away that would make me incredibly suspicious. And Isaiah having the ace, blocking ace king and blocking aces, this is a really, really nice play. He knows if he gets called, it's mostly going to be by kings and queens, so he's going to have 30% here. And he knows that the rest of the time, Levy's going to have enough bluffs. He's been super aggro. He will have watched some of the hands back from the stream. They've probably played together before. Like, I absolutely love this. I would never have the balls to do this this deep in this tournament. No way. Even though I'd really want to.
Yeah.
You know, even though I'd really want to, I'd convince myself that I need, like, king, queen off so that he can be 4-bet bluffing ace-5 and or something like that. But having the ace blocking the calling range is obviously more important.
What about the read that you went with? Like the reads that you were picking up on the, or do you feel like it's a lot easier sat here in the booth than it is in
it's
person?
exactly that. It's like, it's really, really, really hard to trust that for everything. You know, it's so hard. But seeing stuff like this fills me with confidence to do it more in the future. You know, and the last tournament, that GUKPT. That was after doing a bit of commentary for a while, and I spent a while just like watching and trying to confirm what I thought when I'm in game and I can't see people's cards compared to what I got to see in the booth. Exactly, and that allowed me to follow those reads with a lot more confidence. And it's an experience thing, you know. It's going with spots like this. This is not the first time Isaiah has played a hand like this in his career. You know, he didn't just suddenly decide, oh, I'm going to ship it here with ace-3 off. He's done this before, and he's experienced enough to trust that read so strongly. So I'm now absolutely convinced that he's just a very, very solid live reads kind of guy with a really good understanding of how live reads influence the game.
Wow, yeah, fair play. What a huge pickup there. Just the 5-bet jam, getting it through, picking up 1.2 million in dead money, up to around 5 million in chips now.
After Levy 3-bet there, within like 3 or 4 seconds, or maybe, I don't know, I wasn't paying perfect attention because I was thinking about the other stuff, but he turned around and had a quick drink during the hand, and that is just something that that's like the forced comfort that I was talking about earlier. Like with Nina, she was moving backwards and forwards. She wasn't really thinking about, oh my god, I'm bluffing, I hope this bluff gets through. She was thinking about like, oh, I've got quite a good hand. You could tell, you could see it in her face. Whereas Levy was like trying to look comfortable because he's trying to win this pot. You don't see people 4-bet aces within 10 seconds and then reach back and take a drink. It just doesn't happen.
Huh.
Every single time I've seen somebody play aces live in a deep tournament, it's been, oh my god, I've got aces cut off versus button and I've been 3-bet. This is unreal. Right, how are we going to proceed here? Do I want to peel? How deep are we playing here? Do I want to 4-bet? Like, what do I know about this bet? By that time, it's already been 15, 20 seconds. Like, you don't even realize how long it's taking. People are so concerned about getting their decisions right when they have good hands that it takes them a long time to reach that conclusion.
That's
Whereas
very
if
true.
you look at a hand like ace-5 suited, you go, this is one I'm supposed to 4-bet.
Yeah.
10 seconds later, 4-bet.
It's really scary because now you've got me flashing back to times where I've been in like big pots and I felt like I've just executed a bluff to perfection, and I've been like sipping the coffee or like looking around, like
Oh,
just
just
like,
snapped you off.
and then like just getting like jammed on or getting called. And I'm like, how did you, like, what's going on? Like, how are you calling in this spot?
There are people out there who understand, I promise you. And this is another thing, I really hate giving this stuff away, but there are very, very few people that are doing this kind of thing, but the people who do it are really good at it because they understand, like, it's almost like science, you know?
Oh, of course.
It's not
yeah.
like theory where you're like frequency. It's like repeated. Humans are all the same, man. We're all birds of a feather, and the subconscious is so similar between everybody that it's like a surefire read 99% of the time. It takes an absolute boss to be really good at giving false live reads.
Like going for like the sip of the coffee and stuff when you've got the absolute nuts.
Yeah,
Or
exactly,
like,
exactly.
Yeah.
But again, even that, you have to... So a situation like that's interesting, right? Because you can do it, and either it doesn't matter because the person's not paying any attention. They don't care about live reads. They've never even thought about it. Or the person is paying attention and it might work. So it's kind of like a good thing to put into practice. I'm giving away a lot.
Mate,
now.
I can't
really
wait
am
to
giving
play
away a
against
lot.
Chance Corneth again or something, because like I know he's a bit of like a live reads boss and that. I just want to be sat there with like aces and just be like, yeah, can I get a waiter, please? I need a coffee.
Yeah.
It's like,
My solution to this problem has always just been to be very, very stoic at the table. I try to just always act like I've got a kind of process for how I go through hands, how long I take, how much time I'll take to make decisions on each street, the way I'll put chips in and stuff like that. That, to me, was the simplified version of how to avoid being live readed. It was, instead of trying to give off false tells or real tells, I'll just do nothing every time. That seems like the best solution to me, but I am a big observer of other people.
What about in cash games? Same in cash games?
Do you know, I should, but I don't. But I feel like people are a lot more relaxed in cash
They
games.
are, 100%.
But the reason for that is cash games are very value heavy. People are mostly playing good hands, so they generally are more relaxed at the time because they have a good hand far more often. Whereas in tournaments, you're forced into trying to win spots that you wouldn't naturally in a cash game. So it's very, very different arena. Like, you always, if you watch a televised cash game next to a televised tournament, they're completely different.
100%.
If you got a random observer who didn't understand poker to watch both of them, they'd be like, wow, these games are so different. What's going on? These guys are all like laughing, having a good time, sitting back in their chair, flicking it in, drinking drinks. Everyone here's like leaning with both arms on the rail, trying to win every hand.
Love that voice of Leo Worthington, at least, calling the action here live from the Crystal Cove alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Day 4 of this 2K warm-up, and our eventual champion today going to be walking away with $209,000. Just spend the day keeping an eye out for some live reads, see what we can pick up on.
This no.
On the box.
Ah, okay.
And Silmis
Let's go. Like this.
Like this.
going to defend
Everybody say-
big with a 7 deuce. 7 deuce suited, I should add. Don't want to.
Yep, seems reasonable. Covering as well, but Desire absolutely smashing the flopping trips. We've seen Cecilmus already play a pretty out-of-the-box type of hand, but did have a glimmer of equity in that previous hand. This one with absolute zero equity does just let it go on the flop. Desire up over 5 million chips now. Really, really impressed with what we've seen out of him the past couple of days. Definitely my pick of the pack so far.
Of course you folded. I know, I mean,
Yeah, came second in the MPP opener
It can be everything, you know.
just a couple of months back. 2.5 million. So I think 7th on Italy's all-time minus. I'm pretty shocked at that. Looking around, there aren't. Maybe I thought there was more crushers from Italy. Dario Minieri, do you remember that name?
I do remember that name. Just got a message saying, love the calling out of stealing $100 chips, absolutely greasing.
Just quickly for the production crew and all the managers, that was Leo that said that, not me. Leo?
What?
No, I'm joking, mate, obviously.
I will die on that hill.
Happily die once.
I will happily die on that hill. If you think calling out scammers is a bad thing, then
Mate,
I
you
am
talk
not the
about
problem.
me. I outed
No, I'm
Brink
not talking
Kenny,
you. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying to a general message to people. If you think that somebody saying something negative about a proven scammer is a bad thing, then you are the problem, not me.
Mate, Dario Minieri, mate. What is going on? Do you remember him like playing like high stakes poker after dark and that?
Yeah.
Mamma mia.
So it was like around like playing at the top for a couple of years. And then just disappeared,
Долго
man.
не думать, да?
Completely disappeared.
Yeah, I think I can understand it. I can really understand it. You know, like there are people out there. There's two different types of people who do well in poker. I think there are the Linuses of the world who are just absolute wizards who love the game and play non-stop and do really, really well. And then there are the Dario Minieris of the world who do really, really well because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted poker to provide them with a comfortable life, and then once they get to the level where the life is comfortable, they no longer need poker as much anymore.
Yep.
It was more of a tool to get somewhere for them.
100%.
I think I'm in that camp.
I'm
the
definitely in
second
that camp, yeah.
Like anytime I'm doing well, I just completely let my foot off the gas and chill.
Yeah. No, definitely in that camp.
I did not come here to work hard my whole life. I came to this planet to have a good float in the ocean, you know? Strongly believe that we're all just animals on a nice warm rock floating around the sun, and we should probably make the most of it. Queen's now for Cecilmus on the button. He's playing 6 million, absolutely chunks. In the final 28 players, everyone got their eyes on that 200k plus top prize.
Nice decision.
What are we locked up at the moment?
You can
We've
raise
locked
every
up.
6-7k.
Currently guaranteed 6,435
And a
dollars.
1k pay jump at 26.
Yes, sir.
Levy defends his big blind with a king 4. And very, very good flop for Cecile, Mrs. Queens. Absolutely nothing to be worried about here. The odd 2 pair, but it is what it is.
Got Kurt over on Facebook saying Merit Casino is loaded with talent. You mean in the commentary booth and the
You mean the staff or the players?
Staff? Players? 100%.
Everywhere.
A lot of talent scouted around.
Silmus flicking in a 100k bet here, just under quarter pot. Going nice and small, which I'm a big fan of. Perhaps trying to just induce check raise out of an aggressive player.
Yeah, that 4 diamonds somewhat wrapped around the 6-7, but let's see what he comes with. Does just let it go. He was thinking about it.
I've noticed Cypriot, the Cypriot mass doesn't like to fold very much here, do they? They love to get involved.
Especially Levy. I mean, we've seen him so much over the past couple of days. Seems super aggro.
Absolutely crushed it on the UFC last night.
Yeah? What,
Yeah.
bet-wise?
Yeah.
What did you have?
I won every single bet I made. I had a 5-leg parlay and then just a bunch of outrights. And yeah.
Oh, you
absolutely
had
smashed it.
Lewis, right, at 4-1?
Yeah, but it got cancelled.
No, main event got
Yeah, main
cancelled.
event got cancelled. So the main event ended up being Zachukwu versus Ion Kutalaba, and it was obviously like not a great main event. It was a bit of a meh card, but it was pretty good for betting. There were some good fights for betting on, action fights. And then
Nice.
Formula 1 today, I've just parlayed all of my winnings into Max Verstappen because he's an absolute beast. And
He is beast.
there's no way he doesn't win today.
We'll have to get that up. What time does that start?
3 or 4. Starts in like an hour or a couple of hours.
We'll make sure, yeah, make sure it's set an alarm or something. We'll make sure we get up.
I got notifications on my phone.
Nice.
You're about to do. Oh, we've started in 48 minutes.
Very nice.
That's going to be really good because Verstappen started on pole and Perez is in second, and then 2 Ferraris behind. Ferrari have been all over the place this season, and if Max gets a good start and it takes more than a couple of seconds for Leclerc to get past Perez, then if he gets past at all, then everyone's drawing dead. Basically, they'd need loads of safety cars to just keep bunching out. But yeah, I think he's just absolutely unbeatable at the moment. Sorry for those of you who don't like Formula 1. A lot of people think Formula 1's boring, which I find interesting.
I actually disagree with that. I think in recent years, ever since I mean, you probably know more than I do by the sounds of things, but ever since they reduced the copyrights for people to actually share content on social media, and obviously like the Netflix documentaries and whatnot,
That's really good, actually.
it's just growing the game. Like, I mean, I've gone on dates recently.
All right, I need to brag.
No, I don't know why I added recently. I've gone on like.
I went on a date once.
Oh, all right, yeah, like 2 years ago. Yeah, this
Took
just.
my mum out for lunch.
It's like, hey, mum, you want to go Debenhams for a coffee? But no, yeah, like loads of people into it. Not just like young, what are they called, rodheads. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And loads of people seem to be in it.
Petrol heads.
Petrol heads. That's it.
rod heads. I think you're thinking roid.
No,
Roid.
like because you have the hot rods in America, right?
Nah, petrol heads. That's what we call it in the UK. But yeah, I knew what you meant. Yeah, I agree. There's been a lot more coverage recently, but I think it's super interesting.
Oh, let's get that.
Immense strategy involved, and yeah, lots of younger drivers in the mix these days.
Who's that really cool kid that's like creating TikToks and that he's like a Formula 1 driver? He's like 20 years old.
There's a bunch of them. They all do it.
from like the UK or whatever.
There's a few from the UK. What is he like? On the grid at the moment? Or
Yeah, it's like super famous.
George Russell,
No,
Lando Norris.
Lando
Yeah,
Norris. That's it. Yeah. Like, everyone loves Lando, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's another thing like poker where people are crossing over from video games and stuff like that because they're seeing like F1 Virtual streamed on Twitch.
Yeah.
And there's like, do you know the winner of like F1 Virtual Championships gets $750,000 every year? It's mad how much money there is in video games, like, and things like this, poker, anything televised, any games. It just shows that people love games. They love creating. They love playing. They love like just being entertained and having a good time. And that's not what we've really created in society, is it? In the recent years, it's been like the complete opposite, which is a shame.
What would you do if you were in charge of like a full-on production and an event?
Poker.
Poker event. What do you think could be changed from an entertainment, from like a production point of view to make it more entertaining and to bring new people in that haven't necessarily watched or discovered poker yet?
I think I'd have a few interviews with players who are on the feature table or have been on the feature table. Especially when you're deep in a tournament like this, I'd just kind of do like a little get-to-know section, you know, like they kind of do that with PokerStars events. Poker News is quite good at that, just doing like silly quizzes and stuff on the break. That tends to help get engagement, especially on Facebook live streams and stuff like that. I think live streaming is a good one. Not live streaming the game, but live streaming the event, you know, the room. Having more things going on the side that people can do, but in the vicinity of the poker room. Like when you go to the Irish Open, there's always a bunch of stuff outside in the foyer and stuff like that. There's lots of little things you can do, but in terms of getting new people into poker, it's a really difficult one because it's not the kind of it's not like a Call of Duty, you know, where you pick it up, you understand what the controls are, and then you just jump in, and it's like obvious what the objective is. Like, it's not the kind of game you learn overnight, and it's not the kind of game you just jump in and go, oh, okay, there's people playing tournaments for $2,000. That makes perfect sense to me. The first time I ever opened an online poker lobby after I'd been playing at like pub games and stuff, and I clicked on a tournament lobby and it said the buy-in was $200 and you could win $100,000. I literally just sat there staring at it for like 10 minutes being like, this can't be real. I cannot register a tournament for $200 and then win $100,000. Like, you must be joking.
Yeah.
So it's a hard thing to just get people into, you know. I think the problem is there needs to be more promotion of poker at lower levels, where people are actually likely to flood to the game in big numbers. Like the way you're going to get most players in is like 20 quid or 30 quid tournaments, not $2,000 tournaments. But that's quite difficult because there's not really any incentive for people to advertise low stakes poker because it costs a lot of money and you don't make very much money out of running low stakes poker. So it's
That's
tough.
true. That's very true. Yeah. It feels like a lifetime ago for sure. Like, you know, we're here calling the action on like a 2K buy-in. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars being awarded over the next week or so.
Yeah.
And trying to get Joe Blogs from, you know, down the road to come and flick in a 2K. It's never going to happen.
No. There's also that stigma just attached to poker. You know what it is like trying to like there is a clear difference between people who are in this kind of industry and lifestyle compared to people who have absolutely no exposure. They are polar opposites of people. Yeah. There's a clear like thick wall in the middle that you have to break down before they'll come in.
Yeah, good luck explaining to someone, oh yeah, I'm on a 70k downswing at the moment.
Yeah, it's all skilled. Don't worry about it. It will be fine.
Yeah, got a Secret Santa event coming up that I'm really not looking forward to. Well, I kind of have to go because it's like close friends outside of poker, and I said that I would go.
Yeah.
But I already know all the questions.
Oh yeah.
I already know.
Just tell them you're an accountant.
The issue is they already know that I play poker, but yeah, I get the same old questions.
I know.
But
how much did you lose?
Well, I'm looking forward to telling them that this year I'm up like only 5k live and I'm down like 20k online. So it's been like a break-even-ish year. Yeah. And the obvious response is going to be, wait, you spent a whole year? You spent a whole year? Wait, what? Like.
Yeah. It was great.
It was. It's my best year. Like I haven't enjoyed a year as much as I've enjoyed this year. Yeah. Just literally traveled everywhere, loads of different events. Just world class poker is back.
That's all that matters.
actually get to enjoy it all.
Yeah, Aristoteles moving in.
Great name, by the way.
Yeah, isn't it?
Aristoteles.
Aristoteles. Like a Greek god or goddess. All in under the
Oh.
gun.
Aristotle was a Greek philosopher, right?
Yeah.
I will look.
We're still in the Cove, picking up a pair in the big blind. Should be flicking it in.
My God.
Oh my god. It's only 7.5 bigs, so no way out of this one.
Not much.
Aristoteles with the not
The
much.
not much.
Love that.
That's a great one. I'd be like, okay, you don't have a very good hand, but cool. That's what that screams to me. So
Yeah?
when somebody says not much, yeah. Unless I really think they are an amateur, complete amateur, then I'd be like alarmed, very alarmed. But she strikes me as a lady who's said not much before, you know. So, but fives, it doesn't matter. Fives is just mandatory. It's cool for this
500.
many chips.
Cool.
Does make the call. She doesn't like it. So she's going to be flipping.
Ah,
Wow.
it's easy call.
Wow, coin flip.
It's easy, cool. I hate it when people
Good
say
luck.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
We won't fight.
What I can do, it's cold.
Good luck.
Yeah, for sure, no?
So first flip of the day. It's come ace king. 28 left.
Aristoteles, yeah, get some breathing room here. She came in super short.
Oi, the old 2 across. 2 pips. Runs out clean,
How
and
much?
Aristoteles gets the full double up to 1.3 million. Over 15 bigs now.
Yeah, a bit of space for sure. Good start to the day.
5.
She was very, very short, I think. She had way less than 10 bigs when the day started.
Good hand. But I must call.
Correct. Agreed. It's funny as well because usually once you get people into poker, that's it. They're in.
I don't know if I've ever got someone into poker.
Really?
I mean, I probably have indirectly, like not knowing that I have. But most of my normal friends, like some of my closest friends, they have 0 interest.
Yeah.
And they'll look at, you know, Instagram and they'll be like, Henry, you've been here, you've been traveling here, and I'm like stuck in this office or whatever, and like, but they just have 0 interest in the game.
What always gets me is,
Yes. If your all-in was
I don't know how
about
to say
2-3
this.
million, I just fold it.
Is it going to get us cancelled?
no, I don't think so. It's just going to, it might sound a bit arrogant.
Oh, okay.
It's just like, when I tell people about what my life is like,
Yeah.
if I was doing a job that I thought was like okay, but you know, I was
I think
aware
I
there was a
only
big wide
want to
world
say
out there, I just didn't really
Cove
know
on
how
this
to access
table.
it. And I met this
Because
person who was
everybody
like,
on
this is what my
OnlyFans
life is like, and this is about how much money it makes me, and you know, I'm able to do this and this, and I don't really have to do anything I don't want to do, and I kind of just wake up every day and I'm my own boss, and really life's pretty great.
Yeah.
I'd be like, tell me more.
Yeah.
Like, how are you doing this? And then when they say, oh, I play poker, you're like, you're a gambler. Like, it frustrates me so much that that's where it goes straight away, you know?
But it's not just it's not only your conversation that goes that way. Like, you can listen to, you know, some of the great minds like Naval Ravikant or whoever it is, like, speak about the freedom that financial freedom can give you, and not in the form of, you know, buying luxury cars or houses or whatever it is, but just
you're buying
like,
your own time back, aren't you?
yeah, just like the way it can alleviate a lot of like stress that, you know, modern society or working in a standard 9-to-5 gives you. But
Yeah.
the reality is I think the best explanation for what you just tried to summarize is like Naval Ravikant's talk with Joe Rogan, and just how people do get trapped in these comfort zones.
They do. I think there's a lot of Stockholm syndrome in the world where people don't realize how unhappy they actually are, or not even how unhappy they are, but how much happier they could be by taking relatively simple steps. But people what I think about, what my observation is that people want instant gratification always. You
Of
know,
course.
if they want they want their life to improve, they want to do something that's going to give them a results within a week.
Of course.
They don't want to. They don't want to hear it when you say, well, if you do these steps for the next 3 years, then in 3 years' time, it will be now. And you'll be experiencing the benefits of that work that you put in. A lot of people just they'll and I see as well a lot of people will get started. They'll start taking those steps, but then it wears off and they can't make it stick. And yeah, persistence is very important.
Yeah, consistency and discipline is super underrated, and you hear a lot of great minds, Andrew Huberman, Jordan Peterson, talk about delayed gratification and practicing delayed gratification
Just
as
deliberately, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, something I've done a lot in the past like 5-6 years.
But it's the same with like the gym. I remember knowing all of the health benefits and knowing like people in the gym who were absolutely shredded. I knew that didn't happen for them overnight, but still you'd go to the gym for a week and be like, oh, well, I haven't got an 8-pack yet, so
Yeah.
I just quit.
I give up. It's not working for me.
Yeah.
Gym doesn't work for me. It's like people say dieting doesn't work for me or exercise doesn't work for me. Like, that is straight up nonsense. Absolutely an untruth, and there is nothing you can do about it. It's just that you're not doing it right, or you haven't done it for long enough or whatever. But yeah, I agree completely as well. Like when I first started like working out, exercise and swimming, I was like, I didn't want to do it. I knew I had to do it, so I started doing it, and I had to force myself to do it for at least like a year or 2 years, and then after that, suddenly, before you know it, it becomes a habit, and you look forward to doing it, and you're like, wow, it makes me. That's when you've noticed the benefits. Is you've understood that that's what's making you feel better. That's what's giving you improvements in your life. So you become grateful for it, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, I can't wait to do a bit of exercise today. It's going to make me feel so much better. You know, but yeah, you got to get there first. I wish everybody was there. You know, I wish everybody every single person in the world was like achieving more of their potential, because the world would be so awesome.
Yeah. Definitely the lucky ones, mate. 27 left, one away from that 1K pay jump. There will be a final 3-table rebalance, I believe. I don't know if we're going to be taking a break with that rebalance. I'm going to find out for you guys. So we do, or is it final? Oh, it's nine-handed, right?
Yeah.
9-handed. So we've got a player coming over now, actually. So down to the final table. Final 3 tables, rather.
It's 27 redraw.
Right.
And
okay.
18.
So no redraw now.
Oh, just breaking the table.
26.
So there'll be a full redraw, 2 tables.
Yeah, full redraw, final 18. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, quick look at the chip counts. Nothing's changed all too much at the top. Alicia Osaya on 58 bigs, courtesy of that epic 5-bet jam with the ace-3. Uga Cecilmis still out in front, nursing a very healthy 79 big blinds. Aristoteles has managed to spin it up a little bit, was down to, 7.5 bigs at the start of the day. He's going to be thrilled with the start to this featured table. 14 bigs, still a long old way to go for her, but still has chips. That's all that matters.
All that matters.
Nina Krasanilkova, Dmitry Prokopov, and Itai Levy sat there in the middle of the pack. And we have a new player joining, Joshua Marquardt, who, if I'm not mistaken, had our feature table yesterday, involved in a couple of fun hands. He's playing a very healthy 50 big blinds. 27 left, one away from a 1K ladder, and today we'll be crowning a champion here. The Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. Said champion going to be going home with over $200,000 for their efforts. So we wait to get things started here again. Final 3 tables.
It's going to be good. Interesting to see Joshua Marquardt back. He played He was a curious one of the live ready kind of gang yesterday. Not doing it himself, but giving away what I thought giving away quite a lot, especially during that aces hand. I was quite surprised that Jax didn't get away from it. But then again, like I said, what I was saying earlier, the player that he was playing against wasn't paying any attention.
Yeah.
Some people just don't even consider what's going on outside of the actions that have happened during the hand.
Talked about it. I'm not sure if I like it. Being top stack a bit early.
Lex Feldhouse giving up his Twitch partnership. Interesting.
Hey.
Nice company.
Nice. Welcome back.
Interesting. Aristotelos opens the button to 160k with the king queen off. Pocket above in the big blind. Defends the 5-6, which is interesting because he folded king 9 off earlier versus under the gun, but defends the 6-5 off versus the big blind. I mean, sorry, versus the button. It's just curious to me. King 9 could be the best hand versus under the gun open, but 6-5 off is really the best hand. So I get it. Like maybe he thinks he's dominated less often, but I don't know if that's true either because all the suited 6x and 5x opens. Queen Jack 9, 2 spades. Neither player has a spade. Great flop for Aristotelos. She flops top pair in the gut shot and it goes check on the flop. Don't mind that. Trying to pot control. Pretty dynamic board as well. Can change pretty quickly and we don't always have the best hand, although it does look like we have a strong hand. We don't always necessarily have the best hand. It looks like Pokebov going for the 0 equity bluff. Thinks that check back is going to be super capped and wants to attack. But he's going to run into it here. Can't see Aristotelos folding at any point. She maybe fold to a spade on the river. Makes the call. Interesting river card. 8 of hearts. Puts a 4 card straight on the board. And Pokeball may decide to bluff again on this one. If he perceives that Aristotelos will bet a lot of her hands that contain a 10 on the flop, he can strip her of straights. Also stripped of flushes that don't when she doesn't bet the flop. So he's just kind of attacking that weaker Jack X, 9X type stuff that checks back, but Aristotelos flicks in the call. Understands that she's under-repped her hand there, and it doesn't have many things better to call with, so makes a nice call and adds more chips to her stack.
You go, girl.
Yeah, exactly. You go, girl.
To 2 mil.
Don't let them run you over. Well played. Induced the absolutely 0 equity bluff, 6 high.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday, right? About like checking back, like having like protecting like our range by checking back some top pairs and whatnot.
Yep.
Especially as in this live format, people do seem to pounce on any sign of weakness.
Agreed.
Do you remember way back when we were like day trading, and we were like shorting all the markets at the start of the COVID?
Yeah, I made absolute chunks.
And, well, we made chunks and we lost it all back.
Chunks.
We lost chunks back because all the companies were getting like these billion-dollar bailouts.
Yeah.
Waking up the next day, we're like, hang on, why is this stock going up? Like EasyJet doesn't have a single flight.
Yeah. Because the whole thing's rigged.
But I remember you saying back then, and I remember you reaching out to all of us. You're like, guys, this is going to be the last time that Bitcoin's going to be at 5K.
Yeah.
And I remember like
4K. It was actually 4K.
I think it was like 4 or 5K or whatever. But now, fast forward 2 years, like we're heading back there because of like bad actors like Sam and FTX and all that. I mean,
nah, it won't be 5K again.
It won't be 5K, but it's going down to 10K.
I stand by it. That was the last time Bitcoin will ever be 4K.
It's Going down to 10k.
Yeah, I think we sit 10, no problem. But I'll be absolutely loading up
Same.
at 10k.
Yeah, same.
Well, starting at like, I mean, I have been loading up for the past like 4 months, but I've just been buying. But when it gets to deeper in the trenches, I'm going to be in for the max to get the minimum.
In for the max. Out for the minimum.
Marquardt opening up the Queen Jack suited +3. Levy defends his big blind, King Deuce Deuce board. Marquardt with a big range advantage, some blockers to top pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and a range bet on the King Deuce Deuce, but Levy not much of a folder.
It's good to do business with it.
Makes it 340k, again another absolute, essentially zero equity bluff, but does have 20% equity because the 7 or 8 is going to give him the best hand, and he certainly has fold equity because it's going to be hard to see Marquardt continue here. He might decide to peel one off with these back doors if he thinks that Levy is really overdoing it, and he might shut down his bluffs on later streets. Then we're going to need some hands that float. We can't just only defend a king, but does let it go. Levy taking that one down with some well-timed aggression.
This card bent. You understand what I say?
Floor's been called over for some reason. Not sure why. We can have a quick look at the chip counts here. As we have a new player join the table, David Smolka, who we saw on yesterday's stream. It was his first TV table. He said it was quite the stressful experience.
Smolka.
Yeah.
Stressful, huh? Yeah.
Bit of a crusher, but first TV table experience.
Yeah, definitely can be stressful. King Queen off for Petleshkov under the gun. Makes it a 160. Marquardt +2, Queen 9 suited. We saw him fold this one cut off versus hijack yesterday, so don't expect to see him VPIP here. Does fold. Smolka back with us in seat 9. King Jack offsuit into the muck, playing 15 bigs. Aristotelos in the hijack with pocket 6s, playing 20 big blinds. Interesting decision for her, see what she decides to do. I think a call would be reasonable and a fold would be reasonable. Jamming a bit excessive. Does let it go. I think that's fine. When the opener only has 20 big blinds, his range is going to be pretty tight at this stage, especially with a pretty loose, aggressive kind of table, so definitely fine with that decision. His eye not got to defend in the big blind.
Petleshkov, the old raise and take.
Oh, I come here very often. I'm from Istanbul. Here is my second home. I come and go back to Istanbul many.
But you like Vegas more. Eh?
Do like Vegas.
Who doesn't love Vegas? I was thinking about it this morning. This place reminds me a little bit of Vegas. Just
Yeah?
it's like the warm sun on the kind of concrete and the mountains in the background, I think, and lots of like big blue skies. I think I love Vegas, man. No other place makes me, apart from here. Now this is very quickly rocketing up my list of favorite places to go, but Vegas still up there at number 1, I think. Just love being there.
I love Vegas.
I love having a nice little Airbnb somewhere away from the strip, you know, like 3 or 4 miles away from the strip.
I'll go
So you
further.
can see the strip in the background, close to Red Rock or something like that. Great views in the morning, nice and quiet, great night's sleep. Always those desert skies at night, man. It's just, what a place. I'm going to book a flight there right now. See you in a minute.
Yeah.
Cove picking up another big pair, second of the day.
Mr. Mark, 530 over. Mr. Mark.
175 raise.
Makes it 175. Got him.
Oh man. 27 left. Great time to start picking up big pairs.
You should see Henry's face whilst he tries to contain his childlike glee at saying the words big pair. It makes me laugh as well every time. I just can't help it. There's just something about saying big
Pocket
pair.
kings.
Yeah. In any,
The
it doesn't matter.
Django's.
There are just certain
The King Kong.
things in life that make me chuckle and will never stop making me chuckle. And that's fine. Petleshkov in the big blind, defending the 7-6 suited, I imagine. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but it would seem like a pretty wild fold. Off to a flop, and Petleshkov could get in more trouble than he realises here. Flops himself a gut shot, no backdoor flush draw, so a little bit of equity, but Krasilnikova coming out firing. Bets 350 into 470k. Over 2/3 pot.
That's a really tilting sizing for the Bulgarian.
Yeah, I just got a fold though.
Would have loved to have tried to peel one off.
Would have loved it versus a small size, but yeah, versus this size, this stat depth's absolutely into the muck. Nice fold.
Good.
נו. אתה לא יודע להגיד בעברית?
She's had a few good hands this tournament, hasn't she? We had the aces versus kings twice versus the same guy. Queens this morning in the big blind. She had a bunch of pairs last time she was on the feature table. And now kings. So that's a good way to do well in tournaments. Being dealt lots of good hands. Surefire way to do well. Well, not surefire. That certainly helps. Is that Alan Kessler?
Yeah.
I attempted one push-up on the last break. I was able to do it, but I doubt I could have done more. Why do people post stuff like that as if they're proud of it?
Very easy saying, footage of a potato being a potato filming used the iPotato 14.
Whatever it takes to stay relevant, huh? So Silmis picking up King 10 suited under the gun +3. Gonna get it through though. Krasilnikova shows her napkins. Silmis absolutely flying. Up over 6 million.
use Google Translate to see what Chrissy in the Facebook chat is saying.
Surely got to be good luck.
Is that what you're going for, yeah?
Yeah. Good luck followed by a name. Let's go, Mrs. Katia.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, isn't it?
Same thing, mate.
Isaiah ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He will be in for this one.
Can't wait till we get to a stage
Ooh.
where in the commentary booth just have a headset on and then it automatically translates anything we say.
Into multiple languages.
Multiple languages to all the people at home.
Then we'll have a lock-on commentary around the world.
100%.
I find it really interesting that Isaiah folded ace-8 off here in the cutoff. Really interesting.
Image building.
Marquardt with the decision in the big blind, ace-4 off. Gonna make the defend. Could definitely jam this one. King of 5-3, 2 spades. Marquardt picks up a gut shot and ace high, still the best hand, but Petleshkov does have the betting advantage. Got a bit of backdoor equity too. Marquardt makes the call. Three on the turn, that doesn't change anything. Neither player going to have that much 3x. Marquardt's shown himself to be a little tighter than one might expect, so I would remove some 3x from his range as well if I were Petleshkov, but depends how much they know against each other. Petleshkov not going to have a whole bunch of 3x in his opening range, but there will be some. Petleshkov continues, blocking those strong top pair combos like this. Blocks king, queen off, king 10 off. Some of the hands that would be happy calling 3 streets. Knows that there are some flush draws he can get to fold, some gut shots, just cleaning up his equity a little bit. But Marquardt, non-believer, thinking ace high going to be the best hand here sometimes, as well as having a little bit of equity to the gut shot. And you can see he actually has 86% of the equity. So see what happens on the river. It's going to be hard for Petleshkov to pull the trigger on this one because Marquardt repping pretty strong here after just check calling twice out of position.
It's weird because you kind of do have some showdown value with queen high.
Yeah, you can beat some like 6-4 or some spades worse than yours, but Marquardt going to show ace high, and that is the best hand. Nice call on the turn, adds 600k to his stack.
Big old pickup. Just ace high.
Okay, you need another one in the river, huh?
Probably would have been firing a spade on the river with the queen 10, but yeah, a bit of a brick. Some flush draws picked up a pair as well.
Bro, what are they changing the dealer like every 3 minutes?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
Ugo Cecilmus still out in front, chat. Nothing much has changed on the leaderboard because we've only played one hand. I see Osaya, the 45 bigs, Joshua Marquardt chipping up there in that last hand. It's High Levy. It's been a bit quiet since, well, since the 4-bet 5-bet hand against Alessio Osaya. Nina Krasanilkova still nursing around 30 bigs, courtesy of picking up a few big hands as the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000. Meaning that there is 620 bigs in play. 620 bigs.
Divided by 5% of the field.
Average stack just 23 big blinds now. Wow. They're going to drop like flies. Didn't expect that.
Is that right?
That's gone down significantly.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think it's gonna get back up to around 35 though.
Yeah, probably at the final table.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Marquardt, Jack 4 suited in the small blind.
1.1 and 30. Huh? 1.30.
Just getting a quick count of Smolker's stack. This one, yeah, nice, good jam. Did we look on Hendon Mob at this guy? Marquardt, I'm gonna have a look.
Yeah. It's alright, mate. It's easy to forget we Google so many different players.
Not sure if you want to be in position now.
אני לא צריך את זה.
But we didn't know which one he
Oh,
was.
that's
It was
right.
Joshua. His name's Joshua.
Yeah.
Yeah.
מה היה לו?
Yeah, and he's definitely German.
No, I'm gonna have
Looks
a
like
lot
his
of
first-
opportunities.
Yeah, this makes sense to me. I think this is probably pretty legit as well because he does strike me as a bit more recreational and definitely seems like a very big spot for him. So I'm quite a believer in this Hendon Mob being representative, to be honest.
Yeah, makes sense. 45k in earnings. $2012 first live cash. It's mad. How time flies.
What am I going to do, Henry? Am I going to go to the grand final or am I going to go to EPT Prague?
Where's the grand final?
Where?
What is it? Yeah.
Grosvenor grand final. GUKPT grand final, 2.2k or 2 point something k. Can't remember, 2.5k maybe. There's a bunch of stuff there, it's like three weeks. There's a 1k GUKPT, then there's the grand final, there's 2.5k high roller for the GUKPT. Bunch of good mid-stake stuff, but it's London. London prices, London traffic, London
Yeah, go Prague,
atmosphere.
mate.
Exactly,
Christmas,
I'm thinking
yeah.
go Prague at Christmas markets. Bit of a shorter festival as well, which I like. I don't need to do it 3 weeks.
Carol Benson over on the Merit Poker Facebook page say, good to see 2 local event players at this table. Good luck to Nina and Katharina. Best of luck to both of them. Shout out to you, Carol, for getting involved in the chat. Do appreciate any kind of engagement from you viewers at home. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to take this down. Again, appreciate you guys joining both myself and Leo.
Hello.
For this one.
Levy opening it up under the gun, +1 with the Queen 10 suited. So far, getting it through everybody. Schmolker picks up Queen Jack off on the button, but early position raise, only 10 bigs, nothing to be done there. Aristotelos though, King Jack suited in the small blind. She makes the call, seems very reasonable. Jam would be an option too. especially against a player like Levy.
You put more.
Going to be opening up much more than he should, so we're just
No,
going to pick up
okay.
chips pre-flop a lot more. When that's the case, then shoving becomes a bit more inviting. But fine one to play out of position, going to flop pretty well a lot of the time, not too difficult to continue. You don't want to be peeling hands like 5s or 6s though here, because you just struggle on so many boards. Pretty dry board, misses everybody. 7-7 deuce, about as dry as it gets. Not going to be too much 7x in Aristoteles' small blind calling range pre-flop, but we know Levy's pretty wide, so he can certainly have a bit more than you might expect. Pretty easy c-bet on this one. And I think we'll see Aristoteles peel one off. She's got backdoor hearts, got 2 overcards. Turning a king or a jack, always going to be pretty comfortable. Makes the call.
Let's go. Love to see her just not getting pushed around much today. Obviously, going to be tough to continue on brick turns, but playing a good game here. And wow.
Fireworks. Go for the check jam, get him to fold the queen high with equity. I think we'll just see a check again.
970 in the middle. Levy with the snap jam.
Yeah, that's Aristoteles. Aristoteles probably going to just be forced to fold here, so. Again, you see how quickly Levy acted?
Yeah.
Look once again. We have a no showdown value. Semi bluff. It's just like he hasn't thought about her range really. He hasn't thought about much other than I've got a good hand to bluff. Same action, same read, 2 hands in a row, and both been the same outcome.
Aristoteles to call off her remaining 1 million chips. Getting 2-1 on the call. You see, she actually has 86% equity.
Yeah, it does have a crush.
You know, she's thrown in the time bank chip. She had to call and get there. In her mind, get there. She assumes that she's behind currently.
Yeah, I mean, she can be ahead here. She can definitely be ahead. Like, it's plausible to see how you could be ahead here. You can be ahead of worst flush draws. You can be ahead of 8-9, 10-8, 10-9. We know that Levy opens wide. He can have 4-5. He could have some random blasts with like Jack 10 or something. You know, we can definitely feasibly be ahead or have good equity against a hand that we call against. If he has like pocket 8s or ace 6 or something like that. Like, we've obviously got 2 overs and a flush draw, so it is a pretty close one. Pulls it off, love it. And she's just going to be miles ahead.
Wow, Levy's going to see that and just be like, no way.
Wow, you call the flop and call this?
Good call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow. How you call this? The flop, how you call?
What do you mean the flop? How you call? What do you think? She thinks she's just going to check fold king high with backdoor flush draw on the flop. 3 hearts on the river, both make a flush, but Aristoteles. Can't stand people who needle players either. Like, I'm happy, really happy to see her hold there. Yeah. Shove it in his face.
Nice call.
Nice call. Yes, Nina. That's it. Ladies on the same team.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm so hard done by. I got wrecked.
Very good.
That's going to spice some things up.
Yeah, he's on life tilt right now. Absolutely steaming.
Yes. Good fold, of course.
צדו.
Nice.
צבע על צבע, דחפתי לה את הטרני, שילמה עם קינג ואלה, עזוב. 1 million? Exactly? Take this.
Let's go.
It wasn't just King Valet, was it? It was King Valet, O hearts.
פלופ 7-7-3, היא צ'ק, הימרתי, היא שילמה. טרן 6 לב, פותח לי פלאש דור, היא צ'ק, אני סולט, חשבה 7 טייבנק, שילמה עם קינג ואלה לב. מודר, באלוהים.
You can call king high, you can call freeze on the turn.
Momentum shift there. Like, she's now absolutely buzzing for the rest of the tournament because of that unbelievable hand. And he's just like, I can't believe I've just lost this pot. How dare she?
Hand of the day.
לא, הוא פרופשיונל.
You put
שמתי אותך על צבע פחות ממני, נשבע.
What did she say?
You don't put me nothing. You want the hearts. Nothing you don't put me.
No, I don't buy that. She thought about it for a while, and she realised she could be ahead, and she at least can have really good equity versus what she's calling against. She knows that it's unlikely to be a super nut range. Like, why do you just snap jam aces and stuff on the turn? So her pairs are going to be live a decent amount, or at least the king. She has 9 outs or flush draw. She can be ahead at 8-9, 10-9. I think she's just made a solid.
Let's just call a spade, Leo, and just be like, she's just made him look like a right.
She's just pulled his pants right down and
Yeah.
spun him around in front of the audience.
Yeah.
7s now for Isaiah under the gun +1. Makes it 2-10.
And the reaction as well, like if you're a professional, you know, up against someone that you perceive to be a recreational, you know, you just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, just let it go. You say nice hand. Tap the
You just
table and say nice hand.
You're like, oh, okay, yeah, you floated me with king high and called off on turn. Great, on to the next hand.
Just saying how have you called the flop with that just proves that you don't really know what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Edwin Snipe saying, hi guys, good to see you guys back. Did Krasinilkova mention yet that she had aces against kings against the same guy? Keep up the good work. She hasn't, because she's been on a tear herself already.
She's had too many good hands today. She's distracted. We'll get to the story in a minute.
Too many big pairs.
If there's a couple of orbits where she doesn't get dealt a hand, we'll probably hear about it.
Well, she's accidentally misclicked 3-bet here, and I'm assuming Asaya is just going to pile in.
Probably, yeah.
So there was a bit of
320 though, no?
kerfuffle.
310, one hand is the big
No, it should be
בא
320.
לי
He's right.
בטרן, אמרתי לה סולד. יש לי דם 10 לב על 7-7 שפתחתי. 7-7-3
Levy's still talking about it. Let it go, mate.
אני מהמר עם
Let it
שלם.
go. You got
תן
pieced
נופל
up.
לב, 6.
He's still saying Sheva.
It's not 310, it has to be 320. They're making a mistake here.
Mate, you go out and deal.
But it can't be 310, it has to be
You're
320.
right, I agree. It can't be 310.
They've already made the mistake, and they made the mistake half an hour ago, so
Exactly,
there's
that's
nothing we
what
can
I'm
do about
saying.
it.
Like, we're on a half-hour delay.
Ruined the whole tournament now. 6 deuce deuce.
Butterfly effect.
I'm interested, yeah, I think I find it interesting that Isaiah just called here. Perhaps worried that her range that wanted to call in the first place is pretty strong, so doesn't want to jam into it. So, like, although she didn't want a 3-bet, she still could have like 8s or 9s or 10s or ace queen or something, so doesn't want to just jam into it. And she's going to know that. She also gets to know what happens, you know, so she's going to know she has to call it off if she has a pair. Ace of spades on the turn. It gives Krasilnikova the best hand after the flop goes check.
It's really observant, Isaiah. Got to give him so much credit. It just seems dialed in. He's picked up some some great spots, and I don't like using the word deserved in poker too much.
Earned.
But he's definitely earned his place in these final 3 tables.
Agreed.
Hasn't been through getting big hand against big hand. He's taken down.
He's just played really well.
He's played incredibly well.
Yeah, and it just makes another nice fold there. Like, she doesn't always have to have an ace here, just because she's tried to peel pre. If anything, she's probably going to have less than you would expect if you read it as an accidental 3-bet, which it obviously was. So again, just like another discipline fold. Love it. Isaiah playing very, very well.
But it was nice call.
And very nice stroke. Yeah, your hand is very good. But it's gambling.
Yeah,
Sometimes
sometimes we need it. Yeah.
having a good hand doesn't change anything.
Some super interesting spots so far. Really interesting decisions from a couple of players. I absolutely love seeing stuff like this. This is what poker's all about. Aristotelos now with her newfound stack. She came into the day very, very short, sub 10 big blinds, so she's going to be feeling on cloud 9 at the moment. She picks up pocket 6s here in the cutoff. Announces raise, makes it 215k to go, and Levy now finds ace queen in the big blind, and he's down to 20 bigs, so we're going to see an all-in here. What if Aristotelos reads this as a vengeance shove?
Oh my god!
And I mean, she's got a legit hand. This is definitely close to a call. Not 100% sure. I need to do a lot. I need to do more like of this stage of the tournament ICM study, because it's not like full hardcore ICM like you get at a final table, but it is still relatively significant. The page imps start to get more frequent and bigger. There's obviously a lot of future games, so it's very, very interesting spot to study, and I need to have a more in-depth look at this. So I'm not going to say what's right or wrong with the sixes, because I genuinely don't know. I think I would probably call against Levy. I'm not loving it, but I'm calling at this stage and folding a little later in the tournament. If we're down to like final 2 tables, I think we can start folding this, but I think now we're still trying to accumulate chips to put us in a good spot for final table. And Levy is the type of player who can shove 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s here. He can shove ace-5 suited. So I think, yeah, I'm calling with that one, but I can understand the fold completely.
But less than 10, I think. Yeah. Okay, nice fold. Maybe. Maybe I'm ahead. I don't know what.
תעזוב אותי. תעזוב, אני לא צריך את זה, אני סתם שרוף. ראית מה קרה לי?
I thought it was going to be the perfect hand in there. Click call with the sixes.
Flop a set.
Just shower the guy that was berating you at the TV table.
Yeah. Women don't fall for that stuff, man.
That's true.
They're
way more.
They don't play into the mind games. They're much more immune to it, I think.
It's just the emotional regulation, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Because they think all men are super dumb, which is true.
It is true. They have their group chats where they just laugh at us.
Yeah.
They're like, absolutely binned this guy and floated with king high.
Called him off on the turn with a king high flush draw. Yeah, queen high. 40, mate. Wrecked. Should see how he's crying now.
Yeah. Right, come and see how I made this grown man cry on a poker table.
Literally. Yeah.
Smolka down to his final 10 bigs. Been very quiet here, as well as Card Dead at the feature table.
VIP box, huh? Not heard of this one. I'm a freestreams.live net myself. Yeah, as perfectly as planned. Max is just tearing off and Perez slowing them down ever so slightly. Love this. Marquardt opening now under the gun +2 with the Jack-9 suited. Potkabov with the decision on the button with the pocket 7s. 20 big blinds. I think we just got to take this one. But he decides to just call. Again, like this is when I would start to call later in the tournament. Final table, final 2 tables, I think we peel here. But right now we're looking to take down pots with chips in as frequently as possible, really build our stack. And now Levy finding ace-queen again in the small blind. Gets to shove. He might even fold ace-queen versus a shove, you know, if it goes under the gun +2 open, ace-queen, and then the 7s shove. I think Levy might get out of the way with the pocket 7s.
Do 6, something like that.
Yeah, that's me.
I got it once.
So Levy taking that one down, getting the fold from both players.
You change our chips from a lucky man.
נתתי לה עכשיו קופה, ראית? ראית? ראית מה היא עשתה?
Good play.
Ace-9 off now for Marquardt under the gun. Could definitely open this one. As the average stack drops, the kind of high card blocker hands become much more relevant than playability. So the 7-6 suited type hands shrivel up a bit in terms of value, especially in the early positions. And these Ace-9 off type stuff that had much less playability at deeper stacks, and you're not able to apply much pressure just with a simple open pre-flop. Those didn't have much value before, but now those roles switch and these hands become much more important because you start to block the 3-bet and 3-bet jam ranges. Blocking the top of the range much more important at shallow stack depths. Marquardt does open 205 levy on the button, 8-5 suited. Let's it go reluctantly.
Even 1,000 now.
I pass.
Ah. Okay. Okay, no problem.
Fold,
Я
fold.
просто...
Marquardt takes that one down pre-flop.
No, but I don't see, because of the stack,
I know, but
I don't see...
Yeah, yeah. Yesterday I make like this exactly.
Yes, I don't see the cards. Maybe it's better. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
It's not a big problem.
Ace-7 off for Smoker under the gun. Playing 10 bigs. I think this one is a little bit too weak to shove here. Ace-7 suited, I think we can take, but the offsuit ones we're going to need, I think Ace-9 or Ace-10. Ace-10 probably. With some ICM pressure. Could even be Ace-Jack. King-Queen off for Cecilmus, +2, makes it 200k though. Playing a very healthy stack, 60 bigs, and Isaiah picks up King-10 off on the button. Does eventually get out of the way, and around to Marquardt in the big blind with the 6-3 suited, playing 43 big blinds. He's going to make a defend, which I am totally fine with. Definitely a good defend.
למה אתה לא רואה? למה אתה לא רואה?
Very interesting flop here. King 6-5, 2 clubs. Cecilmus with a very strong top pair with the club in hand, and Marquardt flopping second pair with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This one could definitely get interesting. Marquardt can go many ways here. Don't necessarily, I think a bit shallower we can start to check raise and get this in, but I think at 42 big blinds, we don't necessarily want to get that many chips in on the flop. If it does come to that, if we check raise and face a jam, we kind of have to call it off, and we're never going to have the best hand. We might be against a draw, but even that's not going to be amazing. It's going to be 2 overs with a flush draw. And a 4 on the turn. Marquardt picking up an open ender now to go along with his flush draw and pair, but Cecilmus still with the best hand and going for value. He's at 475k. Oh, 600k. Sorry, miscalculation from me. Looked like 475 to me. Yeah, it is definitely 475, not 600. Oh, no, he's jumped in 600. Don't know how I was missing that one. Okay, 600. Oh, an ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt improving to a flush, and Cecilmus has the queen of clubs in his hand. It goes check, and a quick check on the river. I think Marquardt definitely wants to lead the river on that one. Not much ace-x that Cecilmus would improve to when it's the ace of clubs. Different on a different ace, but Cecilmus is going to have a lot of king-x, and he can have sets, he can have straights. He can have, yeah, but we're mainly focusing on that kind of King X type stuff that wants to check back the river. It's just such a great river card for our big blind range that we can add some bluffs in there. So if we had a hand like a pair and a straight draw that bricked something like 6-7 or 5-7, we could definitely turn those into a bluff because it's just such a great card for us, and so much of the range that bets twice is going to check back on such a bad river. So I think we missed the lead there. But still a nice pot nonetheless, going the way of Marquardt. Puts himself up over 5 million. Bokobov picking up ace jack off under the gun, +2. Playing 18 bigs makes it 200k. Marquardt with the ace-8 suited in the small blind, might decide to peel one here.
Free yellow? Can I see your stack? Like, is it blue or white? The stack behind. Oh, it's blue. Thank you.
Marquardt coming for a rejam. Love this. Covering Smolker in the big blind, only playing 8 big blinds. Bokobov out of the way with the ace-jack offsuit. Marquardt getting the dominating hand to fold, so nice play there by him. Really good.
No.
What did I miss? See, Villian is gone?
Yeah, he got moved.
He got moved. Alright.
Yeah, didn't bust. Not too much. A couple of small pots.
Honestly, can we see the chip counts of the remaining field somewhere? The best place would be on the Merit Poker Facebook page, as far as I'm aware.
Levy opening up, +2, 10-7 suited. We know he's not afraid of an open outside of the recommended retail range. But Marquardt with the Jack-9 suited on the button doesn't fancy a call. I think I'd be tempted to pip that one, covering in position. Don't see any reason not to. But instead Levy just gets it through. Back up over 3 million. He's had a swingy day so far, but that's to be expected with this kind of play style.
So Levy's still in? He is indeed. Arnie. Henry with a... It's Henry with a Y, but it's fine, you know. Henry with an I, with a Y. Leo with a double O.
With an L-E-O.
Leo. It's all good. We welcome all of you here. Final 3 tables of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. 300 of you watching over on YouTube. For those of you watching over there, if you could go ahead and hit that like button to signal to us that you're enjoying this content. We've got plenty more coverage this festival coming up over the next 10 days or so. Got the High Roller on Tuesday. Really looking forward to that. Some big names going to be playing in the 5K High Roller.
All the B-knocks.
All the B-knocks, as well as the main event next week.
Ace-5 suited for Marquardt in the cutoff. Bumps it up, 200k to go. Cecile missing the big blind, 7-8. Flicks in the defend. All very reasonable stuff so far. Queen 8 deuce. Cecile miss flopping the best of it, middle pair. Marquardt, bit of a whiff. Fires out to c-bet, just over a third. Cecile miss, not going to be going anywhere. Flicks in the call. 5 of diamonds on a turn. Marquardt picks up a little bit of showdown value now, so we may see this one slow it down. Diamond naturally going to slow the action down anyway. Expect to see it check. And it's an ace on the river. Marquardt running out, backdoor 2 pair. Pretty good bluff for him, pretty good card for him to start bluffing as well. So Cecile is probably going to rule out some flushes on the turn. A lot of the hands that check that turn are going to be perhaps some Queen X with a diamond, but also some of those like 10-9 offs with a diamond, quick Jack 10 offs with a diamond, and pretty natural card for Marquardt to bluff with his whole range. So you might see Cecile miss get sticky here. It's gone relatively big. I mean, I think it's actually pretty appropriate for this. Not too big actually, pretty appropriate. Half pot.
Sometimes it's just your tournament, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes that is true. Big time.
Sometimes you just reg and the poker gods have looked down at you regging and be like, you know what, it's going to be that guy. That's the guy that's going to win the tournament. Marquardt just a few bust outs away from locking up one of his biggest career cashes. 24 left. Everyone currently guaranteed $8,430. 3 more bust outs until another 1K ladder and the final 4-figure score. As Silmus does let it go. Marquardt up to 6.5 million. Good for 10% of the chips in play. 10% of the chips in play with 24 remaining.
Not so bad.
That's the spot you want to be in. Well, actually, I'd rather be at 30%, but we are going on our first break of the day. The hand number 42. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break. And when we come back, gonna have the final 2-table redraw break as well when we get down to 18.
Max Verstappen absolutely steaming ahead, as predicted.
What was your parlay?
Yesterday.
Yeah, because you parlayed your money over, right?
I meant I just.
That's a very tight fold. Sorry, just from
What did he fold?
Krasanilkova folded ace-10.
Really?
Yeah, ace-10-0.
It's easy when you just get dealt kings every other hand, isn't it?
Yeah, you keep getting big pairs.
Bottom
You know.
of range. My parlay, no, as in I just parlayed my winnings from the UFC over to.
I know what a parlay is. I was asking how much did you parlay on?
Oh,
Max?
like 600 quid or something.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
1.63.
For Max to win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal. Just such an unbelievable price, I think. With things the way they were, so.
Very nice.
So yeah, hopefully lock myself up a little tidy 350. 350. We'll see, but so far so good. He's absolutely crushing it. It's hard to see how he's not going to win this so far. Ace King 10 9 2 diamonds. Cecile miss firing the turn with his 10 after the flop goes check, check. Pocket above. Obviously peeling one off with his king. Silma's probably just check this one and he can win at showdown against the 9. I think that's probably a little bit too good to turn into a bluff. We can definitely have worse. Does check and Prokopov just going to check it back. King good.
What life, eh? Just here, spinning it up the parlays on the UFC, Formula One, commentating on the warm-up, 200k up top, 5-star resort, sun shining, day off tomorrow.
Awful, isn't it?
Day off as well.
Absolutely awful. Yeah, I mean, you like easy money, you bet on Max Verstappen to win the Formula One. Simple.
Aristoteles, great start to the day for her, by the way. Locked up an extra 2k.
Yeah, not only that, but got a bit of a stack to play with now. 225 in the cut off with the King Queen, and Silma's on the bottom with the King 10 suited. Working out what his options are. Decides to just call, which I think makes sense. If the big blind had a few less chips, this one could definitely consider jamming. I think we could probably still consider jamming it anyway, because we just get like King Jack off, King Queen off the fold, Ace 10 off.
Yeah.
A lot of dominating hands to fold. Levy with this 10-6 suited in the big blind makes the defend. 3 ways to a flop. Could get interesting. Couple of spades, couple of hearts out there. 2 queens.
Couple of queens for our queen. Aristoteles, 8-2-5 in the middle.
Yeah, and Silmas just quickly gets out of the way despite blocking some very relevant combinations and having some backdoor equity. And we know Levy loves to check raise paired boards, like it's literally his favourite hobby. So I'm gonna say 20 quid says he check raises,
especially against his nemesis as well. See if Ryan Holiday was right. Ego is the enemy. Million out there, backdoor hearts, maybe playing in his mind as well.
He can't bring himself to do it after she pieced him up before. She has finally taken the reins of power. You know, he is succumbing now, and the bulldozer will continue to bulldoze.
Pieced him up, eh?
Pieced him up.
God, that's such a Jack Hardcastle mannerism.
It's actually from.
This Instagram story just like, oh, playing a 10k about to piece some people up.
It's Daniel Cormier. It's commentary. Daniel Cormier is the man who says piece him up. Get him pieced up.
I can't stand DC's commentary, but that's another thing.
He's alright. Sometimes. It gets a bit much, others, but I'm alright with it.
It's just annoying because you know that he's actually lived it and experienced it, and he's like been in the ring. I think that is obviously a requirement, but still.
Cristiano Cove picking up another big pair. Big pair alert.
Loves the big pairs.
Under the gun, that makes it 250 to go, and Smolka with his last 7.5 bigs probably just going to want to put this one in. Yeah. It is pretty gross though, knowing Cristiano Cove been on the tighter side. Haven't really seen it get out of line. Don't have any fold equity, but does slide it in. And Silmakova obviously going to slap him off when it gets back to him. So Silma's picked up 6s, but I think facing this action, it's just got to head into the muck. Does make the fold. Zaya, though,
Wow.
very interesting spot for him. 9's in the big blind. This is very, very close. Only playing through about 30 bigs effective with Krasilnikova as well. This is super interesting. Very keen to see what he does here.
Potential
Don't know
chip
what I
lead
would do.
ball.
Yeah, I think I would. I literally don't know what I would do here. This is one of those spots. Under the gun 2.5x. Schmolka all in versus +2. I think I fold. I absolutely hate it, but fold.
8-handed.
The 2.5x absolutely terrifies me, and the fact that Schmolka is jamming with no fold equity also terrifying. It's like at worst ace queen or ace jack, I mean, and I don't know, 7s plus, 6s plus maybe. So we're doing okay.
Wow,
But yeah, very
well
disciplined.
played, sir.
Nice fold, but I think it's the play we have to make. And yeah, it's going to be very happy with that. He had the black 9s as well, so.
Saya's just been absolutely dialed in today. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Potential to go really deep here.
Agreed.
It's not. It's not.
1.7 in the middle. Queen
Queen
on
high
the flop.
9 and 10, yeah. Wait.
I have 2 9
Wait.
problems.
No.
Nah, it's
Drawing
just
dead. Schmolka, unlucky sir. GG, nice run. Not much you could have done there with that card distribution today. Sometimes just not your day, but Krasilnikova having a hell of a day. Running very, very well this tournament.
1, 3,
Yeah.
4.
Up over 4.3 million now, 43 bigs.
Too many girls.
חושכים.
Yeah.
What's she saying? That you should have called.
Yeah.
מרימים מלכות, אסבלים. אני מגן, שום דבר.
I know.
Yeah. If you're all in, I call. Seems pretty reasonable, doesn't it? Pair of queens.
Queens.
Ay,
You are queen.
You can play against aces, against ace king.
My friend busted, but I take two.
With king jack, you fold me ace king before one day, and now you call with king jack, and the flop 7-7, you call. I think you...
Still going on about this hand? Let it go, mate.
No, Osgo. I open in the cutoff, he 3-bet in the big with ace king, I make him a little bit 4-bet, he fold ace king.
How is this similar to that in any way whatsoever? Folded ace king to a 4-bet is not the same as peeling one off on a 7-7 deuce board with king high and a backdoor flush draw, is it? It's just not the same. There's actually nothing alike about those two situations.
I would absolutely love Aristoteles to just turn around and be like, mate, sit back down. I put you in the bin already once. Don't make me put you in the bin again.
You don't want to go there again. Aristoteles picking up king queen off now under the gun +1, but Isaiah ace king in the small blind. 30 effective here. Or a bit more because Krasilnikova has over 4 million in the big blind, so 40 big blinds effective. Imagine we're just going to see a non-all-in free bet, 750, something like that. 700.
I believe we saw Isaiah come with a flat call with the ace king yesterday. If I'm not
Yeah, that was
mistaken.
early versus early though. This is out of position versus relatively early. So small blind versus early, a lot different because he can be trapping with that ace king, you know, just allowing people to jam behind. How easy cool, but there's nobody to jam behind here, so
all in.
goes for the jam. 40 effective, think totally fine. Krasilnikova obviously out of the way, and Aristoteles just going to fold.
In the tank for a final 30. Never. I don't want to say never, but I would assume that she's never going to pull this
not.
off.
Yeah, this would be a bit suicidal.
But she just used a time bank extension, which feels like
She is genuinely considering it.
a bit of a waste.
Does fold.
No bluff.
You see my card after.
And he'll be like, yes. Makes sense.
You have pair or no? No? Ace queen? Then I play bad. No, me ace king, she say ace queen. Yeah.
The way Krasanilka was stacking her chips.
I know. There have been a few variations of random stacking in this tournament. It's one thing, like I get it, you want to be creative and find new ways, but it's also just very respectful to make it clear to other people how much you are playing. I think it's kind of friendly thing to just do.
I think the dealer literally just told her as well.
What are you doing? Got stacks of 20.
Aristoteles needs to be really careful. I just saw her kings flash then on the table before they even popped up.
Really? What do you mean?
The way she lifted her cards up, I think.
Oh, you saw her hand?
Yeah. I think Asaya. Did he point it out? Or did he see it?
375 coming in hot. Perhaps a bit of a sizing tell there. After making it 200 and something every other hand, 210, 220. In for 375.
What happened? You raise?
Yeah.
I really hope she doesn't. Oh wow, Marquardt.
Grim spot, but
King Queen
definitely have
suited.
to call absolutely hating this, to be honest. This is like a super niche spot because it happens so rarely, and it's a pretty solid read about this kind of sizing thing, especially when you've had like she's had multiple opens to 200k. You could genuinely just fold this because this is going to be so much ace king, and it's such a big size, and you're out of position, and it's not super deep.
Oh wow!
Yeah, fireworks.
King high flush draw for Marquardt out of the big. 900k in the middle. SPR has already been reduced significantly due to the 3.7x open from the kings from under the gun.
Yeah, if Aristoteles just bombs it here, it's going to be really interesting to see how Marquardt decides to proceed.
$900k in the middle. Looks like
raise announced.
Yeah, pretty small sizing. 1/3.
300. Okay, cool. Marquardt just seeing what the effective stacks are. I might see him check jam here because there's already so much money in the pot. But
oh no, Leclerc's in first.
Yeah, that's because Verstappen just pitted. Leclerc hasn't pitted yet.
Okay, Marquardt
all in
the check jam.
Yeah, we just got no option but to call here as Aristoteles.
This is just where Marquardt's just hoping that she has ace king, ace queen. I like the jam.
Yeah, seems pretty fine. Just as the pot's so bloated. So if she ever bet fold something like ace king, it's a huge win. But yeah, there's no folding here.
Don't know how many of those she's got left.
Yeah, she has flicked in a few.
Wow. Wow.
A 9 outs twice for Marquardt, biggest spot of his tournament career. Already locked up.
Yeah, this is a huge part.
Career best. I guess it's just like 10% of the chips in the middle. If he can get there, it's going to be up to 10 million.
Yeah, this will be chunk.
There's 62 million in play.
Queen on the turn, picks up a couple extra outs, can do the running trips way, but Marquardt needs to find one of those 11 outs. Aristoteles 75% favourite to win a huge pot here.
Wow.
No, and it's the ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt making the nut flush, scoops an absolutely massive pot up to 9.5 mil. Aristoteles disappointed there. Nothing you can do though. Nothing you can do. Good game. Unlucky.
Wow, Leo.
Yes, it was lucky.
Was lucky. Yeah, that is true.
Chip lead pot. Marquardt with around a sixth of the chips in play with 22 players left. Biggest spot of his career.
Nice hand.
Just check jamming the king high flush draw.
Ah, okay.
Who's getting a 2-hand penalty?
Don't know.
Oh, okay. I heard what just happened. He folded out of turn. I think it's a 2-hand penalty, which means that we're gonna have a dead big blind.
Interesting.
Enjoy?
Yeah.
Verstappen back in the
Before
lead,
it
nice and
now.
clean.
For sure.
I enjoy every minute of it.
Yes.
22 players left here.
Raise.
The Merit Poker Vintage Series. Everyone guaranteed $8,430 for their efforts. We are one bust out away from the final 1K ladder of this tournament. From 18 left, everyone's going to be guaranteed a 5-figure payday.
Saya taking his time with the 7-8 off, plotting something. Just figures Levy's got one of those stacks he can leverage the most, using his position, having a look at who's the players are behind. Big blind sitting out like you said as well, so definitely knows Levy's going to be opening super wide here. But gets out of the way.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Asai's just been so dialed in. Seems to be. Yeah, I mean, look, that big blind, that's exactly what's happened. Levy just gets to pick up an easy one.
Yeah.
Asai is steaming at the fact that he just got that through as well.
Yeah.
I swear, I push. I swear, Italian. I swear. If you make the game, I can leave it all in. Yeah, yeah.
All in with the King 9. Okay.
Levy playing with an ego today, isn't he?
Really is.
If you have aces, take the money.
Also less than ace. Also less than ace.
Yeah. I fold one time wrong. That's it.
That's good.
To play good this hand.
It's been binned a couple of times today. I mean, I understand why.
Ah, hello.
Oh, yes. My man.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Rejoining. We have had some absolute fire from this man, whose name evades me at the moment, but we'll get it back on screen in a minute. So, already a pretty character-filled lineup. Receives one more big character. Pokobov been quiet today. Not too many spots for him. He's got Queen 3 suited here in the big blind facing the open. Cove. And we've seen again, like, we've seen a 2.5x here. You've got to read into these kind of things. 2.5x, she had a good hand. Min raise, hand not so good. It's kind of simple. It seems like, oh, surely it won't be that simple, but it does prove to be true time and time again. Pokobov defending, I imagine. Not sure this is really a spot worthy of using time lags. Not sure what's going on here.
We are on a pay jump.
So there's some live reads stuff like how strong a range are you really wrapping when you use a time bank card and then reluctantly call a min raise. So like, okay, probably going to be doing a lot of betting here, I think. 10-7-4, Krasiona Cove flops top pair. Not much for Pokobov. Probably just see a bet and a quick fold. Farkabov perhaps just doing some tactical stalling here to try and make the pay jump.
Yeah, 1K ladder, all adds up, half a buy-in. It's one of the shorter stacks.
Friendly poker with open cards.
Good.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, yeah. I think he's no, it's okay.
Wow, so he just has to be in the big blind and doesn't get to play his button. So with the ace-jack, Ashkenazi, 3.4 million just joining the table. Comes with the 3-bet straight off the bat. First hand at this feature table. Sizable one as well, 750K. Fold back round to Asaya. Swift fold, no mucking about. From Asaya, just no nonsense with this man.
Ashkenazi, man of the hour.
Melig weer aan Gavor. Melig weer Gavor. You?
Tower.
Oh, tower, yes, yes.
I'm just...
But I like my battery.
Meer.
Got our man back after he got his, what was it, 2-hand penalty?
Yep.
Looks like the players are double tapping the table as they go on break. Looks like we lost some players as well from the out tables. We're now guaranteed $9,430.
Decent. 5 figures up next. 18 players left. Will be $10,760 payout.
So last hand before our first 15-minute break of today's play.
So I defended a big blind with the 9-7 off.
That's Silmus with the old King 6-0.
Oh, he's had a 2-hand penalty, hasn't he? He's just gagging to get back in there. Check. Interesting decision to check back the flop here. Not really sure about this. I mean, when we get an ace-high board after opening, that's pretty much a green light to start betting, especially against the big blind who has such a wide defending range. Goes check on the turn and check again. So Silver's just trying to take his king high to showdown. 9 on the river could have been avoided had we bet the flop, but Isaiah, river's the best hand. Might decide to block here. Try and get called by some king highs or some like pocket fives type stuff. They're going to be in that range that check down. And also stops us facing a bigger bet against some potentially check back ace-x or a stronger 9. He does go for a half pot bet, 300k, and Silmus just snap folds. Interesting hand, that one, but Isaiah adding to his stack. And we are going on a break.
We are indeed. Isaiah putting on an absolute clinic today. 21 left here in the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. 200,000 plus for first. We're playing all the way down to a winner here today in the Crystal Cove. Don't go too far. Leo and myself will be returning on the flip side of this break. Lex Fieldhouse giving up his Twitch partnership. Interesting.
Hey.
Nice company.
Nice. Welcome back.
Interesting. Aristotelos opens the button to 160k with the king queen off. Pocket above in the big blind. Defends the 5-6, which is interesting because he folded king 9 off earlier versus under the gun, but defends the 6-5 off as the big blind. I mean, sorry, versus the button. It's just curious to me. King 9 could be the best hand versus under the gun open, but 6-5 off is really the best hand. So I get it. Like maybe he thinks he's dominated less often, but I don't know if that's true either because all the suited 6x and 5x opens. Queen Jack 9, 2 spades. Neither player has a spade. Great flop for Aristotelos. She flops top pair in the gut shot and it goes check on the flop. Don't mind that. Trying to pot control. Pretty dynamic board as well. Can change pretty quickly and we don't always have the best hand, although it does look like we have a strong hand. We don't always necessarily have the best hand. It looks like Pokebov going for the 0 equity bluff. Thinks that check back is going to be super capped and wants to attack. But he's going to run into it here. Can't see Aristotelos folding at any point. She maybe fold to a spade on the river. Makes the call. Interesting river card. 8 of hearts. Puts a 4 card straight on the board. And Pokeball may decide to bluff again on this one. If he perceives that Aristotelos will bet a lot of her hands that contain a 10 on the flop, he can strip her of straights. Also stripped of flushes that don't when she doesn't bet the flop. So he's just kind of attacking that weaker Jack X, 9x type stuff that checks back, but Aristotelos flicks in the call. Understands that she's under-repped her hand there.
Gonna use Google Translate to see what Chrissy in the Facebook chat is saying.
Surely gotta be good luck.
Is that what you're going for, yeah?
Yeah, good luck followed by a name. Let's go, Mrs. Katia.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, isn't it?
Same thing, mate.
Isaiah ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He will be in for this one.
Can't wait till we get to a stage where in the commentary booth just have a headset on and then it automatically translates anything we say
into multiple languages.
Multiple languages to all the people at home.
Then we'll have a lock-on commentary around the world.
100%.
I find it really interesting that Isaiah folded ace-8 off here in the cutoff. Really interesting.
Image building.
Marquardt with the decision in the big blind, ace-4 off. Gonna make the defend. Could definitely jam this one. King of 5-3, 2 spades. Marquardt picks up a gut shot, and ace high still the best hand, but Petleshkov does have the betting advantage. Got a bit of backdoor equity too. Marquardt makes the call. Three on the turn doesn't change anything. Neither player going to have that much 3x. Marquardt's shown himself to be a little tighter than one might expect, so I would remove some 3x from his range as well if I were Petleshkov, but Depends how much they know against each other. Petleshkov not going to have a whole bunch of 3x in his opening range, but there will be some. Petleshkov continues, blocking those strong top pair combos like this. Blocks king, queen off, king 10 off. Some of the hands that would be happy calling 3 streets. Knows that there are some flush draws he can get to fold, some gut shots, just cleaning up his equity a little bit. But Marquardt, non-believer, thinking ace high going to be the best hand here sometimes, as well as having a little bit of equity to the gut shot. And you can see he actually has 86% of the equity. So see what happens on the river. It's going to be hard for Petleshkov to pull the trigger on this one because Marquardt repping pretty strong here after just check calling twice out of position.
It's weird because you kind of do have some showdown value with queen high.
Yeah, you can beat some like 6-4 or some spades worse than yours, but Marquardt going to show ace high, and that is the best hand. Nice call on the turn, adds 600k to his stack.
This table, good luck to Nina and Katharina. Best of luck to both of them. Shout out to you, Carol, for getting involved in the chat. Do appreciate any kind of engagement from you viewers at home. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to take this down. Again, appreciate you guys joining both myself and Leo.
Hello.
For this one.
Levy opening it up under the gun, +1 with the queen 10 suited. So far, getting it through everybody. Schmolka picks up queen jack off on the button, but early position raise, only 10 bigs, nothing to be done there. Aristotelos though, king jack suited in the small blind. She makes the call, seems very reasonable. Jam would be an option too, especially against a player like Levy. Going to be opening it much more than he should, so we're just going to pick up chips pre-flop a lot more. When that's the case, then shoving becomes a bit more inviting. But fine one to play out of position, going to flop pretty well a lot of the time, not too difficult to continue. You don't want to be peeling hands like 5s or 6s though here, because you just struggle on so many boards. Pretty dry board, misses everybody. 7-7 deuce, about as dry as it gets. Not going to be too much 7x in Aristoteles' small blind calling range pre-flop, but we know Levy's pretty wide, so he can certainly have a bit more than you might expect. Pretty easy c-bet on this one. And I think we'll see Aristoteles peel one off. She's got backdoor hearts, got 2 overcards. Turning a king or a jack, always going to be pretty comfortable. Makes the call.
Let's go. Love to see her just not getting pushed around much today. Obviously, going to be tough to continue on brick turns, but playing a good game here. And wow.
Fireworks. Go for the check jam, get him to fold the queen high with equity. I think we'll just see a check again.
970 in the middle. Levy with the snap jam.
Yeah, and that's Aristoteles. Aristoteles probably going to just be forced to fold here, so. Again, you see how quickly Levy acted?
Yeah.
Look once again. We have a no showdown value. Semi bluff. It's just like, he hasn't thought about her range really. He hasn't thought about much other than I've got a good hand to bluff. Same action, same read, 2 hands in a row and both been the same outcome.
Aristoteles. To call off her remaining 1 million chips. Getting 2-1 on the call. You see she actually has 86% equity.
Yeah, it does have a crush.
You know, she's throwing in the time bank chip. She had to call and get there in her mind, get there. She assumes that she's behind currently.
Yeah, I mean, she can be ahead here. She can definitely be ahead. Like, it's plausible to see how you could be ahead here. You can be ahead of worst flush draws. You can be ahead of 8-9, 10-8, 10-9. We know that Levy opens wide. He can have 4-5. He can have some random blasts with, like, Jack 10 or something, you know. We can definitely feasibly be ahead or have good equity against a hand that we call against if he has, like, pocket 8s or ace 6 or something like that. Like, we've obviously got 2 overs and a flush draw, so it is a pretty close one. Pulls it off, love it. And she's just going to be miles ahead.
Wow, Levy's going to see that and just be like, no way.
Wow, you call the flop and call this?
Good call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow. How you call this? The flop, how you call?
What do you mean the flop, how you call? What do you think? She thinks she's just going to check fold king high with a backdoor flush draw on the flop. 3 hearts on the river. Both make a flush, but Aristotelos. Can't stand people who needle players either. Like, I'm happy, really happy to see her hold there. Yeah. Shove it in his face.
Nice call.
Nice call. Yes, Nina. That's it. Ladies on the same team.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm so hard done by. I got wrecked.
We're on a half-hour delay.
Ruined the whole tournament now. 6 deuce deuce.
Butterfly effect.
I'm interested. Yeah, I think I find it interesting that Isaiah just called here. Perhaps worried that her range that wanted to call in the first place is pretty strong, so doesn't want to jam into it. So, like, although she didn't want a 3-bet, she still could have like 8s or 9s or 10s or ace queen or something. So doesn't want to just jam into it. And she's going to know that. She also gets to know what happens, you know. So she's going to know she has to call it off if she has a pair. Ace of spades on the turn. It gives Cove the best hand after the flop goes check.
He's really observant, Isaiah. Got to give him so much credit. It just seems dialed in. He's picked up some some great spots, and I don't like using the word deserved in poker too much.
Earned.
But he's definitely earned his place in these final 3 tables.
Agreed.
Hasn't been through getting big hand against big hand. He's taken down.
He's just played really well.
He's played incredibly well.
Yeah, and it just makes another nice fold there. Like, she doesn't always have to have an ace here. Just because she's tried to peel pre. If anything, she's probably going to have less than you would expect if you read it as an accidental 3-bet, which it obviously was. So again, just like another discipline fold. Ace 7 off for Smoker under the gun. Playing 10 bigs. I think this one is a little bit too weak to shove here. Ace 7 suited, I think we can take, but the offsuit ones we're going to need, I think, Ace 9 or Ace 10. Ace 10, probably. With some ICM pressure. Could even be Ace Jack. King Queen off for Cecilmus. +2, makes it 200k though. Playing a very healthy stack, 60 bigs, and Isaiah picks up King 10 off on the button. Does eventually get out of the way, and round to Marquardt in the big blind with the 6-3 suited, playing 43 big blinds. He's going to make a defend, which I am totally fine with. Definitely a good defend. Very interesting flop here. King 6-5, 2 clubs. Cecilmus with a very strong top pair with the club in hand, and Marquardt flopping second pair with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This one can definitely get interesting. Marquardt can go many ways here. Don't necessarily, I think a bit shallower we can start to check raise and get this in, but I think at 42 big blinds, we don't necessarily want to get that many chips in on the flop. If it does come to that, if we check raise and face a jam, we kind of have to call it off, and we're never going to have the best hand. We might be against a draw, but even that's not going to be amazing. It's going to be 2 overs with a flush draw.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Let's show the boots.
Even if a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove here in Cyprus. We are down to the final 3 tables here. Warm-up event from the Poker Vintage Series. And it is Joshua Marquardt out in front with 78 big blinds. Good for around about a sixth of the chips in play with 21 players left after got it in with his King Queen of Clubs against Pocket Kings on the 5-3 deuce 2 clubs board. Ace of Clubs came on the river. He eliminated one of the final ladies in the tournament. Aristoteles, the victim of that hand. Joshua has now scored his career best with the ladders here. Everyone guaranteed 9,430 euros for their efforts. Diving back into this blind v blind. Limited pot, Asaya completing from the small. Ashkenazi just knuckling back with the 6-5 of clubs as flop trips. The 6-6. What a turn card. Queen of Spades. Giving Asaya flush draw and some outs. Looking for running cards. They presented themselves on this turn. 610,000 in the middle. He's going to barrel again. I understand why, you know, just try and lean into some of those king highs that float flop. Keep him honest for one. Ashkenazi using up a extremely valuable time bank extension. Does make the call, so Asaya looking for a spade, non-5, non-ace spade. Doesn't find it. $1.1 million in the middle does wave the white flag. now on Ashkenazi.
Oh, you will. Sorry.
Currently 200 of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Appreciate all of the support. 10-7 deuce, bottom pair for Marquardt. It's gonna fire out a bet. 870 in the middle. Don't expect Ashkenazi to go anywhere with the 2 9s. Sanokova seems somewhat frustrated. Would have turned top pair, understandable.
I had Queen Jack.
Yeah?
Yes, I had Queen Jack. I don't know what.
You will find out.
What?
You will find out later.
קצר, קצר.
Миш,
2.5, יש לי...
вы попросили.
Thank you.
А? Вы попросили выключить? Здесь. Холодный воздух.
כל סיבוב 300,000. לא מראים כלום.
Just receiving word that there is going to be... It's going to be a redraw. At 18, going to take a 15-minute break rather than playing out 2 levels. Unless it takes us 2 levels to get there, obviously. That is going to be highly unlikely to be the case. So I expect us to be on break in about 30 minutes time. Joshua Marquardt's biggest live cash coming from his first ever event in Berlin back in 2012. Levy picking up an important pot. I mean, he's down to, what, 20 bigs? 20 bigs or so. Average stack. The 500 bigs in play. Around 25 bigs. So players don't want to be wasting too much time using up time banks and whatnot for trivial spots. really want to try and play as many hands as
Bring
possible.
water, please. Yes, thank you.
And I it's latte.
Ten, 5, 5. Silmus with the best hand.
Dear players, we are ready to start your table on the number 510. I'm gonna call Kavitliza, Mr. Khan, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Moshe,
Silmus coming with the delayed stab.
Natik, Mr. Mario.
Does have the best hand. This small blind pill from Pokabov is incredibly wide. I'd rather just... I do apologize, there's a limped pot.
לא הולך כלום.
Dear players, we are ready to start your table on the number 510. I'm gonna call Mr. Kavitliza, Mr. Khan, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Moshe, Mr. Doran, Mr. Natik, Mr. Mario, and Mr. Peter. Your table is ready to welcome.
Small blind V cut off, and Levy has found himself a tremendous spot here. 25 bigs, has bang on average stack. It's a very aggressive opponent. May just come for the old 3-bet induce rather than jamming, just given how active Silmus has been.
Yes.
Looks like he's thrown out the old green chip. One of the 500s. I like this. I really like that he's gone for the 3-bet induce.
It's your phone?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. And sugar, where is
So Silma's gonna just make the call. 1.7 in the middle. It's gonna play the 9s in position. And well, ace, ace, 9. Full house for Silmus. 1.7 out there.
Блин, когда они выключат?
Really
Yes, I asked them to.
air conditioning.
Yes.
Breathe, you know.
Rafi, Mr. Ram. Watching Tamafa 510, Mr. Ram and Mr. Rafi.
That's just come.
All in.
Oh wow. He actually goes for the raise.
Afti. Yeah. Afti.
Levi with the snap jam.
תראה אפתי, תראה, בוא תראה, באמא שלי. זוג ולה, זוג 9, אסס 9. הוא פס 6.5 מיליון. זוג ולה, אס 9, אסס 9. נודר, באמא שלי. לאין זונה אם ראיתי כזה שחקן חלש אי פעם. Good game, eh?
He does have 4 outs.
איזה שחקן חלש, באמא שלי.
This is rail over. Come and sweat this one out with him. King of spades changes nothing. Ace or a jack only. 3 of clubs on the river, and we're going to lose Levy
Nice.
in 21st. And is rail over sweating the final 2 cards for that.
Good hand. Nice flop.
Very good.
Like full house, boom. When he start to pick, I got him of ace.
What is Aseo doing? He just...
Yeah? You think so too?
This guy, I absolutely love him, man.
Lucky. Like, oh.
Just having a little sing-song.
I don't understand the flop though. You remember the same situation against me?
Which one?
Ace queen. You know, I 3-bet, you call. You had like ace 10, right? Ace 10 makes sense.
To be honest, I really don't
You
remember
can't
that hand
remember.
at the moment. Maybe my
All good.
brain.
But I
Right.
remember it was similar. You know? Like, you always call this 3-bet and then hit the board. That's life.
Seat open.
You're the big, I think.
No, I was just big. Small, big.
Where is the dealer now? Dealer is here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't want to give too much away about the next feature table, as that would kind of, you know, spoil some things.
You played good because if you just call, then king on the turn, maybe you play great, huh? No, true.
Strategy worked.
No, good, right?
Aa, çok teşekkür ederim.
Raise?
It's raise or call?
400.
It's 400.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking. 400. 400, yeah.
19 players remain. Next feature table. It'll be after the redraw. So Sealam's going to win this one at Showdown. Fair play to Marquardt here. Really putting Ceciliums in the bin. But Cecilius having none of it.
Well, time is up.
Calls it off with the king six.
No, that's the hand?
Until yes, time bank is not that hand anyway.
Okay.
What you have,
Not
sorry?
automatically?
King 6?
No, no. It's go automatically time bank.
No, no.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
said it's not automatic.
Wow.
It's automatic time
What a
bank
hero
until
call.
You have,
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Otherwise, it's if you forgot. You know,
Alright. Yeah. It was stupid. Like yesterday, they didn't do it, you know?
Yeah, they say this, some dealers say this in the beginning, but then the floor say no because it's.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Otherwise.
Next call.
Nice cards. You're playing nice cards.
Using rush, play everything good.
Six, huh?
Yeah, but let us win some pot too. I don't take all.
Gonna steal all the
Nobody
spots,
is
right?
here to lose.
No.
You have to fold nines and all of it. Right? No, you don't get any spot.
Seen some great poker being played today. Celimus just not getting pushed around by the chip leader. Making a great call with 19 left. For those of you just joining us, 19 remain. It's the 2K warm-up. part of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Festival. Everyone currently guaranteed $9,430 for their efforts. $1,300 pay jump between 19th and 18th. We will also have the final two table redraw.
All 15 players will start new table that says holding no limit 510 with minimum rank 500. So Mr. Bilal, Boban, Georgi, Kaz, Grigori, Rayon, Keita, and George. Come here please at the desk.
I have your favorite hand, my friend.
Yeah?
What is your favorite hand? At
king
this,
queen suited,
at this table.
6-3.
No, at this table.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, king queen. King,
Of
queen.
clubs. You make. You,
Only clubs. I only play clubs.
You make.
I know. I remember. Yeah, I like this.
Max will play.
I like the sand.
Yeah, because we are 6, 6, 7. So one more player and they break a table, and I think they say redraw at 18.
He's not wrong.
New table.
One more for Mr. Bilal, Georgi, Kaz, George, Rayon, Keita, Grigori, Murat. Your table is ready to start.
But this was 5 million, this end.
Yeah, she had like 2 million behind, and it was already like $1 million in. Yeah.
Okay.
Because she opened big pre-flop, yeah?
You can
400,
start.
almost 4.
Yeah.
375. It's big. Yeah.
Crazy.
Mr. George, Murat, Muhammad.
Thought you had ace king actually, but
This is holding 510.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, please.
Bukabov under the gun. 9 bigs with an ace. Going to have to put in over 20% of his stack in the next hand. And blinds are also going to be going up soon. You can't just blind down and get eliminated from the tournament. Glad to see him take the spot. Probably not thrilled about it, but
1,110,000.
it's a spot that he has to take.
One more call for Mr. Murat, Muhammad,
He knows it.
Shayan, Nabil, Masood. This is holding 510. Take your seat, please. Mr. Chakra, Ram, Mr. Chakra, Mr. Ram. Mr. Timur.
What? I didn't know you were waiting for me. So funny. Why you never say my name? I don't look at you.
Yeah, but this, he put 10 more.
Okay.
Anyway, he need to put. He cannot avoid, so
It's weird.
Yeah.
Why we wait?
Yeah.
Why nobody says, hey, Özgür?
Okay.
Не хотите мне карты раздавать?
So one more elimination. Full suited for Ashkenazi. Under the gun, gonna go into the muck. Not sure.
No cards, no cards. And after
Krasinilka was getting upset for. Had to fold a couple of orbits. Aces against kings twice. Kings, queens, jacks. Load of big hands today. We all know tournament poker. All about patience. Not all about patience, but you guys know what I mean. Pokabov still hovering around the 1.1 million. Did manage to get that jam through earlier on with the ace-7. I know this is going to be going in.
Got them a lot. Just in case.
So Pokabov going to use up the time extensions. This is for a 1.3k ladder. It is within his right, but I feel like the best play is to just announce yourself. Like, with a non-all-in sizing, make it like 1 million. Make it a milli. And then if anyone behind wakes up with a hand and jams over the top, then you can use up your time extensions.
After all this time back, now we have to fold big up. Like.
It works. Mm.
We are going to be going on a 24-minute break, chat. 24-minute break because we are down to the final 2 tables here. The Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up, and what an event it has been already. Long old way to go, but we are going to be crowning ourselves a champion today. And that champion is going to be walking away with $209,000 for their efforts. Don't go too far. On the flip side of the break, we're going to be playing down to the final table. See you guys shortly.
gut shot, and you can see he actually has 86% of the equity. So see what happens on the river. It's going to be hard for Petleshkov to pull the trigger on this one because Marquardt repping pretty strong here after just check calling twice out of position.
It's weird because you kind of do have some showdown value with Queen High.
Yeah, you can beat some like 6-4 or some spades worse than yours, but Marquardt going to show ace high, and that is the best hand. Nice call on the turn, adds 600k to his stack.
This table, good luck to Nina and Katharina. Best of luck to both of them. Shout out to you, Carol, for getting involved in the chat. Do appreciate any kind of engagement from you viewers at home. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to take this down. Again, appreciate you guys joining both myself and Leo.
Hello.
For this one.
Levy opening it up under the gun, +1 with the Queen 10 suited. So far, getting it through everybody. Schmolker picks up Queen Jack off on the button, but early position raise, only 10 bigs, nothing to be done there. Aristotelos though, King Jack suited in the small blind. She makes the call, seems very reasonable. Jam would be an option too, especially against a player like Levy. Going to be opening at much more than he should, so we're just going to pick up chips pre-flop a lot more. When that's the case, then shoving becomes a bit more inviting. But fine one to play out of position, going to flop pretty well a lot of the time, not too difficult to continue. You don't want to be peeling hands like 5s or 6s though here, because you just struggle on so many boards. Pretty dry board, misses everybody. 7-7 deuce, about as dry as it gets. Not going to be too much 7x in Aristoteles' small blind calling range pre-flop, but we know Levy's pretty wide, so he can certainly have a bit more than you might expect. Pretty easy c-bet on this one. And I think we'll see Aristoteles peel one off. She's got backdoor hearts, got 2 overcards. Turning a king or a jack, always going to be pretty comfortable. Makes the call.
Let's go. Love to see her just not getting pushed around much today. Obviously, going to be tough to continue on brick turns, but playing a good game here. And wow.
Fireworks. Go for the check jam, get him to fold the Queen High with equity. I think we'll just see a check again.
970 in the middle. Levy with the snap jam.
Yeah, that's Aristoteles. Aristoteles probably going to just be forced to fold here, so. Again, you see how quickly Levy acted?
Yeah.
Look once again. We have a no showdown value. Semi bluff. It's just like he hasn't thought about her range really. He hasn't thought about much other than I've got a good hand to bluff. Same action, same read, 2 hands in a row, and both been the same outcome.
Aristoteles to call off her remaining 1 million chips. Getting 2-1 on the call. You see, she actually has 86% equity.
Yeah, it does have a crush.
You know, she's thrown in the time bank chip. She had to call and get there. In her mind, get there. She assumes that she's behind currently.
Yeah, I mean, she can be ahead here. She can definitely be ahead. Like, it's plausible to see how you could be ahead here. You can be ahead of worst flush draws. You can be ahead of 8-9, 10-8, 10-9. We know that Levy opens wide. He can have 4-5. He could have some random blasts with like Jack 10 or something. You know, we can definitely feasibly be ahead or have good equity against a hand that we call against. If he has like pocket 8s or ace 6 or something like that. Like, we've obviously got 2 overs and a flush draw, so it is a pretty close one.
Oh,
Pulls it
wow.
off. Love it. And she's just going to be miles ahead.
Wow, Levy's going to see that and just be like, no way.
Wow, you call the flop and call this?
Good call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow. How you call this? The flop, how you call?
What do you mean the flop? How you call? What do you think? She's just going to check fold king high with a backdoor flush draw on the flop. 3 hearts on the river. Both make a flush, but Aristotelos can't stand people who needle players either. Like I'm happy, really happy to see her hold there. Yeah. Shove it in his face.
Nice call.
Nice call. Yes, Nina. That's it. Ladies on the same team.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm so hard done by. I got wrecked.
We're on a half-hour delay.
Ruined the whole tournament now. 6 deuce deuce.
Butterfly effect.
I'm interested. Yeah, I think I find it interesting that Isaiah just called here. Perhaps worried that her range that wanted to call in the first place is pretty strong, so doesn't want to jam into it. So like, although she didn't want to 3-bet, she still could have like 8s or 9s or 10s or ace queen or something. So doesn't want to just jam into it. And she's going to know that. She also gets to know what happens, you know. So she's going to know she has to call it off if she has a pair. Ace of spades on the turn. It gives Krasilnikova the best hand after the flop goes check.
It's really observant, Isaiah. Got to give him so much credit. It just seems dialed in. He's picked up some some great spots, and I don't like using the word deserved in poker too much.
Earned.
But he's definitely earned his place in these final 3 tables.
Agreed.
Hasn't been through getting big hand against big hand. He's taken down.
He's just played really well.
He's played incredibly well.
Yeah, and it just makes another nice fold there. Like she doesn't always have to have an ace here, just because she's tried to peel pre. If anything, she's probably going to have less than you would expect if you read it as an accidental 3-bet, which it obviously was. So again, just like another discipline fold. Ace-7 off for Smolka under the gun. Playing 10 bigs. I think this one is a little bit too weak to shove here. Ace-7 suited, I think we can take, but the offsuit ones we're going to need, I think Ace-9 or Ace-10. Ace-10 probably. With some ICM pressure. Could even be Ace-Jack. King-Queen off for Cecilmus. +2, makes it 200k though. Playing a very healthy stack, 60 bigs, and Isaiah picks up King 10 off on the button. Does eventually get out of the way, and round to Marquardt in the big blind with the 6-3 suited, playing 43 big blinds. He's going to make a defend, which I am totally fine with. Definitely a good defend. Very interesting flop here. King 6-5, 2 clubs. Cecilmus with a very strong top pair with the club in hand, and Marquardt flopping second pair with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This one could definitely get interesting. Marquardt can go many ways here. Don't necessarily, I think a bit shallower we can start to check raise and get this in, but I think at 42 big blinds, we don't necessarily want to get that many chips in on the flop. If it does come to that, if we check raise and face a jam, we kind of have to call it off, and we're never going to have the best hand. We might be against a draw, but even that's not going to be amazing. It's going to be 2 overs with a flush draw. And a 4 on the turn. Marquardt picking up an open-ender now to go along with his flush draw and pair, but Cecilmus still with the best hand and going for value. He's at 475k. Oh, 600k. Sorry, miscalculation from me. Looked like 475 to me. Yeah, it is definitely 475, not 600. Oh, no, he's jumped in 600. Don't know how I was missing that one. Okay, 600. Oh, and ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt improving to a flush, and Cecilmus has the queen of clubs in his hand. It goes check, and a quick check on the river. I think Marquardt definitely wants to lead the river on that one. Not much ace-x that Cecilmus would improve to when it's the ace of clubs, different on a different ace, but Cecilmus is going to have a lot of king x, and he can have sets, he can have straights, he can have, but we're mainly...
Welcome all of you here. Final 3 tables of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. 300 of you watching over on YouTube. For those of you watching over there, if you could go ahead and hit that like button to signal to us that you're enjoying this content. We've got plenty more coverage this festival coming up over the next 10 days or so. Got the High Roller on Tuesday. Really looking forward to that. Some big names going to be playing in the 5K High Roller.
All the B-Knocks.
All the B-Knocks, as well as the main event next week.
Ace-5 suited for Marquardt in the cutoff. Bumps it up, 200k to go. Cecilmus in the big blind, 7-8. Flicks in the defend. All very reasonable stuff so far. Queen 8 deuce. Cecilmus flopping the best of it, middle pair. Marquardt, bit of a whiff. Fires out the c-bet, just over a third. Cecilmus not going to be going anywhere. Flicks in the call. 5 of diamonds on a turn. Marquardt picks up a little bit of showdown value now, so we may see this one slow it down. Diamond naturally going to slow the action down anyway. Expect to see it check check. And it's an ace on the river. Marquardt running out, backdoor 2 pair. Pretty good bluff for him, pretty good card for him to start bluffing as well. So Cecilmus probably going to rule out some flushes on the turn. A lot of the hands that check that turn are going to be perhaps some queen x with a diamond, but also some of those like 10-9 offs with a diamond, quick jack 10 offs with a diamond, and pretty natural card for Marquardt to bluff with his whole range. So you might see Cecilmus get sticky here. It's gone relatively big. I mean, I think it's actually pretty appropriate for this. Not too big actually, pretty appropriate. Half pot.
Sometimes it's just your tournament, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes that is true. Big time.
Sometimes you just reg and the poker gods have looked down at you regging and be like, you know what? It's going to be that guy. That's the guy that's going to win the tournament. Marquardt just a few bust outs away from locking up one of his biggest career cashes. 24 left. Everyone currently guaranteed $8,430. 3 more bust outs until another 1K ladder and the final 4-figure score. As Cecilmus does let it go. Marquardt up to 6.5 million. Good for 10% of the chips in play. 10% of the chips in play with 24 remaining. Not in a break. And when we come back, gonna have the final 2-table redraw break as well when we get down to 218.
Max Verstappen absolutely steaming ahead, as predicted.
What was your parlay?
Yesterday.
Yeah, because you parlayed your money over, right?
I meant I just...
That's a very tight fold, sorry. Just
what did he fold?
Krasanilkova folded ace-10.
Really?
Yeah, ace-10-0.
It's easy when you just get dealt kings every other hand, isn't it?
Yeah, you keep getting big pairs,
bottom
you know.
of range. My parlay, no, as in I just parlayed my winnings from the UFC over to...
I know what a parlay is. I was asking how much did you parlay on Max?
Like 600 quid or something?
Oh, nice. Very nice.
1.63.
For Max to win?
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal. Just such an unbelievable price, I think. With things the way they were, so.
Very nice.
So yeah, hopefully lock myself up a little tidy 350. 350? We'll see, but so far so good. He's absolutely crushing it. It's hard to see how he's not going to win this so far. Ace, King, 10, 9, 2 diamonds. Cecilmus firing the turn with his 10 after the flop goes check, check. Pock above. Obviously peeling one off with his king. Cecilmus probably just check this one and he can win at showdown against the 9. I think that's probably a little bit too good to turn into a bluff. We can definitely have worse. Does check, and Prokopov just going to check it back. King, good.
DC's commentary, but that's another thing.
He's alright. Sometimes. Gets a bit much, others, but I'm alright with it.
It's just annoying because you know that he's actually lived it and experienced it, and he's like been in the ring. I think that is obviously a requirement, but still.
Cove picking up another big pair. Big pair alert.
Loves the big pairs.
Under the gun, makes it 250 to go, and Smolka with his last 7.5 bigs, probably just going to want to put this one in. Yeah. It is pretty gross though, knowing Krasnokova been on the tighter side. Haven't really seen it get out of line. Don't have any fold equity, but does slide it in. And Krasnokova obviously going to slap him off when it gets back to him. So Silma's picked up 6s, but I think facing this action, it's just got to head into the muck. Does make the fold. Zaya though, very interesting spot for him. 9s in the big blind. This is very, very close. Only playing through about 30 bigs effective with Krasnokova as well. This is super interesting. Very keen to see what he does here. Don't know what I would do. Yeah, I think I would. I literally don't know what I would do here. This is one of those spots. Under the gun 2.5x. Smolka all in versus +2. I think I fold. I absolutely hate it, but fold.
8-handed.
The 2.5x absolutely terrifies me, and the fact that Smolka is jamming with no fold equity also terrifying. It's like at worst ace queen or ace jack, I mean, and I don't know, 7s plus, 6s plus maybe. So we're doing okay.
Wow,
yeah, very disciplined.
Nice
fold, but I think it's the play we have to make. And yeah, it's going to be very happy with that. He had the black 9s as well, so.
Saya's just been absolutely dialed in today. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Potential to go really deep here.
Agreed.
It's not.
1.7 in the middle. Queen on the flop.
9 and 10, yeah. Wait.
I have 2 9s.
No, it's
just dead. Smolka, unlucky sir. GG, nice run. Not much you could have done there with that card distribution today. Sometimes just not your day, but Krasnokova having a hell of a day. Running very, very well this tournament. Up over 4.3 million now, 43 bigs.
Too many girls.
It's kind of friendly thing to just do.
I think the dealer literally just told her as well.
What are you doing? Got stacks of 20.
Aristoteles needs to be really careful. I just saw her kings flash then on the table before they even popped up.
Really? What do you mean?
The way she lifted her cards up, I think.
Oh, you saw her hand?
Yeah. I think Asaya. Did he point it out? Or did he see it?
375 coming in hot. pot. Perhaps a bit of a sizing tell there after making it 200 and something every other hand, 210, 220. In for 375.
What happened? You raise?
Yeah.
I really hope she doesn't. Oh wow, Marquardt.
Grim spot, but
King Queen
definitely have
suited.
to call absolutely hating this, to be honest. This is like a super niche spot because it happens so rarely, and it's a pretty solid read about this kind of sizing thing, especially when you've had like she's had multiple opens to 200k. You could genuinely just fold this because this is going to be so much ace king, and it's such a big size, and you're out of position, and it's not super deep.
Oh wow!
Yeah, fireworks.
King high flush draw for Marquardt out of the big. 900k in the middle. SPR has already been reduced significantly due to the 3.7x open from the kings from under the gun.
Yeah, if Aristoteles just bombs it here, it's going to be really interesting to see how Marquardt decides to proceed.
$900k in the middle. Looks like
raise announced.
Yeah, pretty small sizing. 1/3.
300. Okay, cool. Marquardt just seeing what the effective stacks are. I might see him check jam here because there's already so much money in the pot. But
oh no, Leclerc's in first.
Yeah, that's because Verstappen just pitted. Leclerc hasn't pitted yet.
Okay, Marquardt
all in.
The check jam.
Yeah, we just got no option but to call here as Aristoteles.
This is just where Marquardt's just hoping that she has ace king, ace queen. I like the jam.
Yeah, seems pretty fine. Just as the pot's so bloated. So if she ever bet fold something like ace king, it's a huge win. But yeah, there's no.
It happened. Let's go. A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845. Show the boots. Even
You love to see it. Sun setting over the Crystal Cove here as we are deep into day 4 coverage of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. Over 600 entries into this 2K, 500k guarantee, getting absolutely smashed out the park. 100, no, not 100, what am I saying? 1.1 million in the prize pool, 209,000 for first. Uga Cecilmis is the chip leader at this table. But look at the bottom, Leo. A lot of shorties.
A couple of shorties going on. Ivanov getting close to that. Oh, Ivanov, we've had him before, right?
We have indeed.
He's getting close to the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Petleshkov, though, firmly in the danger zone. 9 big blinds, and Muwad looking for some action pretty quickly here with his 5 bigs. So yeah, we're going to see some chips flying, that's for sure. These guys are going to be forced in sooner or later. Yeah. But the rest of the pack doing pretty well. 30 bigs or better mostly. Got Langer back on the feature table. I think we've had every single one of these guys on here at some point now. So familiar faces left in the tournament. Everyone's had their turn on the feature table.
100%. Yeah, we've had absolutely everyone. Langer, nice to see him finding the spin after the discipline fold with the a7 last hand.
Yeah, true. He came back with like 7 bigs, didn't he?
7 bigs. Here he is. 30 bigs.
Nice.
And Nina Kresinilko have been hovering around that 30 big blind mark pretty much all day.
2 hours before was only this.
She was she's getting a bit flustered before the break, saying that she hadn't picked up a hand. It'd only been an orbit and a half.
But you joking? She did not say that.
That's what I said. I was like, you had aces against kings twice. I had to
queens
remind
and
her.
it came queen high. God, I haven't had a hand in this orbit. This game's unbelievable. I think, yeah, some people don't take for granted how unlikely this kind of run is where you just get dealt this many good hands deep in a tournament. Like, it really, really doesn't happen very often, so definitely not something you should be getting disappointed about. I'd be buzzing if I was her today, no matter what happens.
Oh, it's my man, Moad. Grandpa Mo.
Loves it. Ashkenazi absolutely loves it. Loves playing this game. Bumps it to 460 in the small blind, almost a full 4x. We don't know his hand. Not quite been picked up on the reader yet. Ashkenazi playing 40 bigs, 4.8 mil. Montiano does have him covered. Around 53, 54 big blinds. But lets it go. Don't know what either of them had. We'll never know.
We'll never know. Playing the guessing game to kick things off here. 200 people watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Got a funny feeling, as is the case with a lot of the players here. Maybe you don't understand anything that Leo and I are saying. But for those of you that do, do go ahead, hit that like button as we take a quick glimpse at the outer table. Hit the like button. We've got plenty more poker action coming up over the next week or so, live from the Merit Crystal Cove here in Cyprus. And I'll tell you what, I've been looking at property rentals in Cyprus all day today. Seriously considering it.
Considering what? Just living here?
Just living here. I've been looking for a base for a long time anyway.
Are you allowed, is there a limit to how long you can stay in Northern Cyprus?
90 days. Oh, in Northern Cyprus?
Yeah.
Oh, as long as you want.
You can just come here and that's it. No
we shouldn't really talk about this on air, but like, you know.
Got ya.
As long as you want.
Okay.
Wink, wink. Yeah.
Wow.
No, sorry, 90 days.
90 days in every 180.
That's what I meant.
Got ya. Got ya.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool,
that is interesting, isn't it?
No doubt.
It is very, very chilled. I wonder if I might get a bit bored though in a place like this, you know, almost too chilled.
I know what you mean.
Need a bit of crazy distraction every now and then, but I guess you can just fly somewhere because you're like 2 hours from your continental Europe.
Or you could just go down to Paphos or to Nicosia or, you know.
True. Muad facing a bit of a cooler with his last 5 bigs. He's all in with the ace-queen. Marquardt has picked up kings +3.
How much?
Ivanov finding pocket 8s in the cutoff, and he's only playing around 12 or 13 big blinds himself. Interesting to see what he decides to do here.
I'm rooting for Mawad in this spot.
I know you are. You love him.
I don't want to. You're meant to remain impartial in the commentary booth.
+3 hijack, only 5 bigs for Muad. I think Ivanov might end up all in here, you know.
Wouldn't surprise me.
There's a good chance.
12 big blinds, 12.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Could you just, that's all right, no worries. We'll jump back into this.
I just what?
It's all right, we'll talk about it afterwards. We'll talk about it afterwards. Marquardt.
I don't know what I've done.
I'll tell you now. Marquardt got to call off. Sometimes it's just your tournament. Sometimes you just
folded, huh?
Reg. He did. Yeah,
nice.
Got away from
Disciplined. He probably just thinks that Muad's
I personally just go broke there.
Yeah, me too.
At all times. 17 left.
Especially when there's a relatively big stack opening, but Muad does still have 30% equity. Looks like there's been a flop, but we don't know what it is just yet, or maybe she's just laying out the hands.
She's just laying out the hands. We are on a 2K ladder. Do we lose 2 more players? Is Mawad going to be one of the final 2 heading home with
he is not
10,760? There are 2 cards to come. 1.5 in the middle. And a hearts on the turn changes nothing.
No help, no king, no heart in Marquard's hand. Needs to be a king or a king.
Yeah, I mean, he's been drilling rivers today, not today.
Not this one.
Or not this one,
Luad
rather.
survives.
Okay. Yeah.
13 big blinds to play with now.
He's just the boss. He's just like, looks over to him and is like, lucky. Okay, mate.
No, yeah, see? No entitlement. Not like, yes, I'm the best. He's just like, yeah.
At 30%, right?
Yeah.
Only.
That's cheap.
It's cheap.
Yes.
New chip in play, that light greeny kind of one on top of Marquard's stat there. That is 500,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can win them all, huh?
On my big blinds, it's always like some all-ins.
Yeah. Always action.
Yes.
True. You're lucky you folded, huh? You got a decision?
Sorta.
Henry's taking the piss out of me for caring about my appearance a little bit.
Wait, hang on. Earlier on, were we talking about the exact opposite?
Said it doesn't matter what you look like as in real life, but this is for their business. It's different.
It's not. It's for her personal social
it's her
media.
oh, in that case, I should have just stayed slouching in my chair. I didn't realise. I thought it was going to end up on social media. That's the only reason I thought I'd smarten up a little bit.
It's a still miss. The ace-10 of
Got
diamonds.
chunks.
Yeah. More than 10% of the chips in play.
Yeah, like almost 15.
Odds on Moad.
Winning
FT.
it?
All right, go on, winning it. Yeah.
I'll give you 65 to 1.
What? Oh, mate, man's been on a heater. Oh, Krasinilkova's woken up with aces.
Yeah, well, she did say she hadn't had a hand for a
That's
while.
fair,
so
you know, just kings, queens, jacks,
Yeah.
aces 3 times.
all in.
No.
All in for almost 30 big blinds. Not the ideal play, I think, with a hand this strong. There's sure could be some stuff in this kind of range, but it'd be more like 8s, 9s, ace, king type stuff.
Oh, I thought you had something good.
Yellow one.
Same, huh?
I thought you would say call. It's not so much. It's 3
Wow.
million and
Yeah,
something.
30 big blind jam. Big old jam.
For your stack, it's nothing.
Kasen saved by the underpair. Yeah, actually just flat there, maybe. Just maybe. Could have got herself into some trouble.
Yes. But I'm warning you, I like them so much. I like them. Green chip. I like green chip. 8.
You're not going to soon. Leave me alone.
Mawad on a spin. Vanov with the discipline laydown. Couple of discipline laydowns already. Final 2 tables. Ashkenazi playing 5.5 million. Comes with the 3.5x. Petlish. I can't say it, Cha.
He was on first, yes?
Peleshkov.
No, before it was race.
825k.
I thought if you race from first position, you have something.
Yeah, you follow the kings.
Yes.
I wouldn't be giving away too much strategy in her shoes. Palechkov. We're on a 2-player bubble, so no immediate pay jump. Thrown in a couple of timebacks. I think he's going to use all of these before shipping it in. Ashkenazi with the 3.5x open.
Massive, yeah.
From the hijack.
Folds. Can see why you might be tempted to fold versus this size if you just think that people are playing a weird kind of hand strength related sizing choice, but I think it's probably a bit too strong for 6 bigs.
Yes, we do.
To fold.
After 2 hours.
Could just be like ace-10 suited or something, or like, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, king-queen suited. There's enough hands that we're ahead of in there. And Ashkenazi's just a bit on the kind of wilder side.
Yeah, but you've got ace-jack for 6 bigs, 7 bigs, where it was.
Yeah, pretty much always in. Has to be pretty special circumstances to fold. You very rarely fold in that versus a single open. Can't let sizing influence you too much.
Hand number 60 of the day. You hear that phone ringing?
Yeah, it's in picking up on the microphone at the table. And we've got some action happening on the outer table by the looks of it. Ace King suited all in. Looks like we've missed a flush draw.
Oh no, he flopped the flush.
Is that 3 clubs on the flop? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3 clubs on the flop. Ah, yeah,
Flop the flush.
And scoop that one against something. I believe they sent us that one in the chat and it was aces. The other guy had aces.
No, I don't think they sent it in the chat yet.
Yeah, they did. Further up. That one. No, further up. That one.
Was that it? Oh wow, yeah, you're right. That is sick.
Yeah, so ace king suited getting there against aces, just flopping the flush.
Yeah, that was Dmitry.
Yes,
Kavov.
and there is another cooler happened. Another cooler happened on the outer table, which isn't going to be covered, but
We haven't got yet. It's going to come up on stream.
It says we don't show underneath. Go down. No. We don't show it on stream. But there is. We'll tell you in a minute. But another hand does happen. Obviously, we're delayed, so it would be about another 10 minutes or so from now. But there has been another elimination on an outer table.
Dropping like flies.
So blind versus blind here. Langer with top pair and a limp pot as well, so Langer going to be pretty stripped of ace-x in this spot, which may lead to Silmis paying this one off. Checks it back.
I'm just thinking what you're gonna pay.
Interesting. That's a big bit of value missed there for me personally. Can't see myself ever checking back an ace in a limp pot blind versus blind. Absolutely not. But Langer adds a few chips to his pot, to his stack either way.
What was the action?
It went limp pre, stab flop call, I think. Check check.
Ace 10-6, turn 7, completing the
10-6
8-9.
flush draw, yeah. Flush draw,
check.
turn. I'm not 100% sure what the action was before that, but there was only 660k in the pot on the river, which is like, what, 5 big blinds and a small blind. So it must have gone limp check, bet call, check check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or check check, bet call. Either way. It might have gone check check, check, bet call. That's the way I could that's the only way I could really see him checking back the turn, but I think a 10 is always just going to bet the turn anyway in that spot, so I think pretty inexcusable to not go for value there actually. I can't think of a line where I would ever not go for value on the river. Muad, what we got? 10-9 suited. Nah. Not for me.
Such a shame. That's why we play cash games. Ace-10 for Ivanov. 12.5 bigs. Is this going to be the spot?
Sweeted. Might just go for an open here. I think that would be very reasonable. Don't have to play jams for 13, 14. It's perfectly reasonable to just have open raises because we want to just raise aces, kings, and get a defend from the big blind.
All in?
Does decide to just shove though.
I guess with the ICM we want to do a lot more shoving, right?
Yeah, a bit more. +1. Yeah, I suppose. Don't think you want to go much wider than this though. It's probably just like ace-10 suited, ace-jack off, 8s, 9s. And then induce a little bit better. It's not really inducing ace-10 suited. It's just avoiding stuff like this. Where when you open, people are going to play pretty face up against you anyway, and you're unlikely to get folded off the best hand. But you can just fold versus these rejams and know you're mostly folding a worse and often dominated hand. But he has run into the ace-queen of Marquardt.
Bro, you should be happy when you have ace-queen, you know? You look worried, but you should be happy when you have ace-queen.
I'm not worried.
Okay, that's good.
I love some of the table chat, mate. I don't know whether the needles are deliberate. Wow. Marquardt just flopping the absolute joint.
Nuts.
Nuts, yep.
Thanks, Crash and Hilkebert. Do appreciate that.
Queen for a chop, and that's Ivanov's only way of staying alive.
I'll tell you what, we said it yesterday, sometimes it's just your tournament.
Yeah, it's Marquardt's tournament so far
It has
today.
been for the last 2 days, right? Like, he was down to like 400k at one point.
Yeah, he free bet to like half his stack when he had aces against the jacks, and ever since then, he's been on a massive heater. GG Ivanov out in 17th place, down to 16, so there's going to be another redraw, right?
No,
that just happened. 18, right.
Yeah, that just happened.
9-handed.
That's all right, mate.
Happens. Not paying attention. So we're not going to have a redraw.
Long old day. Three days.
Yep.
We'll let you off this time.
We're on another money jump, though.
We are indeed.
Next player eliminated is going to get 10,760, and then after that, it will be up to $12,535. So jump's getting pretty big now, getting close to one buy-in.
Are people in Dreamland territory yet?
Some of them. Marquardt definitely is.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's got chunks. Yeah, if I'm him now, I'm like, how am I going to... If I'm him with this stack right now, I'm like, how am I going to win this tournament?
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm
So
like
what are you
fully
looking
focused on
for
winning.
now then? So you've already been paying attention to see who's maybe a bit money scared, who's playing a bit too tight.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be in pretty much as many pots as possible. Lots of free betting pre-flop, like chunks of free betting pre-flop, picking on basically everybody, aggressively defending big blinds, aggressively defending buttons, and just putting people to test, because no matter how much they want to stand up to you, like card distribution is a real thing, and having such a big chip advantage is just massive at this stage. Now is definitely the time to start putting the hammer down.
Leshkov with his final 6 bigs, 7 bigs.
I thought he had more than that. What happened? He won because he won.
He didn't have more than that.
Yeah, he was up to 9.5 mil when he won that King-Queen suited versus Kings.
Who? Marquardt?
Yeah.
Oh, Marquardt was, yeah. He bluffed some off against Cecilmus in a pot.
Okay. I thought he had like over 10 million, which is why I was saying what I said. I mean, he's still got a lot, but he's got to be a little bit careful here, because 1 or 2 hands can take him back down to like 30 or 40 bigs, which can be really dangerous.
Yeah.
I thought he had like close to 100 bigs.
Oh, Moad, ace-9 in the big against the hijack jam for 7.
Yeah, I think we got a call with this one. Ace-9 just doing too well. We are ahead of a chunk of that jamming range. We dominate some of it as well. Just too good of a hand. Too many king highs, queen highs, and pocket pairs worse ace-x in this jamming range. But the older generation tend to be on the tighter side, and he does just make a nitty fold. It's not going to be losing him a whole bunch of money, so it's not like a completely outrageous fold, but I think we do need to be putting the chips in there.
Hello.
All I need now is my 20-leg parlay World Cup accumulator to come in, and I'll win 45 grand.
How many? 20?
20, yeah.
Are they like outrageous?
No, not at all. It's all like France to beat Senegal and stuff. You know, it's like all of the big European teams and Brazil and like some Denmark in the group stages and stuff like that. Just all of them solid favourites to win their group stage matches, basically.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's definitely doable. Definitely doable.
I can't. Why can I not say I'm Bulgarian and I can't say his name? Petleshkov. Vilian Petleshkov with 7 bigs and Joseph Moad with 8 at the bottom of the counts by quite some margin. They're going to both be looking to initiate the spinners. The blinds go up to 80,000, 160,000 now. Meaning we just have 400 bigs in play in the tournament with 16 left.
Yeah.
So average stack around what 400 divided by 16, 22, 23.
Something like that. So on the outer table, Mazen Halabi got it in with a pair of queens against Kabaze's pair of 7s, but Kabaze running good as well. Flopped a 7 to send Halabi to the rail. And that's what brought us down to 16, I think, or perhaps 15. No, 16. Must have happened already.
Hasn't happened already.
Hasn't happened yet.
It's fine. We're on a.
It's in the next couple of minutes.
We're in the matrix.
We're in the matrix. But that is what's going to take us down to 15 any second now. Hard to get the timing exactly right. Langar in the cutoff. Opening the 10-8 off. A little out of line, this one. These hands not performing super well at this stage of a tournament with big ICM pressure, opening the chip leader on the button. Don't like this spot. We block a lot of hands that are going to fold, kind of middle of the range hands. And we can be defended against by dominating hands in the big blind. So this one we should just be sliding into the muck really, and Marquardt going to punish him a little just by peeling the button, but that does make Langar's life very difficult, and you can see Marquardt has him pretty crushed. And the raises to 320, not to 220, big blind 160, so just a little slip on the graphics. Ashkenazi flicking in the defend as well with the 8-6 off. So Langar does have Ashkenazi dominated, but Marquardt got the best of it so far. Half the equity 3 ways, that's not too bad.
900k in the middle, every pot so crucial here.
And everyone just drawing dead. Langar can't even hit his gut shot because it would give Marquardt a full house.
Wow. It needs to come ace king.
It needs to come ace king, exactly. That is the only way anybody else is going to win this pot. Marquardt going to be loving life here. See what Langar decides to do. Does check. I think that's a wise decision.
Sometimes it is just your tournament.
Yeah, yep, every hand, absolutely smashing it.
He's already locked up a career best cash. Most likely on absolute cloud 9. Shout out to all of Marquardt's friends and family that are likely to be watching.
He seems to be a bit more calm and relaxed today. I think perhaps it was the pressure yesterday of like, I might get a big score here, to now he's kind of like got so deep that the expectation gets lifted a bit. You know, if in a big tournament like this and you've never been deep like this, it's quite a relief to even get to this stage. You know, like I'm close to the final table and I've got a lot of chips, so I feel like I'm going to make it to the final table a decent amount of the time no matter what happens, because all I've got to do is not do anything ridiculous. And he doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to just check raise and triple it all off, you know. I think he's...
Ashkenazi strikes me as the guy that's going to check raise and triple it all off.
Potentially this hand.
This come Queen, Jack, Jack, Rainbow. Checked around to Marquardt on the button. You find out a modest bet of 375, around 40% pot. And Ashkenazi has come with the min check raise from the big. All of a sudden here we have 2.4 million in the middle. Ashkenazi's out of position with 8 high.
Big pot brewing. Drawing dead from the very start, but drawing even deader now.
Yeah, and deader in the form of the 5 of diamonds. A lot of the draws, ace 10, king 10, 10 9, trying to make up hands that Ashkenazi may be targeting. Have bricked.
Yeah. Some of them picked up a flush draw. Don't know if Marquardt is peeling like a king 10 off pre or a 10 9 off pre, obviously, so probably unlikely. Even ace 10 off. Ace 10 off probably in there. King 10 off, I doubt. He maybe would free bet or fold that one. And Ashkenazi hits him with the down bet, 450 into 2.4. 3.3 million in the middle now. Ashkenazi drawing it deader than a dodo. And 5 on the river. Going to make Marquardt feel probably a little bit better. He might be worrying that he's up against a better jack, but I mean, shouldn't be too worried. Going to be a chop a lot of the time here. Now for him, if he was behind, Ashkenazi just firing away, just thinking, well, if I can get 10-9 of diamonds to fold or king 10 of diamonds to fold, which he obviously would, this is going to have some small amount of EV. But there's also the question of do people actually bet the
How much you have?
do people bet the king 10 and the 10-9s on the flop, or would they rather just check it back 3 ways to avoid getting check raised and being in a tricky spot on a paired board when they've got a kind of mediocre draw? I think they get checked a lot on the flop, so Marquardt's betting range is going to be very kind of polar. I think a lot of
5-5, yes.
strong queen X, jack X, and then some just random airballs. Yeah, I don't know about that one, mate. I know what you do. I can see the face.
I'm retiring from PLO 5 card.
Yeah, just jumping into tournaments.
Next year, mate,
Only
2023.
Only at merit.
2023.
It's not always like this, but you do see this kind of stuff, you know. These people are out there in every tournament.
I am going to look into some prop bets. So I got like 30k in live earnings. I've played like 5 live tournaments in my life. What would you say a good, and obviously this is without having to manage the expectation side of things, but if I was to put out a prop bet and say, okay, 2023, I'm going to cash
Well, it
for...
depends on your average buy-in, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm just going to start blasting like 5Ks.
What, are you going to play like the 200 to 500?
No, a bit higher than that. I think stateside, it makes a lot of sense to be playing like
2K.
Closer to like 500 to 3K, I'd say, because like some of these 3Ks as well. 250K.
Yeah, something like that. No, yeah, even a bit less. 200K, 250K. Depends how much volume you're going to put in. Obviously, like in America, probably about that. Actually, 250 in a good year. In a reasonable year, 250 seems reasonable. Let's assume that you play a tournament every 3 days. You play full time for the whole year, so you play 10 tournaments a month, 100 tournaments a year. Average buy-in 2K. So you're doing 200K in buy-ins, cash for 250K. You make 50K profit, 25% ROI.
Oh, that doesn't sound very fun.
That's the reality of being a tournament player.
That doesn't sound very fun. Have to give away heaps of that to my backers. Nah.
You can play more volume. That's a way to get around it. Or you can play higher stakes. That's also a way to get around it. So, yeah, I'd say go for the 300K mark. So aim high, 50% ROI, or slash would incentivize you to put more volume in. I'll bet.
And one time bet.
What, on cashes?
Yeah, cashes. I'd do a cashes prop bet.
So Moad, I was going to say effectively jamming. I mean, he's opening off of 7.5 bigs. It's opened to 2x. Ashkenazi has beat him to the pot out of the small. With the ace-5 of diamonds, 15 left, pay jump secured, and wow, Moad may be able to get Ashkenazi to fold the ace-high here. 970 in the middle, does just jam. A snap fold from Ashkenazi.
I'm right?
15 left. Deep into day 4 of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series Festival. Going to be playing down to a winner today. Said winner going to be walking away with over $200,000. $12,535 locked up. Next pay jump, 3K. We go from 15 to 12. Cecilia miss.
Again, I have big blind and your ace.
Mr. Victor.
And on the outer table, as already spoke about, Mazen Halabi, seat 7 busted with the queens against the 7s of Basel Kabaza. 7 on the flop. Sent in packing. So 15 left. 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament going at it. Ace-Jack against Ace-9, and well, Marquardt finding the 3 outer. What do you know? 9, 8, deuce, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Queen of diamonds on the turn now, giving Marquardt that flush draw to go along with his flopped top pair, top kicker. Cecilmus picking up a gut shot. Marquardt with a bet of 425. Bricks out. Marquardt with the best of it, 1.9 in the middle. He's going to be up to 12 million. It's almost 20% of the chips in play. Absolutely steamrolling here.
I had queen. Big blind. Queen.
Absolutely steamrolling to 12 million in chips.
Okay, players, we start new table on Mohabbat Texas Hold'em 510 with minimum buy-in 500. So Mr. Gulzer, Miroslav, Karamapos, Yegor, Ion.
Wow, shout out to Dave. Hope he doesn't mind me mentioning his name on stream. Just reached out to me on Instagram, saying he's loving the stream and lives here in northern Cyprus. Cheers, Dave. I will be getting over to you, mate.
Only me? We together? All in.
Ah, Krasnilkova.
Not together anymore.
Shipping it in. So 14 left. We just saw on the outer table. Dmitry Gromov from seat 2 out against the Kings.
Oh.
Seat 4.
Good.
So 14 left. Dropping like flies.
Huh?
Should be the go and no.
For all in. No. Good hand for all in.
It's 14. Oh, they go fast.
Put it on my shirt. I want to put off this.
Langer defending the big via the cutoff open. 20 big blinds effective, 14 left. Monteanu, pretty new to this table. Haven't had the chance to see much of him over the last couple of days. He's out here getting it done. At around 6 million chip mark. Langer with the check call, the 2 overs. Does brick out, 1.3 in the middle. Feels like a mandatory bluff. Doesn't love the fact that he has the Queen of Diamonds in hand, but it does block the nut straight. Also unblocks backdoor spades. He is reaching for chips. Doesn't have to go that big, and he's very aware of that. Really a big fan of this sizing, just trying to fold out the ace highs of the world. Trying to fold out the 8x, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s. Really credible sizing. And he does get the fold from Monteanu. Langer up to 4 million now. 25 bigs. Came in today with just 6 big blinds. $1.3 million in total live earnings. Looking to add 200K to that here today. Number 4, Iran's all-time money list. A win here today would secure him his biggest career cash. Came first. EPT Barcelona freeze out event number 1 for 88K earlier on in the year. Trying to find his largest cash. His largest cash came in 2018. EPT Barcelona. Oh no, it didn't. It came here. It came here in this very event back in 2019. 2K warm-up. Took it down for 161,000. So he's been here before, chat. He knows what he's doing.
All in.
How much is it?
A lot.
Roughly? 20 big?
Now with the check jam, small blind v big blind.
Hmm?
3,800,000.
3,800,000. All right.
Marco just going to jam from the small into our favorite Mawad. He's going to need to call this off. It is for his tournament life. 1.5 million. Blind v blind. I know he doesn't like it. Incredibly tight. But he can't fold his way to victory in a spot like this. Throws the time extension in. We are on a pay jump of sorts. I say we're on a pay jump. 2 spots away. So we'd need 2 people to bust the outer table. It does make the call. Marquardt with the King 8. Chip leader of the entire tournament. Mawad in the big
Very fast
with
call.
the ace 9.
I have 10 blind.
Good luck.
5 to come and a king in the window. If it's your tournament, it's your tournament, chat. I keep saying that. But he's now 2 cards away from being up to over 12 million chips.
And
Marquardt looking to hold here and score another elimination, and he does. We lose Mawad in 14th. Valiant run from him. $12,535 going his way. And then there were 13, chat. We are on a pay jump. 2K pay jump. No, 3K pay jump. I do apologize. 3K ladders for days.
Juicy.
Juicy.
Muad eliminated.
Muad
hits the rail. That is unfortunate.
Got it in good.
Against Marquardt by any chance?
But the suckouts.
When it's just your day.
Bad.
We have got absolute mountains over there. 1, 2,
12
3,
million.
4, yeah, 5,
20% of the chips in play, 13 left. Must be nice. You doing the math on the 20%?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've given up on that kind of thing. I just believe what it says on TV.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the guy that's just going to be like relentlessly leading into the middling stacks due to ICM.
He's just taken all the very, very obvious spots so far, basically. Like
yeah.
All the kind of hands that play themselves. He hasn't really had any super difficult spots, to be honest. They've all just been very like, I've got ace queen, I should raise.
Yep.
I flopped top pair, I should, put chips in. Kind of deal.
Someone's check raising against me when I've got
trips.
trips.
Yeah, exactly. Petleshkov all in from the hijack for his last few big blinds. 4.5 bigs or so. 10-9 suited. Definitely good enough. Marquardt on the button. Interesting one.
I mean, this is where I start thinking from an ICM perspective that it's actually an aid to have someone like Petleshkov in the tournament from an ICM point of view. Just going to lean into the other stacks when there's someone so short about. There's a 3K ladder between 13th and 12th.
Yeah, definitely applies a lot more at the final table.
For sure,
it is a thing for sure.
Yeah, that ICM noose, if you will, the handcuffs get tighter, a lot more closer to 6, 7, 8-handed.
Yeah, Marquardt makes the call, which I think is a reasonable play. Ace high going to be the best hand a bunch of the time.
The board has come 9 high for Villian. Is this going to be
the comeback?
Well, firstly, the comeback. The demise of Marquardt. Is this going to be the turnaround? So he picks up an additional 4 outs on the turn.
I wouldn't count this as a turnaround. 4 bigs. I think he won't mind too much. Is what it is. There.
725.
725. Yeah, whatever. 4.5 bigs. It was a fine call. Weird because Marquardt's taken some spots have been pretty good and he hasn't played bad. Like, I mean, he's definitely played well. So he obviously, I'm a little confused. Perhaps he just plays a bunch online and his nervousness comes from just playing live. Because it's live, he doesn't play live very often, but he has a bunch of experience playing online. Because he only had like 200k. Oh no, 45k. That's right. Absolutely nothing on the Hender mob, but perhaps he plays online. I don't know. Germany. You never know with the German Hender mobs either.
It is Joshua, right?
Yeah, definitely Joshua. And he's definitely German.
Shout out to Dennis Marquardt from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
$196 in total line earnings, all earned in one cash. $125 daily event at the Aria in Las Vegas.
Oh, well, that was the lad's bachelor party.
Yeah, I'll flick it in. Wow, I only gone and bloody cashed it. 25% rake
from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, mate. Like right out in the sticks of the Midwest, and they've just gone on an absolute lads on tour 2015. Right. Little $200 for poker. We're going to set aside, flick in the 125 daily.
Yeah.
Love that. Fantastic.
I'm surprised how many Marquards there are. I thought it would be a lot rarer than that.
Ming cashed it. Oh, lad.
What's that? 14 results for people with the Marquard surname.
Yeah, that's interesting. Whoa!
6 Killbanes, huh?
Number 1 out of the Killbanes. Let's go. I've only cashed 1 tournament.
Well, am I number 1 out of the Worthington leases?
Oh, I would hope so, mate.
You don't need to search. I'm only joking. What about Worthington?
Coleman Killbane. Are we related somehow? You know, the annoying thing is these pigeons, alright, when they're playing poker, people ask them their name. They're going to start getting asked questions like, are you related to Henry Killbane by any chance? Worthington.
You're a dreamer, aren't you?
You're an absolute dreamer, Houghton. Marquardt with the ace queen.
Oh, lots of Worthingtons. Am I number 1 Worthington? I am.
I would hope so,
It's ordered
mate.
by money, so...
No, it's not.
It is?
No, it's not. I was 3rd on the list.
This one is... oh, yeah, okay.
If you go back to mine...
I thought they normally were. Oh, yeah.
3rd.
So
I think it's ranked by the GPI ranking.
Oh, yeah.
Fairly sure it is.
They don't have one. Oh, no, you've just known. Gotta take my first name out. Marquardt here, opening the cut-off. Ace queen off, eventually gets the fold from Nina in the big blind. When it's just your day, adds another easy pot to his stack. I got more than all the other Worthingtons combined.
And then some. Like
there's quite a few of them as well. How many? 20 almost.
22.
22. Wow. That must be my brother.
What, Jay Worthington?
Could be, yeah. Is it in like
£2?
Manchester?
What?
Could be some kind of free, but no, it's probably not my brother. He wouldn't be playing that.
It can't be £2. That's got to be a 20
Did the
quid
tournament
buy-in.
finish? Yes.
Well, you're in the depths. We're on like the Twitter algorithm late at night where you end up watching cats wearing tutus and stuff. Now we're deep in the Hendon mob hole. Random people called Philip Worthington with 1 cash, £25 freeze out. The 2008 at Dust Till Dawn.
The really sick thing is when you find like some random hero with just like 100k in cashes from the peak poker days, like 2009, 2010. And I don't just mean like the one-off cash. They've got like 20k score, 30k score, 20k score, 30k. So they've got like a few decent scores, and then they just disappear. And their last tournament's like...
Go on the English all-time money list. I'll show you something I stumbled across the other day, which I thought was... It caught my attention. It was just like somebody I'd never heard of with heaps of cashes. Go to page like 3. Okay, 2. Scroll down a little bit. Lucy, 4th one down from the top.
Okay. How did you find that?
I was just doing this. I was looking through the English all-time money list the other day.
2003 Lifetime Achievement Award. Did you Google her?
Nope. But I asked Guy Taylor and he knew who she was. Used to be a legend back in the day. Basically was just like super aggressive before anybody was aggressive and just ran over everyone using her image of being a lady. Look at all these cashes, man. 1.3 million. There's like, for context, we're looking at the Hendemore page of a lady called Lucy Rockach, spelled R-O-K-A-C-H, who has $1.3 million in cashes. 91k biggest cash is like 100th on the English all-time money list still, despite her first recorded cash was in like 1991.
Well, and the fact
the most recent one was in 2012.
She's passed away, one would assume.
And yeah, she was an older, just a kind of elderly lady almost, I would say. Maybe not elderly, but definitely getting on a little. Just putting the hammer down everywhere she went.
4 firsts in a row as well.
Yeah, I've got that.
Love that. What, down at the Red Inn?
No, on Bratislava.
Nice. Man, what a grinder.
Yeah, crushing it.
Jump back into this.
We've got an all-in and a call on the outer table.
These are Oh man.
That one, I think.
Yeah. It was Pico. Oh no, is that Alice?
Isai.
Oh, Isai, yeah. Alessio Isai.
He's all in. He's all in with what looks like King 8.
That can't be it. This is the wrong one.
Yeah, it must be. There's seat 3 all in. And seat 4. Cool, it could be, man. He could have lost a massive pot here. And
could be a 3-way all in.
It looks like he's only got 600k in front of him.
Yeah. Another time bank.
What happened to his eyes stack then? Who's got it? There's only 3.5 mil. Oh, I guess must have been gone here. 500k chips, yeah. In position as well. Makes sense. That is our man Kabaze.
Yeah, spoke to him this morning. He was like, oh, I told him we were doing commentary. Told him to tell his friends and family. And he responded with Yalla.
Yalla. Fair enough.
Which I'm fairly sure means praise the Lord.
You'll always live again.
Let's go. Come on.
Okay. High morale.
In Arabic. Does make the fold. Didn't want to, so 10-8 suited for Alessio. Ace, Queen of Hearts. He gets the phone out. Phone is out. Queen, Jack, 8. 1 pair and a gut shot. How about 2 pair on the turn? Breaks out and Alessio gets the double. 100% has to win if he tanks for that long on that board. 100%. Like, unless he's tanking with like 6s for that long.
Wasn't it all in pre?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But on that...
Oh, on this board he must have won.
On this board,
yeah.
When he tanks, he has to have won. Unless he just had Ace-Jack.
Yeah. Ace-Jack or King-Jack suited or something. Probably folds quicker. What was the biggest stack? 1.2 mil. 1.3, 1.4-ish maybe. Which is only like 10 big, so he could have had some relatively weak stuff, I guess.
You don't have ace. Ace, you good.
You get him instantly. That's Yalla, not Yalla. Henry just getting told off. Immediately.
Getting scolded by Fifi.
Reprimanded for making pronunciation errors. It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa.
She does remind me of Hermione a little bit.
She's going to come storming in any second. I think that's fine. Hermione's a nice character.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it wasn't an insult. It just reminds you of her. Good.
This is when you said Leviosa.
Yeah.
That is a great scene. That's my favourite Harry Potter as well.
Yeah.
The original.
Original. Queen 9 suited for Ashkenazi under the gun and bumps it up to 500k despite only playing around 12 or 13 bigs. He's like, I don't care, I'm in for the 3x. I've got ace queen suited, what are you going to do? Marquardt making the defend, interesting one. Wouldn't have expected this to get defended all the time against this size. But Marquardt perhaps just noticed that Ashkenazi's big sizes aren't necessarily always super strong.
Yeah, also on cloud 9 as well, just has all the chips. Feel like he can't lose a hand.
Yeah, it does have a lot. But Kabazi also got a big stack. Been able to get a count.
Oh, Ashkenazi just snap jamming the 10-6-5 for 1.7 into 1.2. You just love to see it. Things you love to see. Poker in the Merritt Crystal Cove.
It's just like, this is my pot.
Just playing for 200k. 13 left.
Why all in? Because I got queen high and I want you to fold.
Pure power poker. No, he's got aces, mate.
Yeah. Visualize. So you don't want me to call? No, I don't want you to call. I've got queen high.
Too much risk, yeah. Okay.
Double up here, double up there. Double up here. Cook.
So, Lucy Rokak, English professional poker player, was born in Cairo, Egypt. She also commentated on the popular late night poker television series with Jessie May during its 4th season.
That's wrong good all the way.
Wow. Highest ITM in the main event, 26th.
Decent. Very, very deep.
Other winners of the European Poker Lifetime Achievement Award: John Duffy, Devilfish, Dave Colclough, Marcel Lusk, Bruno Fitosi, Jessie May.
It's so cool. Okay.
Old school.
Old school.
Looks like our man has been eliminated for the final few chips. His name escapes me, but got it in with the King Queen against the Ace Deuce. And flopped a pair, but it was not good enough against the top pair. And he leaves us in what, 16th, 15th, 14th? Oh no, we're miles.
12,
Yeah, of course, 12. Sorry, I had a little break a minute ago, so I forgot I've missed some action. 12 left.
12 left, mate.
Oh, it's getting very exciting now.
I mean, the final table, I think we're out of here in 4 hours, mate. 10:30 p.m.
Do you reckon?
Well, it depends how long the festival is, like the intro to the final table. You're in for a treat, mate. Don't think you've been here for the final table intros.
No.
It's a big old celebration. Langer with a set of 5s. It's Ashkenazi, 1.9 million in the middle. Langer going to be up to 7 million now. What an absolute spin.
It's a 7 mil now, Langer. Very, very nice stack. Comfortable. Especially as there's a few short stacks around still, I think. Obviously, we have just seen one double on the outer table and another one bust, so not quite sure what the shortest stack is at the moment. It'd be good to get the full chip counts. Ace 5 suited now in the cutoff for Langer.
Wikipedia is so random. Got me diving down some massive rabbit hole now. English poker players.
Hardly any on there. There's literally like 50 people, if that, on this list.
Yeah, and it says this category is for noteworthy professional amateur poker players based in England who have placed highly in major tournaments, such as the WSOP.
No, is Chidwick on there?
Chidwick's
oh,
on there.
Chidwick's on there, Charlie Carroll.
Haven't even got John Hayes on there. No. Got Oliver Biles on there though.
He probably wrote it and edited this page.
2 million, right?
Almost. 1.9.
Don't think Langer can fold this, cut off the... How much did he open for? Oh, maybe he can.
1.2.
12 bigs. Should we get you one made, mate?
Should I get me what?
Should we get you a Wikipedia page?
You're going to make it for me.
Well, I assume that's the only way you can do it, right?
Yeah, I don't know how Wikipedia works.
Need to get you on this list as well.
Commentators.
It's more than 1.6?
You on there?
No, don't want to be. Langer does let it go. Langer's just absolutely cruising, mate. He's up to 6.7 million.
I know, he's having a grand old time. Ashkenazi pulling it back a bit as well after blasting it off earlier with the old 8-6 off check raise, triple it off on a jack queen board as you do. That one didn't go down so well, but got the queen 9 suited bluff through just now, gets the 10s through, back up to over 2.5 mil.
What a day it's been. Langer's previous, current, best live score comes from taking down this very event back in 2018.
Oh yeah.
Number 4 on Iran's all-time money list. Everyone currently guaranteed $15,420 for their efforts. Next jump is going to be when we get down to the final 9. 5.5K ladder plus a package. So a pretty big jump from 12 to 9. All things considered, given the buy-in.
What was the name of that website you used earlier? For the sport. You don't have to tell me over here.
So Krasanilkova defending the big. Ace of hearts in hand on the 9-7 tray.
Pretty good board, all things considered. Really small bet from Marquardt as well. We could peel or we could check raise. I think call is fine. We're going to get to showdown enough of the time when we check call. I think people give up a little bit too much on these boards potentially. But yeah, check raising is a pretty nice power play. We can just jam then on a 6, a 10, heart. We could check on an 8. We can check on an ace. Does make the call.
Well played. Nice to see her playing post, sticking around against the chip leader, not getting pushed around.
Yeah, 6 on the turn. So it's nice in this line if we've check raised, then we can shove and we get a bunch of folds on this because so many of our check raises on the flop made a good hand now. 10-8, 6-8, 4-5 all made a straight. 6-8 made a pair, so people might not perceive you to bluff that one as much. And 10-6 as well, same thing, made a pair. But in this check call line, I'd expect us to just check call again now. Marquardt just absolutely going for it. And Casanova now, after having picked up equity, you see the call happens a lot faster. You know, first it was quite a, do I quite have the ability to call?
Wow.
Yeah, we'd love to see a lead all in for Krasnilkova here. I think that would be very, very cool play. Great blockers to jam with. Going to have so many flushes in our range. Going to have so many straights that can play this way, and just not going to be a great range over a great card overall from Marquardt's range. But Marquardt just going for value, decides that perhaps Krasnilkova would lead her value on the river, so his king is going to be good, and he's just going for value against those one pair type hands that have check called down. So nicely sniffed out and takes down a nice pot. I think Krasnilkova could have won that pot a few different ways.
Mate, Saudi Arabia is huge.
Yeah.
Holy.
And that.
It's interesting from like a geographical point of view, just how close we are when we're here in Cyprus, like Lebanon,
next
Jordan,
country over, really.
Israel, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, it's just all a stone throws away. Yeah, it is. It's literally next country, yeah.
down here.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess that's part of Egypt. I do apologise. Yeah, Israel, just across the border.
What you had?
You're gonna see later.
But it was on the board? On here?
We'll find out. Don't be so
Of course I will.
Yeah, wait 5 minutes. 10 minutes delay, right? You're gonna see it.
How's that?
30
That's
minutes.
cool.
30 minutes delay.
That is Yemen.
30 minutes delay.
30?
Nice.
I would love to go on like a
cannot wait,
like a camelback tour or something through some of these countries. The reason I mention it because World Cup has started and Qatar are down against Ecuador in their first match of the World Cup.
Nice. Yeah. My accumulator apparently I'm down to a bowl already. I don't really understand why that would be, but can't cash out anything. I was guessing it's because the game started. Even though they're not in my, I don't think they're in there. I don't think I put them in.
Oh, have a look, mate.
Yeah, no, interesting.
You know, I'm running so hard.
Ashkenazi opening the 10-7 suited in the cut-off, being punished by Petleshkov out the big blind, rejamming the deuces. Love this play. I think calling here definitely a big mistake, especially against somebody like Ashkenazi.
It does.
Cool.
Wow. Makes the call with the 10-7.
Nice call.
What is going on here? This is an absolute suicide call from Ashkenazi. He's got incredibly lucky to be against deuces here, but
I think it's just because he opened to like 3x.
Oh right, he made like 500k or something.
Yeah, his typical open size, and Petleshkov, well,
absolutely drilling that flop. 10 and 2 spades.
For your hand.
Wow.
Petleshkov just drawing to 1 out now. Ashkenazi going to be scooping a 3.5 million chip pot. That seals it. Drawing dead on the turn. We lose Petleshkov in 12th place.
One of the best players left in the tournament. That is good news for everyone else. One of the most accomplished players from Bulgaria. Out in 12th place. Going to be going home with just shy of $16,000.
Oh, wow. England around my first match, so who knows what's going on. There you go.
So you put, what, £30 on?
35, yeah.
35. I like that. Without seeing the rest of the games, but they all look...
It's all the ones that should be a real lock, you know. 20. I just picked 20 games. All should be like a decent lock.
Yeah.
Teams with a strong history, good current team. There's no like, you know.
Yeah,
there's going to be obviously there's going to be a draw. There's going to be some draws and I just get wrecked, but it is what it is.
But if it just comes in, you just like it should.
Yeah, it's like it should. If there's any justice, then we just ship 42 bags.
11 left here in the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series warm-up event. Not often we get warm-up events with 200k for first. Feels like a main event.
Yeah, it really does. It would be a very satisfactory main event.
No break?
No break?
Oh, fuck. It was break.
No break. This could be a final table break, Langer. That man, however, has done an incredible job. Young Persia, I say young, he's older than me. Persia man, looking to go back to back.
It was break, right?
Well, I guess not back to back, but he's won this event before.
But maybe because one...
He knows how to do it. He's got a lot of experience playing for 6 figures as well. Ashkenazi, 4.5 million now. He just likes playing hands, doesn't he? Like if he enjoys, if he likes the look of the hand,
yeah, then he plays it.
Doesn't care.
If it's suited and it can make a straight, min.
Or a flush.
Or flush.
Yeah.
That's why I said suited.
Yeah. I was talking about referencing like the last hand, but yeah, that would make sense.
Suited and can make a straight. I remember my first time playing poker as well, mate. It's all right.
That's all right, mate.
Ash and Marquardt with absolutely mountains. Look at that colourful stack.
Look at the size of it. Like, we're in Europe as well.
Yes, real sturdy castle of chips. Ashkenazi adds to his up to almost 5 mil as well. He was down to 10 bigs not long ago. Bit of found himself in a fortunate situation after raise call in 10 bigs with 10-7 suited and absolutely drilled it. Well-timed bit of luck.
Did you know that you can actually make a flush with one card in your hand?
You can, yeah. Unless you're playing unless you're playing Omaha.
Wow. I feel like some people in the Omaha streets think they only need one.
Same thing, isn't it? Montiano in the hijack, 10-2 suited into the mark. Langer on the button, ace-8 suited, definitely not going to be to the mark.
Bit of an annoying spot for Langer having the chip leader on his direct left, but hasn't slowed him down from picking his spots and chipping. Oh, well, this might be one of those annoying spots for him.
Yeah, Marquard's not been super out of line. Makes it 1.1 mil. Very reasonable. Could go a little bigger, but not too much need to. Ashkenazi gets out of the way with the 6-2 suited. Back to Langer. Definitely be tempted to peel this one. Or even jam, potentially, if he thinks Marquard is at it enough of the time here. Suited aces do pretty well as a jam, but I think this one's strong enough to just call. We do all right against some of the kind of offsuit Broadway bluffs, potentially some weak ace-x in there. But it does decide to just let it go. But that's a little bit on the tight side for me.
No break after that? No, I don't think so.
No break. If we want to go to
2 hours.
the toilet.
Yeah, after 2 hours they should have a break, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we make a final table break and we keep playing for now.
Krasnov absolutely seething.
Needs to go to the bathroom, I believe.
Maybe.
Pretty, yeah, they have got a point though, I think.
Really?
2 hours is a long time to go without a break.
But wait a minute, please, because it's not break. Okay, I will tell.
I fold a big hand now. I'm gonna see what you have.
Hold a good hand?
Yeah.
You have to.
That's a great response.
Marquard not taking his foot off the gas.
But
Opening the 5-4 off on the button. Ashkenazi peels one out the small blind with the Queen 9 suited. Wants to see a flop. It's very in his kind of wheelhouse, the Queen 9 suited, as we were saying. Flushy, straighty. And Montiano waking up at the opportune moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, neither of his opponents with much of a hand.
Yeah, gonna just get it through, but we do know Ashkenazi likes to see a flop, so I wouldn't rule out a call just yet. Yeah.
Oh, he's absolutely
he wasn't
beaten to
even
the pot.
close by the sounds of it. Yeah, by the looks of that. Well, not even close to a fold, so Queen 8 was going in.
Absolutely beating him to the pot.
This is a great spot for Montiano. SPR just over 1, so not too difficult to get the chips in should the situation arise, but that is a pretty dry flop for Montiano. I wouldn't be surprised if he just checks this one back.
I wonder what, like, the feeling or the kind of inner dialogue going through Ashkenazi's mind is right now when it comes to Ace King 4. You're just seething. You
Yeah,
put
he's just
1.2 and you're like, how is this the flop? How is this the flop? 15% with top set.
So let's get out of the way. Thought he was maybe just seeing red there and was like, that's very small. I'm all in! But no, he does dodge the literal bullets. Nice pot for Montiano. Up to around 6 mil.
Thank you.
Only 5 here and then 6.
How much you have? How much you have?
So 5-handed at this table. Main feature table as the blinds go up to 100,000, 200,000. For 200,000 big blind ante. That means there's only 300 bigs in play, mate. So average stack less than 30 big blinds as we close in.
Mathematics.
On the final table. First final table of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series Festival. At least the first streamed final table, I should say. 209,000 for first. 9 packages up for grabs, by the way, for the top 9 spots. So some weird kinds of ICM coming in once we get down to the final 10 due to a pretty significant pay jump between 10 and 9th.
Yeah.
Not just in the form of cash value.
There was a hand on the outer table right around now. There were 2, maybe two that we haven't mentioned.
It's coming up in 8 minutes' time.
Yeah, they're going to go on the stream?
Yep.
Okay, great.
For those of you wondering what this voodoo is, we are on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game. And we've got the very talented Share Hands crew. Quite easily the best production poker crew in the world.
Yeah.
They do absolutely everything. Always shipping their gear around America, Europe, Asia, Australia.
No, nothing personal.
They're here with us at the Merit Crystal Cove. Oh, I love final tables. I love getting really nerdy, talking about ICM and stack off thresholds and just table captain leaning into the middling stacks. Well, you want to bust in 7th, do you, mate? Do you want to lose $100,000 in ICM value?
Yeah, it's a very interesting arena, for sure. Marquardt playing almost 70 big blinds. Definitely plays online all the time. Like, there's no way that you open this if you don't play online all the time. It's just straight up not having that Hender mob. He just doesn't play live very often, or is like some kind of tax dodge. German Hender mobs are always suspicious. So yeah, recreationals don't realise that they're supposed to just open 8-3 off because they're chip lead on the final table bubble where there's 200k up top.
Jumping out to the outer table. Ace-3 for seat 6. Sorry, seat 8 with Ace-3, seat 6 with the Queens. All in at risk. Who is the all-in player?
Not sure.
Okay, so the Queens are going to hold. That's Lubovetsky, right?
Yeah.
Bracelet winner, 2-time bracelet winner. Wait, what? That's heaps. Oh, was that Lubovetsky that just like piled with the Ace-3, did he? That looked like button v
Must
big
be,
blind.
Yeah, must have been.
Wow.
Open, all in, and then the Queens hold for chunks. So Lubovetsky's just 3-bet jam like 25, 26 bigs or something like that.
Yeah.
30 bigs, maybe seems reasonable, very reasonable.
It is the type of sicko to take that spot on a final table bubble. Crescent Hilkefer getting very short.
Yep, only playing around 2 million now, which is 10 bigs. Despite being absolutely smashed by the deck all day, sometimes it still is not enough.
Yeah, you know, big pairs can only get you so far in life. You know?
That is true, yeah. And if you hold on to them for long enough, they'll get you a long way. You know? If you can keep getting dealt big pairs.
I mean, sometimes it is just your tournament. I remember seeing some tournament runs where players didn't have to do anything other than just click cool.
Yeah, I've had
an
experience like that before where
All in.
It just didn't matter what I did, I was going to win, you know, because I was getting so many good hands and they were all winning. And Krasnokova does find a hand to put it all in with for her last 10 bigs. Ace 10 off in the cut-off and should be getting this through. Can't see Ashkenazi calling it off. Shows the ace. Everyone satisfied? Happy? Yes? Okay, good. Give me.
I love poker. I absolutely love poker. Just love that people from all over the world can flock to an island in the Mediterranean in a place called Crystal Cove.
Just to play cards.
2K buy-in with literal thousands of dollars.
Like a house. You could, if you win this tournament, you could just go to the Cyprus hills and buy like 3 or 4 bedroom villa with a swimming pool.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, literally.
Just like, okay, I'm going to just raise a family here. Like,
and then rent that out to poker players.
Yep.
Come back, win another tournament.
Yep.
The cycle repeats. Wouldn't it be nice if that really happened? I'm going to win the mix max. I can feel it.
I have a funny feeling you're going to do well, man.
You said to me before, a couple of years ago, that I always have a heater at the end of the year. You noticed that I always have a heater at the end of the year, which is actually very true. I had my biggest heater ever at exactly this time 3 years ago. And now it's...
I said that too. Were we in Bali? Were we?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you what? Because you won a tournament in Cambodia.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Which is also at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It was in November, right now. So.
Yeah. Add a little merit trophy to your cabinet.
Yes. Oh yes. I'm definitely winning it. You heard it here first. At least final table. I'm in the zone right now.
I must say, talking to you about poker now, compared to 3 years ago, I can tell that you've put in a ton of work.
Yeah. Decent bit.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable to talk poker with you over the last couple of days.
Thank you, sir. You gotta be keeping up these days. You can't get caught up. You can't stay behind. You know, you can't. If you don't do any work, you're just gonna get left for dead.
Two new Ecuador for anyone interested.
Very nice. Langer in the cut-off, facing the 3-bet. Marquardt putting the hammer down.
Yeah.
Langer starting to feel like he's having to fold to a lot of 3-bets against Marquardt. Probably regretting folding the ace-8 suited, but I mean, I could see him 4-bet jamming this one too. It's not a bad combo whatsoever. This is a spot I would take, perhaps not in like a, I don't know, 200k up top. It's tough to pull the hammer, tough to put the hammer down here, but in a tournament where I didn't really mind about it, you know, if it was like a relatively small tournament, I would have no trouble shoving here. So I think that's a sign of perhaps where I'm going wrong in bigger tournaments, but.
See if he can find it. Less than 4 hands to go. Marquardt got the 3-bet through, gets it through again. Yeah, cruising up to 25% of the chips in play of 11 left, 14.6 million. Setting the tone for how things are going to go down here. I got a funny feeling that everyone else is in trouble. That man's in trouble. Lubovetsky.
Yes, super short after that. Slight, not a blunder, but just ran into it. Took a spot.
So it looks like we've got a 3-way hand brewing here, Leo.
Yeah, Lubovetsky all in for minimal.
Yeah.
Player in seat 1, check calls, the flop.
Oh, let's wait till we see the flop.
It's a good idea, isn't it?
6 deuce, 2-tone.
So Lubovetsky is all in.
So those are 500Ks. He's playing around
3 mil.
Yeah. Between 3 and 4. Big chips at the front, please, sir. Got a call, I see about 300K. 5 of hearts on the turn. Does present backdoor flush draw. Pretty tense out there, isn't it, Leo?
It is. This is one of the most anxious kind of parts of a tournament. Am I going to make the final table? Am I not? How am I going to arrive at the final table? Because a lot of hands can happen between like 15 left and final table. That's a longer period than a lot of people realise, I think. And each hand worth progressively more and more money. Real chips, like you can assign real dollar value to the chips in the pot now. That's how ICM works. Once the prize pool is finite and everybody is getting paid a certain amount is when ICM comes into play. So each chip does have a real dollar value right now. Each pot worth real money.
Alicia's been getting busy since that double.
Yep.
Seat 1 going to lead into the river. Oh, so it's a very small blocker bet. Looks like we're going to be losing Lubovetsky in 11th place as the wheel has been tabled. I see 1.
Yeah.
And we are on the stone bubble. Yeah, final table bubble here. The Merit Poker Vintage Style Series. And then there were 10 more, man.
10 left.
I don't even think it's going to take us to 10:30, although we have got an hour-long dinner break. So
okay, that's nice. Marquardt, what time is that?
When we get down to the final table.
Oh, right, straight away. Marquardt has a pretty commanding lead at the moment. Haven't seen anybody with close to 10 million, I don't think, even on the outer table. Maybe around 10, but yeah, Marquardt pulling out a pretty sizable chip lead in this. He has like over 20% of the chips now, or around 20% of the chips. So very, very good spot for him. He's got 2 chips for every 1 he could have if he were an average stack. So he must have. What's the average then? Let's not do this again. 10, 6.2 mil, easy.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, okay, so he's got 2.5 times the average.
Got 20% of the chips in play.
He's got heaps. Munteanu defends the button with pocket 9s. I think that's definitely the right choice, playing 26 bigs, no reason to just get it in pre. And definitely going to want to call 1 on the flop. If we expect Marquardt to be opening super wide and just c-betting all the time on an ace-high board, then we obviously have an easy continue. Eight of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Marquardt may decide to slow down with this exact hand. Probably choose worse hands to bluff with, because there's not much better he can get to fold. He'd really be targeting like exactly 9s and like Queen Jack with a backdoor that has a bit of equity that he wants to fold out, but there's just not enough hands to get to fold here, so check-in makes the most sense. And expect Munteanu to check back, but could definitely see like a small bet, quarter pot, 20% pot bet, just to try to get a cheap showdown, not face a bet check bet, and it looks like what he is going to go for. Does make it quarter pot, 535.
About 10 million.
Oh.
Do you have short? What happened here?
Should have been paying attention, Christopher.
Mid-hand to the guy in hand. What's happened here? Yeah, I'm actually busy playing a hand at the moment. Check, check on the river, I imagine. Munteanu played this line so he could just check it back. And sees the good news. Wins himself a nice 3 million chip pot, up to 7.5 mil now. Lining up nicely for the final table.
Yeah, I accidentally did it to a friend of mine earlier on when we were coming out of the booth. He was in the middle of a hand in a cash game, and it looked like a really intense pot, but I didn't see his cards in front of him. And he was just like sat incredibly stoically. I was just like, you're right, mate. I just put my hand on his back and then like seen the amount of money in the middle, and like they're like 5k effective going to the turn. was like, oh, sorry, mate. Just like, slide on out of there.
Yeah, error.
Mid-hand. Just gave him a big old slap on the back. Just scared the life out of him. Sorry, Morel.
King jack off for Ashkenazi in the hijack. Makes it 950k to go.
Up the boys.
Up the boys. The 5x to go. You want to go? Let's go. And unsurprisingly gets that one through. I found my strategy when I want to get it through pre-flop. 5x.
I'll just start check raising with 8 high on like Queen Jack Jack boards and that.
Then isn't it hand by hand?
Sorry? Should we play
Shouldn't be hand by hand?
No.
No hand by hand.
Why? 5 to 5.
Hmm?
Why hand for hand?
Hand for hand for the final table.
It's final table.
That's why you have this. 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's got a point, to be fair.
What?
Yeah, he's like, that's why you have this. The clock and time banks.
Keeps it pretty much hand for hand.
Yeah. That's very true.
Langer, ace jack offsuit on the button, 24 big blinds. Knows now that he cannot fold this one if he gets 3-bet my Marquardt once again. And we may well see exactly that. King 8 off, pretty decent kind of candidate to go for.
It's nice.
Get some better offsuit King X to fold. Just putting the pressure on a whole chunk of Langer's range, but Marquardt does decide to get out of the way. Doesn't want to just be overdoing it. As we said, doesn't seem like the type to just kind of blast it off. Seems like he's going to have a decent bit of discipline. Ashkenazi defends the big blind with the Queen 10 off. 9-7 deuce rainbow. Ashkenazi says, I'm having that. That's a bit of me. 9-7-2. I've got loads of strong hands.
2 overs, backdoors for
days.
days.
9. He just bets 800k.
Been a rough couple of orbits for Langer. Was up to around 7 million. Couple of open folds against the chip leader,
I
and
think
now
the ace-8 suited was too tight, I have to say. Feels like considerably too tight as well. Like we've left a bit of money on the table that hand. Something about it just standing out to me. Easy to get super run over there if you're folding ace-8 suited, you know, especially when it's that dynamic button versus small blind chip leader. Like I think that's he's done himself out of a potential pot there, especially in position. But it is what it is.
So we will be going on the delayed dinner break when we get down to the final table, which made a lot of sense. I like the ruling from the floor personally. 11 left. They're like, look, there's no point sending 11 of you
away for an hour.
Away for an hour, yeah.
And 2 of you are going to come back and bust in like.
And then we're going to have to do another break for the final table.
Yeah.
For those of you watching over on YouTube, if you could go ahead and hit that like button, really helps us reach a wider audience, bring more people to the game. 200k up top. Love to see it. I love asking the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat to just, you know, give a little back. in the form of a like, and I just see the numbers slowly go up. Shout out to the people that just click like.
250 people watching. That's not bad.
It's not bad at all, mate. That's just on one channel.
That's just on one channel. We will grow this. Merit worldwide. Merit international.
Oh, I mean, everyone that I've spoken to, man,
loves
it.
Know,
I was speaking to Smolka, speaking to some of the Bulgarian guys, and they're just like, how are people not coming to Merit?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
So I feel like we've discovered Bitcoin at $100. we're in early.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Ashkenazi puts in the free bet 2 mil. I'm in 5s. What do you want to do? Thought so. Up to 6 mil.
Just annihilates people, doesn't he? Just likes running the table over. Marquardt. The assumed. We're assuming he's the silent assassin. Krasanilkova with another big pair.
Yeah, no, he 100% is. This is like high level ICM play he's done so far. The 8-3 off, like, there's just absolutely no way that any like, even most.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm 100%.
Like,
sure.
it doesn't take that much to explain to someone, hey mate, you're the chip leader.
Nah.
You need to be opening a lot of hands.
Nah, he knows. Sizings have all been really good. I was just suspicious yesterday because of the body language, live reads type stuff.
Right.
But it's just because he doesn't have much live experience, but he has a lot of experience playing poker for sure.
Oh, here he is, calling it off against Merit Poker regular Krasanilkova.
Again. Oh, that's not good news.
Final lady in the field. Love to see it. Jack 10 tray, couple of clubs. Running clubs, an option for the German.
Yep. Overcard, always there. Barry. Because she had a record number of pairs today. Literally just pair after pair. Free on the river, and she will survive up to 3.4 million. Little bit of breathing room, 17 big blinds.
Queens. Boom. Boom.
She just loves the game, mate.
Having a good time. Can't argue with that.
10 left.
Boom!
Final table bubble gets the hold. Edwin's saying if you just look at the Hendon mob, Langham must still be one of the favourites. Yeah, it's just been very unfortunate with the seat draw having the chip leader on his left
But now.
for the entirety of this feature table. And yeah, just been put in the bin on a few occasions due to the ICM dynamic at play here.
Okay.
They literally won't deal.
How much is the package worth it?
10K, I think. 4 tournaments, 10K.
Wow, 10K that ticket's worth. So we're currently on a 15K ladder. Because everyone's currently guaranteed 15,000 and change. Ninth is going to receive 20,000 cash plus a 10K package.
Yeah, big bubble.
So it's like
15, 20K bubble, 15K, right?
Yeah, 15.5K, which is so it's like a 2x ladder between
huge
10th and 9th.
And it's not even just a 15K ladder because
of course, yeah.
Let's say you're a good winning reg, you're getting further EV than just the cost of the buy-ins, you know, because each of those buy-ins is worth like a 30% ROI to you. So if you're getting given 7K's worth of buy-ins, you're actually getting given like 9,000 or $10,000.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Definitely some implications for how hands should be played.
Ashkenazi with the 4.5x. The Queen Jack.
He just doesn't want to go post flop. He's just like, I just don't want to keep playing hands. I want to just win chips.
Well, looks like we've got an all-in on the outer table.
Yep.
So the players head on over. It looks like our man Alicio has the aces. And Alicio's going to hold. Dude, Alicio's now got heaps,
Yeah,
mate. He's
he
got
was
like
in
10,
for-
11
he was
mil.
all in for like a bowl, wasn't he?
He was with the 10-8, yeah.
63, 64, 65, 20.
6.5 mil he's all in for, and it's very, very close because they're having to count, so he's going to be up to like 13 mil, yeah.
Wow. May even be the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, because there's a few chips in the middle already.
Random 800, 1 million, 600, 400.
You can see my cards after that.
I will.
Langer's just like,
You have a
mate,
good
you're
card?
so random. Oh, look at this.
I will show you this.
Aces for Marquardt when it is just your tournament. Yeah, so SI is going to be the chip leader at the moment because Marquardt down to 11 mil, but Ashkenazi.
Of course, only aces.
Call.
Wait, what?
I think that was all in snap call.
No, it wasn't all in. It was like a raise, right?
1.8, 3.2 million.
No, what is going on?
2 million, and Ashkenazi just snap calls half of his stack. If we see a king or a queen high board here, or 2 diamonds, Jack 10, 10-9 type deal, we're going to be definitely seeing Ashkenazi put the rest in.
So that's the elimination there. So we're down to the final 9. So we're definitely going on dinner break. The question is, are we going to be coming back with 9 players, or are we going to lose?
Or is Ashkenazi going to find some massive double up?
Even Marquardt just saying, you're acting like you don't care. Playing recklessly. 4.3 million in the middle. And wow.
Brick flop. I'd like to see Marquardt check.
Krasanilkova is just...
Doesn't care, there's a hand going on.
1.3.
You busted?
1.3.
Bets 1.3 mil. Ashkenazi only got 3 mil behind. Yeah, I'd say this is much too big. And we want to check or bet like 10% pot here. Interesting that it's hard to tell what's going on with Marquardt, man, because the sizing of the aces yesterday and this hand, now I'm like confused because he's done so much stuff that's like bang on. But I wonder if it's just because the spots have been really simple.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, just super simple, and it's like, how can you intuitively get this wrong?
Yeah.
But that hand as well, like that is a pretty big blunder.
We'll talk off air. We'll definitely talk about it off air. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going on an 45-minute long dinner break as the final table preparations are going to be set. And when we come back, we're going to be playing down to a winner, the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series with 209,000 for first. And we'll see you guys in 45 minutes for our first FT of this series.
Isaiah ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He will be in for this one.
Can't wait till we get to a stage where in the commentary booth just have a headset on and then it automatically translates anything we say
into multiple languages.
Multiple languages to all the people at home.
Then we'll have a lock-on commentary around the world.
100%.
I find it really interesting that Isaiah folded ace-8 off here in the cutoff. Really interesting.
image building.
Marquardt with the decision in the big blind, ace-4 off. Gonna make the defend. Could definitely jam this one. King of 5-3, 2 spades. Marquardt picks up a gut shot, and ace high still the best hand, but Petleshkov does have the betting advantage. Got a bit of backdoor equity too. Marquardt makes the call. Three on the turn, that doesn't change anything. Neither player going to have that much 3x. Marquardt's shown himself to be a little tighter than one might expect, so I would remove some 3x from his range as well if I were Petleshkov, but depends how much they know against each other. Petleshkov not going to have a whole bunch of 3x in his opening range, but there will be some. Petleshkov continues, blocking those strong top pair combos like this. Blocks king, queen off, king 10 off. Some of the hands that would be happy calling 3 streets. Knows that there are some flush draws he can get to fold, some gut shots, just cleaning up his equity a little bit. But Marquardt, non-believer, thinking ace high going to be the best hand here sometimes, as well as having a little bit of equity to the gut shot. And you can see he actually has 86% of the equity. So see what happens on the river. It's going to be hard for Petleshkov to pull the trigger on this one because Marquardt repping pretty strong here after just check calling twice out of position.
It's weird because you kind of do have some showdown value with queen high.
Yeah, you can beat some like 6-4 or some spades worse than yours, but Marquardt going to show ace high, and that is the best hand. Nice call on the turn, adds 600k to his stack.
This table, good luck to Nina and Katharina. Best of luck to both of them. Shout out to you, Carol, for getting involved in the chat. Do appreciate any kind of engagement from you viewers at home. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to take this down. Again, appreciate you guys joining both myself and Leo.
Hello.
For this one.
Levy opening it up under the gun, +1 with the queen 10 suited. So far, getting it through everybody. Schmolka picks up the queen jack off on the button, but early position raise, only 10 bigs, nothing to be done there. Aristotelos though, king jack suited in the small blind. She makes the call, seems very reasonable. Jam would be an option too, especially against a player like Levy. Going to be opening at much more than he should, so we're just going to pick up chips pre-flop a lot more. When that's the case, then shoving becomes a bit more inviting. But fine one to play out of position, going to flop pretty well a lot of the time, not too difficult to continue. You don't want to be peeling hands like 5s or 6s though here, because you just struggle on so many boards. Pretty dry board, misses everybody. 7-7 deuce, about as dry as it gets. Not going to be too much 7x in Aristoteles' small blind calling range pre-flop, but we know Levy's pretty wide, so he can certainly have a bit more than you might expect. Pretty easy c-bet on this one. And I think we'll see Aristoteles peel one off. She's got backdoor hearts, got 2 overcards. Turning a king or a jack, always going to be pretty comfortable. Makes the call.
Let's go. Love to see her just not getting pushed around much today. Obviously, going to be tough to continue on brick turns, but playing a good game here. And wow.
Fireworks. Go for the check jam, get him to fold the queen high with equity. I think we'll just see a check again.
970 in the middle. Levy with the snap jam.
Yeah, that's Aristotelos. Aristotelos probably going to just be forced to fold here, so. Again, you see how quickly Levy acted?
Yeah.
Look once again. We have a no showdown value. Semi bluff. It's just like he hasn't thought about her range really. He hasn't thought about much other than I've got a good hand to bluff. Same action, same read, 2 hands in a row, and both been the same outcome.
Statolos to call off her remaining 1 million chips. Getting 2-1 on the call. You see, she actually has 86% equity.
Yeah, it does have a crush.
You know, she's thrown in the time bank chip. She had to call and get there. In her mind, get there. She assumes that she's behind currently.
Yeah, I mean, she can be ahead here. She can definitely be ahead. Like, it's plausible to see how you could be ahead here. You can be ahead of worst flush draws. You can be ahead of 8-9, 10-8, 10-9. We know that Levy opens wide. He can have 4-5. He could have some random blasts with like Jack 10 or something, you know. We can definitely feasibly be ahead or have good equity against a hand that we call against if he has like pocket 8s or ace 6 or something like that. Like, we've obviously got 2 overs and a flush draw, so it is a pretty close one. Pulls it off, love it. And she's just going to be miles ahead.
Wow, Levy's going to see that and just be like, no way.
Wow, you call the flop and call this?
Good call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow. How you call this? The flop, how you call?
What do you mean the flop, how you call? What do you think? She's just going to check fold king high with a backdoor flush draw on the flop. 3 hearts on the river, both make a flush, but Aristotelos. Can't stand people who needle players either. Like, I'm happy, really happy to see her hold there. Yeah. Shove it in his face. Nice call. Yes, Nina. That's it. Ladies on the same team.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm so hard done by. I got wrecked.
We're on a half-hour delay.
Ruined the whole tournament now. 6 deuce deuce.
Butterfly effect.
I'm interested. Yeah, I think I find it interesting that Isaiah just called here. Perhaps worried that her range that wanted to call in the first place is pretty strong, so doesn't want to jam into it. So, like, although she didn't want to 3-bet, she still could have like 8s or 9s or 10s or ace queen or something. So doesn't want to just jam into it. And she's going to know that. She also gets to know what happens, you know. So she's going to know she has to call it off if she has a pair. Ace of spades on the turn. It gives Krasilnikova the best hand after the flop goes check.
It's really observant, Isaiah. Got to give him so much credit. It just seems dialed in. He's picked up some some great spots, and I don't like using the word deserved in poker too much.
Earned.
But he's definitely earned his place in these final 3 tables.
Agreed.
Hasn't been through getting big hand against big hand. He's taken down.
He's just played really well.
He's played incredibly well.
Yeah, and it just makes another nice fold there. Like, she doesn't always have to have an ace here. Just because she's tried to peel pre. If anything, she's probably going to have less than you would expect if you read it as an accidental 3-bet, which it obviously was. So again, just like another discipline fold. Ace 7 off for Smolka under the gun. Playing 10 bigs. I think this one is a little bit too weak to shove here. Ace 7 suited, I think we can take, but the offsuit ones we're going to need, I think Ace 9 or Ace 10. Ace 10 probably. With some ICM pressure. Could even be Ace Jack. King Queen off for Cecilmus, +2, makes it 200k though. Playing a very healthy stack, 60 bigs, and Isaiah picks up King 10 off on the button. does eventually get out of the way, and round to Marquardt in the big blind with the 6-3 suited, playing 43 big blinds. He's going to make a defend, which I am totally fine with. Definitely a good defend. Very interesting flop here. King 6-5, 2 clubs. Cecilmis with a very strong top pair with the club in hand, and Marquardt flopping second pair with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This one can definitely get interesting. Marquardt can go many ways here. Don't necessarily, I think a bit shallower we can start to check raise and get this in, but I think at 42 big blinds we don't necessarily want to get that many chips in on the flop. If it does come to that, if we check raise and face a jam, we kind of have to call it off, and we're never going to have the best hand. We might be against a draw, but even that's not going to be amazing. It's going to be 2 overs with a flush draw. And a 4 on the turn. Marquardt picking up an open-ender now to go along with his flush draw and pair, but Cecilmis still with the best hand and going for value. He's at 475k. Oh, 600k, sorry, miscalculation from me. Looked like 475 to me. Yeah, it is definitely 475, not 600. Oh, no, he's jumped in 600. Don't know how I was missing that one. Okay, 600. Oh, an ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt improving to a flush, and Cecilmis has the queen of clubs in his hand. It goes check, and a quick check on the river. I think Marquardt definitely wants to lead the river on that one. Not much ace-x that Cecilmis would improve to when it's the ace of clubs. Different on a different ace, but Cecilmis is going to have a lot of king-x, and he can have sets, he can have straights, he can have, yeah, but we're mainly...
Welcome all of you here. Final 3 tables of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. 300 of you watching over on YouTube. For those of you watching over there, if you could go ahead and hit that like button to signal to us that you're enjoying this content. We've got plenty more coverage this festival coming up over the next 10 days or so. Got the High Roller on Tuesday. Really looking forward to that. Some big names going to be playing in the 5K High Roller.
All the B-knocks.
All the B-knocks, as well as the main event next week.
Ace-5 suited for Marquardt in the cutoff. Bumps it up. 200k to go. Cecilmis in the big blind. 7-8. Flicks in the defend. All very reasonable stuff so far. Queen 8 deuce. Cecilmis flopping the best of it. Middle pair. Marquardt, bit of a whiff. Fires out to c-bet. Just over a third. Cecilmis not going to be going anywhere. Flicks in the call. 5 of diamonds on a turn. Marquardt picks up a little bit of showdown value now, so we may see this one slow it down. Diamond naturally going to slow the action down anyway. Expect to see it check. And it's an ace on the river. Marquardt running out backdoor 2 pair. Pretty good bluff for him, pretty good card for him to start bluffing as well. So Cecilmis probably going to rule out some flushes on the turn. A lot of the hands that check that turn are going to be perhaps some Queen X with a diamond, but also some of those like 10-9 offs with a diamond, quick Jack 10 offs with a diamond, and pretty natural card for Marquardt to bluff with his whole range. So you might see Cecilmis get sticky here. It's gone relatively big. I mean, I think it's actually pretty appropriate for this. Not too big actually, pretty appropriate. Half pot.
Sometimes it's just your tournament, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes that is true. Big time.
Sometimes you just reg and the poker gods have looked down at you regging and be like, you know what, it's going to be that guy. That's the guy that's going to win the tournament. Marquardt just a few bust outs away from locking up one of his biggest career cashes. 24 left. Everyone currently guaranteed $8,430. 3 more bust outs until another 1K ladder and the final 4-figure score. As Silmus does let it go. Marquardt up to 6.5 million. Good for 10% of the chips in play. 10% of the chips in play with 24 remaining. Not in a break. Then when we come back, gonna have the final 2-table redraw break as well when we get down to 18.
Max Verstappen absolutely steaming ahead, as predicted.
What was your parlay?
Yesterday.
Yeah, because you parlayed your money over, right?
I meant I just.
That's a very tight fold. Sorry, just from
What did he fold?
Krasenilkova folded ace 10.
Really?
Yeah, ace 10-0.
It's easy when you just get dealt kings every other hand, isn't it? Ace
Yeah,
10-0.
you keep getting big pairs.
Bottom
You know.
of range. My parlay, no, as in I just parlayed my winnings from the UFC over to.
I know what a parlay is. I was asking how much did you parlay on?
Oh,
Max?
like 600 quid or something.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
1.63
for Max to win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal. Just such an unbelievable price, I think. With things the way they were, so.
Very nice.
So yeah, hopefully lock myself up a little tidy 350. 350. We'll see, but so far so good. He's absolutely crushing it. It's hard to see how he's not going to win this so far. Ace King 10 9 2 diamonds. Silmus firing the turn with his 10 after the flop goes check check. Pocket above. Obviously peeling one off with his king. So Silmus probably just check this one and he can win at showdown against the 9. I think that's probably a little bit too good to turn into a bluff. We can definitely have worse. Does check, and Prokopov just going to check it back. King, good.
DC's commentary, but that's another thing.
He's alright. Sometimes. Gets a bit much, others, but I'm alright with it.
It's just annoying because you know that he's actually lived it and experienced it, and he's like been in the ring. I think that is obviously a requirement, but still.
Cove picking up another big pair. Big pair alert.
Loves the big pairs.
Under the gun, makes it 250 to go, and Smolka with his last 7.5 bigs, probably just going to want to put this one in.
Yeah.
It is pretty gross though, knowing Krasilnikova a bit on the tighter side. Haven't really seen it get out of line. Don't have any fold equity, but does slide it in. And Krasilnikova obviously going to slap him off when it gets back to him. So Silma's picked up 6s, but I think facing this action, it's just got our head into the muck. Does make the fold. Zaya though, very interesting spot for him. 9's in the big blind. This is very, very close. Only playing through about 30 bigs effective with Krasilnikova as well. This is super interesting. Very keen to see what he does here. Don't know what I would do. Yeah, I think I would. I literally don't know what I would do here. This is one of those spots. Under the gun 2.5x. Smolka all in versus +2. I think I fold. I absolutely hate it, but fold.
8-handed.
The 2.5x absolutely terrifies me, and the fact that Schmolka is jamming with no fold equity also terrifying. It's like at worst ace queen or ace jack, I mean, and I don't know, 7s plus, 6s plus maybe. So we're doing okay.
Wow,
But yeah, very
well
disciplined.
played,
Nice fold, but I think it's the play we have to make. And yeah, he's going to be very happy with that. He had the black 9s as well, so.
Sai's just been absolutely dialed in today. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Potential to go really deep here.
Agreed.
It's not. It's not.
1.7 in the middle. Queen on the flop.
9 and 10, yeah. Wait.
I have 2 9s.
No.
No, it's
Drawing
just
dead. Schmolka, unlucky sir. GG, nice run. Not much you could have done there with that card distribution today. Sometimes just not your day, but Silna Cove having a hell of a day. Running very, very well this tournament.
Yeah.
Up over 4.3 million now, 43 bigs.
Too many girls.
It's kind of friendly thing to just do.
I think the dealer literally just told her as well.
What are you doing? Got stacks of 20.
Aristoteles needs to be really careful. I just saw her kings flash then on the table before they even popped up.
Really? What do you mean?
The way she lifted her cards up, I think.
Oh, you saw her hand?
Yeah. I think Asaya. Did he point it out? Or did he see it?
375 coming in hot. Perhaps a bit of a sizing tell there. After making it 200 and something every other hand, 210, 220. In for 375.
What happened? You raise?
Yeah.
I really hope she doesn't. Oh wow, Marquardt.
Grim spot, but
King Queen
definitely have
suited.
to call absolutely hating this, to be honest. This is like a super niche spot because it happens so rarely, and it's a pretty solid read about this kind of sizing thing, especially when you've had like she's had multiple opens to 200k. You could genuinely just fold this because this is going to be so much ace king, and it's such a big size, and you're out of position, and it's not super deep.
Oh wow!
Yeah, fireworks.
King high flush draw for Marquardt out of the big. 900k in the middle. SPR has already been reduced significantly due to the 3.7x open from the kings from under the gun.
Yeah, if Aristoteles just bombs it here, it's going to be really interesting to see how Marquardt decides to proceed.
$900k in the middle. Looks like
raise announced.
Yeah, pretty small sizing. 1/3.
300. Okay, cool. Marquardt just seeing what the effective stacks are. I might just see him check jam here because there's already so much money in the pot. But
oh no, Leclerc's in first.
Yeah, it's because Verstappen just pitted. Leclerc hasn't pitted yet.
Okay, Marquardt
all in
the check jam.
Yeah, we just got no option but to call here as Aristoteles.
This is just where Marquardt's just hoping that she has ace king, ace queen. I like the jam.
Yeah, seems pretty fine. Just as the pot's so bloated. So if she ever bet fold something like ace king, it's a huge win. But yeah, there's no folding here.
Don't know how many of those she's got left.
Yeah, she has flicked in a few.
Wow.
A 9 outs twice for Marquardt, biggest spot of his tournament career. Already locked up.
Yeah, this is a huge part.
Career best. I guess it's just like 10% of the chips in the middle. If he can get there, it's going to be up to 10 million.
Yeah, this will be chunk.
There's 62 million in play.
Queen on the turn, picks up a couple extra outs, can do the running trips way, but Marquardt needs to find one of those 11 outs. Aristoteles 75% favourite to win a huge pot here.
Wow.
Oh, and it's the ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt making the nut flush, scoops an absolutely massive pot up to 9.5 mil. Aristotelos disappointed there. Nothing you can do though. Nothing you can do. Good game. Unlucky.
Wow, Leo.
Yes, it was lucky.
Currently 200 of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Appreciate all of the support. 10-7 deuce, bottom pair for Marquardt. It's going to fire out a bet. 870 in the middle. Don't expect Ashkenazi to go anywhere with the 2 9s. Kostanokova seems somewhat frustrated. Would have turned top pair, understandable.
I had Queen Jack.
Yeah?
Yes, I had Queen Jack. I don't know what.
You will find out. You will find out.
Small blind feed cut off, and Levy has found himself a tremendous spot here. 25 bigs, has bang on average stack. It's a very aggressive opponent. May just come for the old 3-bet induce rather than jamming, just given how active Cecilmus has been.
Yes.
Looks like he's thrown out the old green chip. One of the 500s. I like this. I really like that he's gone for the 3-bet induce.
your phone?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. And sugar, where is
So Silma's gonna just make the call. 1.7 in the middle. It's gonna play the nines in position, and well, ace, ace, nine. Full house for Cecilmus. 1.7 out there.
Yes, I asked them to.
Air conditioning is
Yes.
breeze, you know?
Mr. Rafi, Mr. Ram, watching the Mama 510, Mr. Ram and Mr. Rafi.
Does just come.
All in.
Oh wow. He actually goes for the raise.
אהבתי.
Levi with the snap jam.
תראה, אהבתי. תראה, בוא תראה. באמא שלי. זוג ולה, זוג 9, אסס 9.
סבלנות.
הוא פס 6.5 מיליון. זוג ולה, אס 9, אסס 9. נודר, באמא שלי. לאין זונה אם ראיתי כזה שחקן חלש אי פעם. Good game, eh?
He does have 4 outs.
איזה שחקן חלש, באמא שלי.
This is rail over. Come and sweat this one out with him. King of spades changes nothing. Ace or a jack only. 3 of clubs on the river, and we're going to lose Levy
Nice.
in 21st.
Unlucky with
And is rail over sweating the final 2 cards for that.
Good hand. Nice flop.
Very good.
Like full house, boom. When he start to...
Strategy works.
No, good. Right.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Raise?
It's raise or call?
400.
400.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm just asking.
400.
Just making sure it's not a green one, right?
Nineteen players remain. Next feature table could be after the redraw. Cecilim's going to win this one at Showdown. Fair play to Marquardt here. Really putting Cecilims in the bin. But Cecilimis, having none of it,
Time is up.
calls it off with the king six.
Not at the hand?
Until he has time bank, it's not that hand anyway.
What you have,
Not
sorry?
automatically?
King 6?
No, no. It's go automatically time bank.
No.
Been looking at property rentals in Cyprus all day today. Seriously considering it.
Considering what? Just living here.
Just living here. I've been looking for a base for a long time anyway.
Are you allowed? Is there a limit to how long you can stay in Northern Cyprus?
90 days. Oh, in Northern Cyprus.
Yeah.
Oh, as long as you want.
You can just come here and that's it. No
we
problem.
shouldn't really talk about this on air, but
Okay.
like, you know,
Got ya.
as long as you want.
Okay.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Wow.
sorry, 90 days.
90
wink, wink.
days in every 180.
That's what I meant.
Got
yeah.
ya. Got ya.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't
no
it?
Doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
It is very, very chilled. I wonder if I might get a bit bored though in a place like this. You know, almost too chilled.
I know what you mean.
Need a bit of crazy distraction every now and then, but I guess you can just fly somewhere because you're
Well,
like
you
2 hours from continental Europe.
Or you could just go down to Paphos or to
Yeah.
Nicosia or, you know.
True. Muad facing a bit of a cooler with his last 5 bigs. He's all in with the ace queen. Marquardt has picked up kings +3.
How much?
Ivanov finding pocket 8s in the cutoff, and he's only playing around 12 or 13 big blinds himself. Interesting to see what he decides to do here.
I'm rooting for Mawad in this spot.
I know
I'm
you
gonna
are.
lie.
You love him.
I don't want to. You're meant to remain impartial in the commentary
+3
booth.
hijack, only 5 bigs for Muad. I think Ivanov might end up all in here, you know.
Wouldn't surprise
Say
me.
there's a good chance.
12 big blinds, 12 and a half bigs.
Yeah.
Could you just, that's all right, no worries. We'll jump back into this.
I just what?
It's all right, we'll talk about it afterwards. We'll talk about it afterwards. Marquardt.
I don't know what I've done.
I'll tell you now. Marquardt got to call off. Sometimes it's just your tournament. Sometimes you
Ivanov
just
folded, huh?
reg. He did. Yeah,
Nice.
got away from
Disciplined. He probably just thinks that Muad's
it.
tighter than he's
I
supposed to be.
personally just go broke there.
Yeah, me
at
too, I
all
think.
times. 17 left.
Especially when there's a big, relatively big stack opening, but Muad does still have 30% equity. Looks like there's been a flop, but we don't know what it is just yet, or maybe she's just letting out the hands.
It's just laying out the hands. We are on a 2K ladder. Do we lose 2 more players? Is Mawad going to be one of the final 2 heading home
Ooh,
with
he is not at the moment.
10,760? There are 2 cards to come. 1.5 in the middle. 9 of hearts on the turn changes nothing.
No help, no king, no heart in Marquardt's hand. Needs to be a king or a king.
Yeah, I mean, he's been drilling rivers today, not today.
Not this one.
Well, not this one,
Muad
rather.
survives.
Okay. Yeah.
13 big blinds to play with now.
He's just the boss. He's just like, looks over to him, he's like, lucky. go, mate.
Those, yeah, see? Inexcusable to not go.
It happened! Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Get showed the boots.
Still in the Cove, picking up a pair in the big blind. Should be flicking it in. Oh my god, it's only 7.5 bigs, so no way out of this one.
Aristoteles with the not
Not much.
Love that.
That's a great one. I'd be like, okay, you don't have a very good hand, but cool. That's what that screams to me. So
Yeah?
when somebody says not much, yeah. Unless I really think they are an amateur, complete amateur, then I'd be like alarmed, very alarmed. But she strikes me as a lady who's said not much before, you know. So, but fives, it doesn't matter. Fives is just mandatory. It's cool. For this many chips.
Does make the call. She doesn't like it. So she's going to be flipping.
Wow. It's easy call.
It's easy cool. I hate it when people say stuff like that.
Yeah.
Women fight.
What I can do, it's call.
Good luck.
Yeah, for sure, no?
So first flip of the day. It's come ace king, 28 left.
Yeah, get some breathing room here. She came in super short.
Oi, the old 2 across. 2 pips. Runs out clean, and Aristoteles gets the full double up to 1.3 million. Over 15 bigs now.
Yeah, a bit of space for sure. Good start to the day.
5.
She was very, very short, I think. She had way less than 10 bigs when the day started.
Gonna use Google Translate to see what Chrissy in the Facebook chat is saying.
Surely gotta be good luck.
Is that what you're going for, yeah?
Yeah, good luck followed by a name. Let's go, Mrs. Katia.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, isn't it?
Same thing, mate.
It's ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He will be in for this one.
Can't wait till we get to a stage where in the commentary booth just have a headset on and then it automatically translates anything we say
into multiple languages.
Multiple languages to all the people at home.
Then we'll have a lock-on commentary around the world.
100%.
I find it really interesting that Isaiah folded ace-8 off here in the cutoff. Really interesting.
Image building.
Marquardt with the decision in the big blind, ace-4 off. Gonna make the defend. Could definitely jam this one. King of 5-3, 2 spades. Marquardt picks up a gut shot, and ace high still the best hand, but Petleshkov does have the betting advantage. Got a bit of backdoor equity too. Marquardt makes the call. Three on the turn doesn't change anything. Neither player going to have that much 3x. Marquardt's shown himself to be a little tighter than one might expect, so I would remove some 3x from his range as well if I were Petleshkov, but depends how much they know against each other. Petleshkov not going to have a whole bunch of 3x in his opening range, but there will be some. Petleshkov continues, blocking those strong top pair combos like this. Blocks king, queen off, king 10 off. Some of the hands that would be happy calling 3 streets. Knows that there are some flush draws he can get to fold, some gut shots, just cleaning up his equity a little bit. But Marquardt, non-believer, thinking ace high going to be the best hand here sometimes, as well as having a little bit of equity to the gut shot. And you can see he actually has 86% of the equity. So see what happens on the river. It's going to be hard for Petleshkov to pull the trigger on this one because Marquardt repping pretty strong here after just check calling twice out of position.
It's weird because you kind of do have some showdown value with queen high.
Yeah, you can beat some like 6-4 or some spades worse than yours, but Marquardt going to show ace high, and that is the best hand. Nice call on the turn, adds 600k to his stack.
This table, good luck to Nina and Katharina. Best of luck to both of them. Shout out to you, Carol, for getting involved in the chat. Do appreciate any kind of engagement from you viewers at home. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to take this down. Again, appreciate you guys joining, both myself and Leo.
Hello.
For this one.
Levy opening it up under the gun, +1 with the queen 10 suited. So far, getting it through everybody. Schmolka picks up the queen jack off on the button, but early position raise, only 10 bigs, nothing to be done there. Aristotelos though, king jack suited in the small blind. She makes the call, seems very reasonable. Jam would be an option too, especially against a player like Levy. Going to be opening it much more than he should, so we're just going to pick up chips pre-flop a lot more. When that's the case, then shoving becomes a bit more inviting. But fine one to play out of position, going to flop pretty well a lot of the time, not too difficult to continue. You don't want to be peeling hands like 5s or 6s though here, because you just struggle on so many boards. Pretty dry board, misses everybody. 7-7 deuce, about as dry as it gets. Not going to be too much 7x in Aristoteles' small blind calling range pre-flop, but we know Levy's pretty wide, so he can certainly have a bit more than you might expect. Pretty easy c-bet on this one. And I think we'll see Aristoteles peel one off. She's got backdoor hearts, got 2 overcards. Turning a king or a jack, always going to be pretty comfortable. Makes the call.
Let's go. Love to see her just not getting pushed around much today. Obviously, going to be tough to continue on brick turns, but playing a good game here. And wow.
Fireworks. Go for the check jam, get him to fold the queen high with equity. I think we'll just see a check again.
970 in the middle. Levy with the snap jam.
Yeah, and that's Aristoteles. Aristoteles probably going to just be forced to fold here, so. Again, you see how quickly Levy acted?
Yeah.
Look once again. We have a no showdown value. Semi bluff. It's just like, he hasn't thought about her range really. He hasn't thought about much other than I've got a good hand to bluff. Same action, same read, 2 hands in a row and both been the same outcome.
Aristoteles to call off her remaining 1 million chips. Getting 2-1 on the call. You see, she actually has 86% equity.
Yeah, it does have a crush.
You know, she's thrown in the time bank chip. her to call and get there. In her mind, get there. She assumes that she's behind currently.
Yeah, I mean, she can be ahead here. She can definitely be ahead. Like, it's plausible to see how you could be ahead here. You can be ahead of worst flush draws. You can be ahead of 8-9, 10-8, 10-9. We know that Levy opens wide. He can have 4-5. He could have some random blasts with like Jack 10 or something, you know. We can definitely feasibly be ahead or have good equity against a hand that we call against if he has like pocket 8s or ace 6 or something like that. Like, we've obviously got 2 overs and a flush draw, so it is a pretty close one. Pulls it off, love it. And she's just going to be miles ahead.
Wow, Levy's going to see that and just be like, no way.
Wow, you call the flop and call this?
Good call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow.
Nice call.
Wow. How you call this? The flop, how you call?
What do you mean the flop, how you call? What do you think? She's just going to check fold king high with a backdoor flush draw on the flop. 3 hearts on the river. Both make a flush, but Aristotelos. Can't stand people who needle players either. Like, I'm happy, really happy to see her hold there. Yeah. Shove it in his face.
Nice call.
Nice call. Yes, Nina. That's it. Ladies on the same team.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm so hard done by. I got wrecked.
We're on a half-hour delay.
Ruined the whole tournament now. 6 deuce deuce.
Butterfly effect.
I'm interested. Yeah, I think I find it interesting that Isaiah just called here. Perhaps worried that her range that wanted to call in the first place is pretty strong, so doesn't want to jam into it. So, like, although she didn't want a 3-bet, she still could have like 8s or 9s or 10s or ace queen or something. So doesn't want to just jam into it. And she's going to know that. She also gets to know what happens, you know. So she's going to know she has to call it off if she has a pair. Ace of spades on the turn. It gives Krasilnikova the best hand after the flop goes check check.
It's really observant, Isaiah. Got to give him so much credit. It just seems dialed in. He's picked up some some great spots, and I don't like using the word deserved in poker too much.
Earned.
But he's definitely earned his place in these final 3 tables.
Agreed.
Hasn't been through getting big hand against big hand. He's taken down.
He's just played really well.
He's played incredibly well.
Yeah, and it just makes another nice fold there. Like, she doesn't always have to have an ace here, just because she's tried to peel pre. If anything, she's probably going to have less than you would expect if you read it as an accidental 3-bet, which it obviously was. So again, just like another discipline fold. Ace 7 off for Smoker under the gun. Playing 10 bigs. I think this one is a little bit too weak to shove here. Ace 7 suited, I think we can take, but the offsuit ones we're going to need, I think, Ace 9 or Ace 10. Ace 10, probably. With some ICM pressure. Could even be Ace Jack. King Queen off for Cecilmus. +2, makes it 200k though. Playing a very healthy stack, 60 bigs, and Isaiah picks up King 10 off on the button. Does eventually get out of the way, and round to Marquardt in the big blind with the 6-3 suited, playing 43 big blinds. He's going to make a defend, which I am totally fine with. Definitely a good defend. Very interesting flop here. King 6-5, 2 clubs. Cecilmus with a very strong top pair with the club in hand, and Marquardt flopping second pair with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This one can definitely get interesting. Marquardt can go many ways here. Don't necessarily, I think a bit shallower we can start to check raise and get this in, but I think at 42 big blinds, we don't necessarily want to get that many chips in on the flop. If it does come to that, if we check raise and face a jam, we kind of have to call it off, and we're never going to have the best hand. We might be against a draw, but even that's not going to be amazing. It's going to be 2 overs with a flush draw. And a 4 on the turn. Marquardt picking up an open-ender now to go along with his flush draw and pair, but Cecilmus still with the best hand and going for value. He's at 475k. Oh, 600k, sorry, miscalculation from me. Looked like 475 to me.
What's the thing? 3 million? I call.
Yeah, it is definitely 475, not 600. Oh, no, he's chopped in 600. Don't know how I was missing that one. Okay, 600. Oh, an ace of clubs on the river. Marquardt improving to a flush, and Cecilmus has the queen of clubs in his hand. It goes check, and a quick check on the river. I think Marquardt definitely wants to lead the river on that one. Not much ace-x that Cecilmus would improve to when it's the ace of clubs. Different on a different ace, but Cecilmus is going to have a lot of king-x, and he can have sets, he can have straights, he can have, yeah, but we're mainly...
Welcome all of you here. Final 3 tables of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up event. 300 of you watching over on YouTube. For those of you watching over there, if you could go ahead and hit that like button to signal to us that you're right. Enjoying this content. We've got plenty more coverage this festival coming up over the next 10 days or so. Got the High Roller on Tuesday. Really looking forward to that. Some big names going to be playing in the 5K High Roller.
All the B-Knocks.
All the B-Knocks, as well as the main event next week.
Ace-5 suited for Marquardt in the cutoff. Bumps it up, 200k to go. Cecilmus in the big blind, 7-8. Flicks in the defend. All very reasonable stuff so far. Queen 8 deuce. Cecilmus flopping the best of it, middle pair. Marquardt, bit of a whiff. Fires out to c-bet, just over a third. Cecilmus not going to be going anywhere. Flicks in the call. 5 of diamonds on a turn. Marquardt picks up a little bit of showdown value now, so we may see this one slow it down. Diamond naturally going to slow the action down anyway. Expect to see a check. And it's an ace on the river. Marquardt running out, backdoor 2 pair. Pretty good bluff for him, pretty good card for him to start bluffing as well. So Cecilmus probably going to rule out some flushes on the turn. A lot of the hands that check that turn are going to be perhaps some Queen X with a diamond, but also some of those like 10-9 offs with a diamond, Quick Jack 10 offs with a diamond, and pretty natural card for Marquardt to bluff with his whole range. So you might see Cecilmus get sticky here. It's gone relatively big. I mean, I think it's actually pretty appropriate for this. Not too big actually, pretty appropriate. Half pot.
Sometimes it's just your tournament, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes that is true. Big time.
Sometimes you just reg and the poker gods have looked down at you regging and be like, you know what? It's going to be that guy. That's the guy that's going to win the tournament. Marquardt just a few bust outs away from locking up one of his biggest career cashes. 24 left. Everyone currently guaranteed $8,430. 3 more bust outs until another 1K ladder and the final 4-figure score. As Cecilmus does let it go. Marquardt up to 6.5 million. Good for 10% of the chips in play. 10% of the chips in play with 24 remaining. Not in it break. when we come back, gonna have the final 2-table redraw break as well when we get down to 18.
Max Verstappen absolutely steaming ahead, as predicted.
What was your parlay?
Yesterday.
Yeah, because you parlayed your money over, right?
I meant I just.
That was a very tight fold. Sorry, just from.
What did he fold?
Krasnilkova folded ace 10.
Really?
Yeah, ace 10-0.
It's easy when you just get dealt kings every other hand, isn't it? Ace
Yeah,
10-0.
you keep getting big pairs.
Bottom
You know.
of range. My parlay, no, as in I just parlayed my winnings from the UFC over to.
I know what a parlay is. I was asking how much did you parlay on?
Oh,
Max?
like 600 quid or something.
Oh, nice.
1.63
for Max to win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal. Just such an unbelievable price, I think. With things the way they were. So.
Very nice.
So yeah, hopefully lock myself up a little tidy 350. 350. We'll see, but so far so good. He's absolutely crushing it. It's hard to see how he's not going to win this so far. Ace King 10 9 2 diamonds. Cecilmus firing the turn with his 10 after the flop goes check. Potkabov obviously peeling one off with his king. Cecilmus probably just check this one and he can win at showdown against the 9. I think that's probably a little bit too good to turn into a bluff. We can definitely have worse. Does check, and Prokopov just going to check it back. King, good.
DC's commentary, but that's another thing.
He's alright. Sometimes it gets a bit much, others, but I'm alright with it.
It's just annoying because you know that he's actually lived it and experienced it, and he's like been in the ring. I think that is obviously a requirement, but still.
Krasnilkova picking up another big pair. Big pair alert.
Loves the big pairs.
Under the gun, makes it 250 to go, and Smolka with his last 7.5 bigs, probably just going to want to put this one in.
Yeah.
It is pretty gross though, knowing Krasnilkova a bit on the tighter side. Haven't really seen it get out of line. Don't have any fold equity, but does slide it in. And Krasnilkova obviously going to slap him off when it gets back to him. So Silma's picked up 6s, but I think facing this action, this just got our head into the muck. Does make the fold. Zaya though,
wow.
Very interesting spot for him. 9's in the big blind. This is very, very close. Only playing through about 30 bigs effective with Krasnilkova as well. This is super interesting. Very keen to see what he does here. Don't know what I would do. Yeah, I think I would. I literally don't know what I would do here. This is one of those spots. Under the gun 2.5x. Smolka all in versus +2. I think I fold. I absolutely hate it, but fold.
8-handed.
The 2.5x absolutely terrifies me, and the fact that Smolka is jamming with no fold equity also terrifying. It's like at worst ace queen or ace jack, I mean, and I don't know, 7s plus, 6s plus maybe. So we're doing okay.
Wow,
yeah, very disciplined.
Nice
fold, but I think it's the play we have to make. And yeah, it's going to be very happy with that. He had the black 9s as well, so.
Saya's just been absolutely dialed in today. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Potential to go really deep here.
Agreed.
It's not.
1.7 in the middle. Queen,
Queen
on
high
the flop.
9 and 10, yeah. Wait.
I have 2 9s.
No.
No, it's
Drawing
just
dead. Smolka, unlucky sir. GG, nice run. Not much you could have done there with that card distribution today. Sometimes just not your day, but Krasnilkova having a hell of a day. Running very, very well this tournament.
1 3
Yeah.
Up over 4.3 million now, 43 bigs.
Too many girls.
It's kind of friendly thing to just do.
I think the dealer literally just told her as well.
What are you doing? Got stacks of 20.
Aristoteles needs to be really careful. I just saw her kings flash then on the table before they even popped up.
Really? What do you mean?
The way she lifted her cards up, I think.
Oh, you saw her hand?
Yeah. I think a sire. Did he point it out? Or did he see it?
375 coming in hot. Perhaps a bit of a sizing tell there. After making it 200 and something every other hand, 210, 220. In for 375.
What happened? You raise?
Yeah.
I really hope she doesn't. Oh wow, Marquardt.
Grim spot, but
King Queen
definitely have
suited.
to call absolutely hating this, to be honest. This is like a super niche spot because it happens so rarely, and it's a pretty solid read about this kind of sizing thing, especially when you've had like she's had multiple opens to 200k. You could genuinely just fold this because this is going to be so much ace king, and it's such a big size, and you're out of position, and it's not super deep.
Oh wow!
Yeah, fireworks.
King high flush draw for Marquardt out of the big. 900k in the middle. SPR has already been reduced significantly due to the 3.7x open from the kings from under the gun.
Yeah, if Aristoteles just bombs it here, it's going to be really interesting to see how Marquardt decides to proceed.
$900k in the middle. Looks like
raise announced.
Yeah, pretty small sizing. 1/3.
300. Okay, cool. Marquardt just seeing what the effective stacks are. I might just see him check jam here because there's already so much money in the pot. But
oh no, Leclerc's in first.
Yeah, it's because Verstappen just pitted. Leclerc hasn't pitted yet.
Okay, Marquardt
all in.
The check jam.
Yeah, we just got no option but to call here as Aristoteles.
This is just where Marquardt's just hoping that she has ace king, ace queen. I like the jam.
Yeah, seems pretty fine. Just as the pot's so bloated. So if she ever bet folds something.
It happened. Let's go. A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845. Show the boots. Even
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove. We are down to the final table of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Festival. Warm-up final table. Let's introduce our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shine for 9 players who warm up better than 405 other participants. They made a total of 624 entries, and the guarantee of $500,000 exceeded more than twice. The final time, they will share staggering $707,000 US. What a nice payday for the buy-in of just $2,200. So let's meet our finalists. Sitting second among the chip leaders from Italy, Alessio Isaiah. Окей. Хорошо? Да. Sitting in the third position with more than 3.3 million in chips. Guys, I wish you some love for the last lady standing. It's Nina Krasilnikova. Hello. The fourth position on this final table belongs to Iranian, who has 3.6 million in chips. Let's meet Milad Ohabian. The shortest stack, who's sitting in the middle, should be the locals' favorite, as he's representing Turkey. It's Ogur Özgür Seçilmiş. $7 million in chips, and I would like to see in number 6. It's Romanian, Bogdan Andrei Munteanu. Maybe 7th place this time will be lucky for the player who has 3.1 million in chips. It's Itzik Ashkenazi. And I would like to invite the guy who is running as a chip leader with almost 14 million in chips. He's German, living in Cyprus. It's Joshua Marquardt. And guys, last but not least, with 7 million in chips, representing Dubai, let's meet Basel Habaze. And dealer, please, shuffle up and deal. Good? Everything?
How you shuffle up? How you shuffle up the rooms? What's on the floor?
What?
So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the introduction for this final table. You know what? I'm a big fan of these intros. You have the names, you have the pictures come up, you have the whole casino floor watching you for what could be one of your biggest career moments. You have all of the staff kind of line up and create this catwalk to the final table. Big fan of the way Merit Poker treats their players all around, not just, you know, people that make final tables, but just in general. As we dive into this with some recognizable names, the final table of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series warm-up FT. And it is Joshua Marquardt leading the pack, but it is our pick of the day, Alessio Asaya, second in chips, right on his heels with 67 bigs. My name is Henry Kilbane, joined in the booth by my co-commentator and a bit of a live tournament whiz himself, Mr. Leo Worthington. Lee's going to be here breaking down all of these funky ICM spots. Leo, looking at this straight off the bat, anything that stands out in terms of like the current stack depths?
Not particularly. It's pretty normal for a final table. It's not often you get two stacks that are super close at the top. You often have one big chip leader and then a lot of middle stacks. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Those Kabazi, Montianu stacks are very coffin. And John Doe, we haven't had John Doe featured on the feed table. I guess a bit of somebody willing to stay anonymous, perhaps. Maybe not a real name.
Maybe just pop down the grocery store a couple of days ago and yeah, you know, these things happen. You end up making a final table and winning 200k. Who knows?
Exactly. And yeah, short stacks, nobody particularly short. 15 bigs is not forced into action just yet, so it could take a while for us to get first burst out. You never know, but Cecilmus is a bit of a loose cannon, as is Ashkenazi, so we could see some fireworks early on. You never know. Those two guys both absolutely love getting involved.
Yeah, Ashkenazi just went absolutely blasting on the final two tables, just really applying max pressure to everyone, even the chip leaders, just trying to push everyone around. And well, here we are, 9 players left. Have about 20 minutes or so left on this clock. So once the blinds do go up, I believe they're going to go up to, I assume, 125k, 250k. But it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, no, that would be it, surely.
It wouldn't surprise me if it goes to 150, 300.
That would surprise me. I would expect there to be one level in between.
We will find out as Marquardt kicking things off as the table chip leader. We're going to be seeing a lot of this, Leo, from him.
Yep, imagine so. No reason for him to do anything else. 2 Broadway cards, they make very, very good opens. Blocking top of the range is super important in ICM spots. Basically, pairs fare up a lot worse than they normally would because bad playability, not blocking top of the range that calls pre-flop. So that is a super important thing to factor in when you decide to put your chips in ICM settings. Blockers super relevant, Ace-X and King-X specifically, but these ones as well, Queen 10, Queen Jack, that type of stuff, you know, just some kind of Broadway combination, blocking the Ace Queens, blocking the Ace Jacks. But the thing is, the difference between blocking Ace Queen and Ace Jack now and at the final 2 or the final 3 tables is much different. It's much less significant now because people aren't stacking off with Ace Jack as often under final table ICM pressure. It's a much more like Ace King heavy game and maybe some Ace Queen. So,
well, first hand of this final table, Leo, we've got a 4-way affair with 7 deuce.
Ashkenazi just defending the big blind 4 ways with 7 deuce. Definitely what ICM solved ICM would consider a blunder.
Yeah, and Sechilmas flopping top pair, top kicker. Yeah. Marquardt middle pair. I mean, a bit of something for everyone. Krasinilkova with the 2 overs to 9s.
Yeah, not going to be loving that hand 4 ways. We know Ashkenazi does not like to fold.
A couple of flats here as well off of stacks that could have very easily just jammed.
Yeah, could have seen Cecilmus get it all in here for sure. Krasilnikova as well could have easily jammed her 9s pre-flop, but just decides to call. There's nobody super short either, so stack like Krasilnikova's or Cecilmus's, they're not like, they don't have too much to kind of protect against. It's not a massive worry if they bust next because they're kind of expected to bust next anyway if you're around that 15 big blind stack depth. So there's not as much pressure on you at the final table when you are the shortest stack or one of the very, very short stacks. ICM applies heaviest to the middle chip stacks.
Well, going to this turn card, SPR 0.5, and it's the King of Hearts.
Yeah.
One of the scariest cards in the deck for Sachilmas.
Yeah, definitely not the one you wanted to see. But he is in position, so going to be able to show down decently often. It's not the worst card in the whole world. You know, there are other hands out there, but it does connect with that check calling range on the flop a decent amount. But you just got to rationalise to yourself that there's also going to be some worse Jack X in there. There's also going to be some 10X in there. There's going to be some 8-9 suited type stuff when the opener is the chip leader. So you don't have to be super petrified. And you got to be aware as well that it's one that an aggressive opponent is going to turn most of his weak hands into a bluff on the river should the turn go check check.
My turn? What? Alright.
I'd be surprised to see him bet again though. I think it's just a check and evaluate on the river type situation.
Oh yeah, this SPR must be quite the daunting task to even think of any other size than all in. And well, what a sick old run out.
Marquardt running out the absolute nuts.
Casual 16 mil of the 62 in play at the end of the hand, at least 16
yeah,
mil.
he could get looked up by Sachilmas should he choose a kind of blocky type size. And it's an interesting one because Marquardt doesn't have very many natural bluffs, so I don't think we're going to, and with added ICM pressure on a board where somebody has a straight quite often, it's not a spot that I don't think it's a spot that we would actually have a big sizing super often. I think it's more of a bet small and bet often kind of mergey type spot. So you want to bet some of your better two pairs and you want to bet like pocket aces and stuff like that. Because you just want to block those and get called by the worse varieties of similar hands.
How much?
So like you want to bet your ace kings because you want him to call with ace jack.
1.3.
But you don't want to bet big with those, and you don't really want to split your range into having two sizes where you just bet small with two pair and bet big when you've got a straight, because there's not really anything else that wants to naturally go into the big size.
Yeah, and he gets snap called. Hand number one of the FT, Sachilmas down to just 2.5 big blinds after a pretty grim run out. The flopping top pair, top kicker, and our chip leader.
Those spots are really interesting when you are facing the block bet on the river because, like I said, there are so few bluffs. That's the reason we use small size and bet mergey, but it's mostly mergey value. It's not because it's so hard to find a bluff there. Like here, it's 8-9 only really. The check calls flop 8-9 suited. So, and then maybe he's occasionally betting like ace 10 that's worse. So it's quite a hard spot with the ace jack. I feel like ace jack is the worst one we would call. If we had anything worse, if we had ace 10, we should definitely fold. But even ace jack, in the real world, you probably never have the best, or you probably very rarely have the best hand when you call the river. Because I think most people aren't confident enough to go for value with ace jack on the river themselves. It's mostly like ace king, kings, aces, and obviously all the straight card combinations, and he can have every single Broadway straight combination and queen 9. He can have queen 9, queen 10, queen jack, king queen, and ace queen. So it's a lot of combos, and he can have offsuit of every single one of them.
Maybe a case of a runaway chip leader here. 28% of the chips in play. Everyone else kind of in the ICM bin until Sachilmas either manages to spin it back up or busts. The latter being the most likely, given his stack depth.
خليه مادية أنت قايم؟
That's the man we called out at the start of the day, Leo.
So yeah, we did say, I said it was my one to watch earlier.
Yeah. And then second in chips.
Yeah. Krasilnikova moves it all in here for our last 14.5 bigs, the ace king suited. Very reasonable shove. Sachilmas out of the way. Yeah, I think it's going to be a Marquardt, what's his name? Marquardt and Isaiah heads up battle for the title. That's my prediction.
Thank you.
Oh, already guaranteed his biggest live score today, although again, That is speculation on our part because a lot of Germans do hide their live results.
Yeah.
So it's always difficult to judge. But he has played, incredibly well in some spots. Doesn't look like it's his first rodeo in this situation, based off of
yeah, it's definitely
a
got
few
me a
hands.
little bit thrown because of just some hands really good, some hands a strange deviation from what would be considered correct when it doesn't seem to be too much reason to do so. So very interesting. Going to keep my eye on him for sure. John Doe in the full ninja get-up doesn't want to be identified.
I respect it. Remember sneaking out when I was 18 to go down the G. Parents thought I had a job.
Yeah, not sure he's 18 years old. Could be, but...
Oh, well done, Henry. You're just working so many long hours, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, Mum, overtime.
I know.
8 p.m. until 4 a.m. They got me on the night shifts.
Yeah.
What's this wad of cash that we found it up in your...
Good tips.
What, stacking shelves in Sainsbury's?
Yeah. Lots of people come in at night. They prefer to shop when the store is closed.
Oh, man. What a journey it's been in the last 10 years. So fun. It's Ashkenazi. Would love to see him build a bit of a stack, because I tell you what...
He'd be a wrecking ball.
Absolute wrecking ball. ICM? What do you mean, ICM?
Never heard of it.
Just be absolutely annihilating.
Marquardt, not sure why we're taking our time here. Seems like a pretty trivial fold. Does eventually make it.
Shaking his head.
I can't believe I've had to fold King 7 off here.
It's like, you're jamming into my small blind?
You come to my house? Gets that one through. Kabazi not willing to gamble with the 9-3-0.
He's so fearless, man. He doesn't give a
No, when
shit.
the big it come, you get out, but I can fold it. I can fold it.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
After, if we go out, then I can.
A defense's worst nightmare.
Shame of not being scared money, I guess.
I wonder what kind of defense that's referring to. Criminal?
I'm
Football?
I'm going to go football, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't think criminals of the world are out here printing off teas, kind of just going around advertising their...
No, but he's implying that he's a criminal defence's worst nightmare, as if he's the prosecutor. That's what that's what that would imply, isn't it?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, what if he's a big shot lawyer?
Yeah.
That would make sense. Oh, I'll have to ask him now. I'm curious, mate. Imagine if he just rocks up to the courtroom. You already know you're screwed if you see him.
Yeah.
You're on the wrong side of the coin when that guy shows up
Yeah.
with that T-shirt.
Because he doesn't strike me as the attacking midfielder type.
No, not at all. It sounds like overruled. No, not overruled or whatever it is. I haven't watched any Law and Order in 10 years.
Order.
Don't start.
Order. Order.
Oh, man.
Yes, that was how we used to gather the troops to let them know that we were ordering food when we were in Bali.
Oh,
We would call out the John Burko, Speaker of the House, order! And if we got enough orders in reply, Deliveroo was whipped open.
Deliveroo was whipped open regardless.
What was it called?
Grab.
Oh yeah, Grab. Yeah,
Was it
that's
Grab?
right. And it was like, I can get 3 chicken and rice meals for 4 days for 90p, and that will be an 8p delivery charge. Unbelievable.
Man, do love Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Great spot to just chill during the winter months in Europe.
Yep. And there's Aya opening under the gun with the King Jack offsuit here. Putting the blockers to work. Langer just calling under the gun.
Yes,
too, the King Queen
such
suited.
a grim spot from
Yeah.
an ICM point of view.
It's,
16, 17 bigs, 18
Definitely
bigs.
The play though, I think no folding, no jamming. I don't think a jam would be a big, massive blunder at this stat depth though, but I think call is going to be slightly preferred. It might be a mix with a call at a higher frequency. And we go heads up, king high board to make things interesting.
Well, indeed, 1.3 in the middle, 3.2 behind. Such a shallow SPR. Going to the flop. Must be some alarm bells in Asaya's head as well. Maybe some traps, although less likely due to the fact that there's a 2 big blind stack. So maybe Langer not incentivized to slow play monsters due to
it would
ICM.
be aces only if he did. Don't think we'd see kings or queens in there very often. His eye obviously blocking kings anyway. But puts in the C bet 500k into 1.3 mil, gets the snap fold from Langer, and that is fine. Can't just go peeling everything at this stat depth, even though we are in position. We just don't have enough strong hands to back up that call.
Yeah, literally aces, right?
Yeah. We can have like 9s and 10s, like they're obviously strong for our range. They would be pretty much top of our range, but we just defend those, and we defend when we've got strong front door equity like ace queen of clubs, king queen of clubs. Don't go floating back doors off 16 bigs.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
I was about to say, as a TLC, is it TLC?
Yeah.
Once said, don't go chasing backdoors at 16 bigs effective final table. Just stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to.
Fairly sure that's what they said. Right, I'm trying to find Ashkenazi on Hender Mob. He strikes me as a guy that's probably got a few caches. Like, he's just constantly in the mix.
Is that him many years ago? Nah, no. America. This is just American. Literally never cashed outside of America. Seems like the most likely one so far. Malta, EU, and DPT.
Yeah?
So I think that's the most likely one I could, yeah. I don't see.
Alright.
But it doesn't mean I'm right. Kabazi on the button, King 7 offsuit.
My guy. Yalla.
Yeah, chip leader out of the way. He's still opening into 2 stacks that cover him though, so I don't think I like this open with King 7. I think it's a little bit too wide considering we're one of the middle stacks and there's a very short stack and a couple of very short and like a couple of shortish stacks. I think Kabazi should just be preserving his stack as much as possible. His name of the game for him is laddering at the moment. Earning small numbers of chips doesn't really change anything. It's all about your position on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter if you have 400k more chips or 4 million more chips than the person who's behind you. You're still in the same position. Doe finds the kings in the small blind. Puts in the 4x 3-bet and gets the snap fold out of Kabazi. Up to around 8.5, 8.6 million now. 40 bigs, pretty comfortable.
So everyone guaranteed $20,000 in change for their efforts so far.
And the package.
Plus the package. I say and changed.
It's actually almost 21k.
Close to 21k. $20,975 plus the package. We are on a 7k ladder with a 2 big blind stack at the table. So everyone going to be kind of rightfully proceeding with caution and knitting out for the time being until...
Except for Ashkenazi.
Except for Ashkenazi. We wouldn't have it any other way.
He will certainly not be proceeding with caution. He'll be proceeding with ruthless aggression and reckless abandon. Quad letting go of the 7-3 in the hijack. He has got a pretty comfortable lead still. 17 mil or so. Very, very healthy stack indeed. Doe finds the 10-9 off on the button.
Look at this, mate. Got the Hendon mob putting a tweet out, and they can't even tag you.
Why not?
Because you said you don't have Twitter.
Oh, it's on Twitter. I do have Twitter.
Do you use it?
No, literally never. But I do have it.
Fair. I want to see out of these players. Wow, wow. Ugo with a 1.8 million score. What's this? Main event 2021. What?
Final table.
What?
One that Karai Aldermere won and Jack Oliver came third. Huh.
Wow, how did they only get 300? How did he only get 329 GPI points for that?
We've got an all in.
Yeah, Sire just straight in the bin.
Yeah, putting the hammer down, 40 bigs, you can't call, I got an ace, love this. Very strong ICM play. And there's no need to waste time. Come on, buddy, we got 10-9-0, you know you're not calling. This kind of stuff is very tilting to see as a player and as a commentator. Really is. Is it not? Does this not just like, you look at this and you're a bit like, come on, what are we doing here?
Yeah, yeah, fair.
You got 10-9.
More than fair.
What, are we using a time bank?
I'm like waiting, looking at the clock, waiting for the countdown to begin before marking your cards as well.
Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, max tilt.
Don't really know what that was all about, to be honest. Can't think of a single reason that he would do that makes any sense. But here we are. Live poker. 5th place in the main event, huh?
Yeah.
And aside from that, less than 300k in cashes.
And a lot of those cashes coming here.
In like 5Ks and stuff. Starting back in 2013.
Yeah, the
One,
original one. Just the one. First 5K, 2018. Yeah, a couple of close calls here. The Merit. Second at the Prestige Springfest.
And he picks up King Queen suited under the gun for his last 2 bigs. So this is definitely going to be going in. Could make it just a little, I would go personally 400k just in case it goes shove, reshove behind, and then you can fold and potentially get a ladder. If it's 2 big stacks, you know, you can be pretty sure that they've got a cooler.
Yeah, what about future game though? Like at
You're
that point,
you're
like
gonna come last anyway. You got 2 bigs. You're in the big blind next hand, so you either bust this hand or you bust next hand.
fair. But what if you win the hand with King Queen?
Unlikely. If two people get it all in behind, you're just so crushed. It's so uncommon that you're actually going to win this hand. You're just going to be crushed because there's never going to be any Queen Jacks going in or any King Jacks or anything like that. It's always Ace Queen, Ace King, Aces, Kings, Queens. So.
Well, John Doe with the 3-bet. 2 milli, little ISO. Kurt saying Ashkenazi is a rascal. He is.
He is a bit of a rascal. Doe clicking it, getting him a bit of protection. Zaya, some more random tanking.
See what the blinds wake up with. Langer.
That's cool.
Children's getting out of the way, I think.
Yeah, nice. Good night. Yeah, alles gut.
One of Sachilmus's outs has gone into the muck in Langer's hand, but still in reasonable shape.
Yeah, 1.45 in the middle.
Could have a chance if he manages to win this one.
He's got the OVO EXO Drake hoodie on.
He's wandering off. I think this is a bit premature. He's probably blown it here. If he'd have just waited until the kind of turn to get out of his seat, he would definitely secure himself a double up. But yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, there's 2 spades.
10 on the river.
Wow, so sick.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And number 7. Is he going to sit back down yet? No. Ace on the turn, changes nothing.
Yeah.
It's not over yet.
What's he doing? He's like putting the thing on and everything.
Yeah. Very committed to the bit.
Fair play.
Where's he going? Does he think he's lost?
No, sure.
Maybe he thought he had the 10s.
No.
Has he just gone to let someone... He's taking his bag with it.
Go for a little smoke. There's no way.
Nah, yeah. He's just having a quick vape on the rail.
Well, still 9 players here. The Merit Poker Vintage Style Festival. It's quite the mouthful.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Warm-up final table, 209,700 for first. Almost 400 of you keeping us company over on YouTube. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside my co-commentator, Mr. Leo Worthington Lees. We're going to be here for the entirety of this festival unless
Sometimes pay. Sometimes not.
we get fired.
Unless we get cancelled.
And the only way we're going to get fired, chat, is if we don't get more than 60 likes on the video. So please do go ahead, drop us a like, helps us reach a much wider audience.
Which this deserves.
It does.
This is a great tournament. It's a great place. It's a great festival. It's great production value. This deserves more.
Yeah, so if you haven't already hit the like button, please do. Unless you want us to get fired, then in which case...
fair enough.
Fair enough.
Montiano under the gun with the Jack 10 suited, playing around 34 big blinds. See a limp or a raise here. Do have a few more limps in ICM. Goes for the open, makes it 450. Marquardt 10-6 suited, +2. Planning on attacking the middle stack perhaps. But not this time, lets it go. Kabazi out of the way. Ace Queen offsuit for Isaiah in the cutoff. In a pretty awkward spot. He's not going to want a 3-bet call. 34 bigs versus under the gun with this hand, so I expect we'll just see a call here. But he may go for the 3-bet fold if he doesn't think that Montiano has a 4-bet bluff jam in him, and it's just going to be kind of jacks plus ace king, then he may well go for a 3-bet fold. But yeah, I think it seems like a bit of a waste of a good hand when you could potentially be folding away something like ace queen versus jacks or the like. So I like the decision to just call, and the blinds get out of the way. So we will go heads up, 1.4 million in the middle. Every pot matters at this stage.
Some great analysis, breakdowns from Leo here in the booth. Bit of a Hold'em MTT, well, especially live MTTs. You grinding, traveling around the circuit, jumping in the mix max. What is it, tomorrow?
No, it's not until like Wednesday or something.
Oh, it's after the high roller,
yeah,
right,
after
right,
the high roller.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely more of a live specialist. I think it just plays to my strengths a bit better, much better.
1.4 in the middle. Sire checking behind with the ace queen.
Seems good. Turning the best hand.
Does indeed.
Yeah, Montiano not going to love that card. Obviously, he's going to be aware that Isaiah is going to flat some hands like this, ace queen, ace 10 suited type stuff, maybe some ace 9, ace 5. Not always going to 3-bet, so not loving it. Still has the showdown value, obviously. And Isaiah should be pretty comfortable facing the check twice. That ace queen going to be the best hand. Decides to check it back though. Like that decision. Just keeping ranges nice and wide, allowing Montiano to bluff his no equity on the river. Perhaps value own himself with a hand like queens or kings that was going for a check raise. And obviously value bet his worst ace-x on the river too. Diamond, somewhat inconsequential, but there can be nut flushes definitely in Montiano's range, and he can have potentially something like king queen of diamonds that was a bit too good to start bluffing with on the turn, or queen 10 of diamonds, but goes for the block on the river, and Isaiah just going to call. Scoop that 2 million chip pot.
So Sire up to 16 million.
Drawing very close to Marquardt, and does have a favourable position against him as well, especially if one of the players in between them busts. Things are going to pretty favourably shift towards Isaiah.
Yeah, great seat draw for him. Great couple of orbits before the bubble. Looked like he was going to be down and out. Was all in at one point. 10-8 of clubs against ace queen for not much, to be honest with you. At the time, it was like
7 bigs or something, 6 bigs.
Yeah, he's gone on an absolute tear since then.
One of the chip leaders, if not the chip leader.
Coming into this final table with 67. He's chipped up nicely from 13.3 to 16. It's getting pretty tight in the middle of the pack. John Doe, Basel, Cabazet, Bogdan, Munteanu, Milad Langer, all kind of tied in there. Handcuffed due to the ICM. Ishtak.
Yep. Back to the action for a second. Ashkenazi picking up a monster under the gun. Traditionally, I think a shove would be fine here, to be honest. You kind of don't want to end up playing a pot or getting into a tricky situation post-flop and ending up losing a reasonable bit of equity. Big blind's much more important when you're shorter stacked, obviously, like you're much bigger percentage of your stack going into the pot with the min raise. So would have liked to just see a jam here, but not the end of the world, especially when we make it 750k. We're essentially getting enough protection. Marquardt +1 with deuces.
Yeah, this is what he did with the king-queen suited. The last hand before the final table when Marquardt had aces.
Yeah.
Made it 750 at this blind level.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, oh no, I agree.
Marquardt. I mean, last time he did this, he had aces, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a big mistake.
It's hilarious because they're going to stack off and
it's gonna be
we're flipping.
Yeah.
We're like, deuces is a favorite.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mistake from Marquardt. Pretty... yeah, don't want to be getting deuces in here. This is a pretty easy fold. Even in chip EV, we just fold. We need blockers to make plays like this. We need high cards that can get there against pairs and be ahead and have 50% equity against a good pair. Deuces is like a flip at best.
Oh, 2 aces dead.
Ashkenazi all in, Marquardt calls. Ashkenazi sees the first card deuce, he's like, what? Yeah, this is a very unfortunate flip for Ashkenazi to be in, to be honest.
22 of November.
Good luck, German.
Marquardt
think
putting the
everybody's
hammer
rooting
down,
for me,
trying
right?
to get it in with the deuces. Yeah, very curious choice of play, but here we are, flipping for it for our potential first elimination of this final table. 9 players left at the moment, but we're down to 8, unless Ashkenazi can find an ace or a king or some combination of straight cards. There's
Oh,
ace in the
case
window.
ace in the window. Wow.
Now, Marquardt on the back foot, just 2 outs, 10% chance of survival. Feels like less. He had a few running backdoor straight possibilities, but those have all disappeared now on the 7 of hearts. 3 on the river. And Ashkenazi receiving a pretty important double up over 30 big blinds now, and taking from the chip leader too. That's going to make Isai our chip leader.
Wow. Just like that. Ashkenazi, we said it, if he gets a double, if he can pick up some chips.
Dangerous now, this is dangerous. He's the Derek Lewis of the poker world. Just going in there swinging, and if you're in the way, you're going to get clipped, and you're going to be sleeping.
Probably not.
The old Tyson Fury left hook. Yeah, caught on the end of that bad boy.
50 and here.
What 3 million?
3 million.
3 million, okay.
3 million and take back. 2 million.
75.
So no eliminations, we stay as a 9. Everybody else would have been absolutely loving that as well. The trouble, I see what we're going for. Like, we've seen him open king queen suited, etc., and there's a very, very short stack. So everybody's supposed to be more conscious of the ICM pressure, but you're picking on the wrong guy.
That really does change things. I mean, look at that. Yeah. So Chilmus was just sat there with 4 bigs, just watching these two play a 25 big blind pot and potentially laddering a spot.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I think that's what Josh was trying to leverage a bit, but yeah, you're just picking a player in Ashkenazi who is not interested in if he's supposed to fold something because somebody's got 2 bigs. Not interested whatsoever.
So still $20,975 cash money guaranteed for these final 9, plus those packages all secured for these final 9 players to future Merit Poker festivals.
Poker Vintage Western Festival Series.
Got the
Heater warm-up bounty.
We got the vintage style series. We got the Western series.
The Casino Royale James Bond series.
Oh mate,
Montenegro.
Sign me up.
Sign me up. I'm there.
Tell you what, if they don't get me to commentate that as, you know, a James Bond lookalike,
yeah,
I'm gonna be really gutted.
Yeah.
Like mandatory tuxedos in the booth for that.
Absolutely. I hope I'm invited.
3 million chip jam. Krasinilkova. Should have seen her on the way in, mate. She's doing this little like bachata dance up to the final table, a little bit of salsa.
Brimming with confidence. She did seem very happy to be making the final table, so obviously excited to be here, and who wouldn't be? Not every day you get to play a game of cards for 200 grand.
100%. Also been told by Basil Kabaze, came in 4th in chips, told me that his family, all of his friends are watching.
Hello, welcome family and friends of Kabaze. Glad to have you here.
Tommy is excited, obviously.
Yeah, as you would be.
And gave me a fist bump, and the famous words of Basil, how are you pronouncing it?
Kabaze.
Kabaze.
Yeah, I don't
Basil
know if that's true, but it sounds nice.
Yeah, it does. Basil Kabaze, he was like, yalla. I was like, yes, mate, go crush it.
I think it's yalla, is it not?
Yalla. Honestly, I mean, we can ask them.
Yalla. I'm not 100%, but I do believe it's like yalla, not yalla.
Yalla.
I feel like I've heard that. You know, I feel like I've heard.
Oh, you will if you play poker here. Yeah. Like you're in a hand, you lose a big pot, and the guy opposite you.
Yalla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, the boys.
Get
you know.
In.
That's it.
Have it.
Who wants it then?
Who wants it? You want some? I'll give it ya. Montiano lets the ace-3 offsuit go on the button, opening into a chip leader, and an absolute dynamite player doesn't want to risk it. Marquardt receives a walk.
Now I want to deal with you.
I think I'm just gonna
Now you have enough?
like teach
No more
myself
battling.
some of the main languages
I
here.
would like to play with you, Jill.
A lot of
Turkish.
A lot of Arabic.
Arabic, yeah. I've always wanted to learn a bit of Mandarin, but it's not particularly useful here. But
Arabic sounds so cool to me.
Yeah.
It's just like how. And I probably sound the same to them as well. You know, whenever I speak to like Russian people or people that speak Arabic, they're like, Henry, please slow down.
yeah, English has some weird sounds and noises. Things that are pronounced nothing like what they look like.
Discipline lay down.
Putting the ace-10 off, yeah, into the muck, 14 bigs, but I think that's a fine decision considering Sachilmis is chilling with the bowl. Everybody just trying to outlast him because it's a guaranteed 10k or so, right? I mean, if you can just, all you got to do is fold and you might make $10,000 shortly.
That's it.
That's simple. But Ashkenazi obviously doesn't care, we know that already. Opening the ace-4 suited on the button. Not that this is particularly out of line. We've toned it down a little bit. 3x. 3.1. Ace-4 suited. Marquardt in the small blind with the king-9 off. Having a think. Might try and put the hammer down again, but we just... Yeah, there we go. We got to pick your battles, you know, and choose the right opponent. Apply pressure to those who will yield to pressure, not to those who couldn't care less. Kabaze in the big blind with the ace-8 offsuit. Interesting spot for him as well. Could choose to jam here, but may opt to just take the low variance route. Make sure that he outlasts the short stacks. Decides to just defend. I think definitely the better choice of the two. We're off to a flop. Jack 10 deuce rainbow. Whiff for both players. And first check pretty quickly. Kabaze picks up a pair on the turn. Now has Ashkenazi drawing dead. A 5 on the river. Inconsequential goes check once more. Kabaze gonna show the best hand. And scoops an important pot. 2 million added to his stack, over 7 million now. comfortable.
Up the boys. I'd love to see a regular here. I mean, they're already incredibly deep, obviously, final table. Kabaze, one of the good guys.
KH. Double B.
$207,000 total live earnings. A win here will double that.
Double that. He's already. Oh no, he's well. If we include the package, he's about level with his biggest score so far. Anything better than 8th is going to give him a new best score. Always an exciting day.
PLO game is going to be popping next time we play. Popping.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he'll move up in stakes now and you won't see him again. Isaiah opening the 4s under the gun as the chip leader. Makes it 600k to go. A markboard on the button with the Jack 9 off. Lets it go. Kabaze, interesting spot. Ace Jack, I think appeal would be the preferred play here. No reason to fold, no reason to raise. We definitely are not appealing a whole lot just because of the short stack, but we can't fold absolutely everything.
Just going to think it through.
Yeah, especially against the chip leader, who we know we're going to have dominated a reasonable amount of time. He's going to be opening a whole bunch of stuff that we dominate. Out of position though, so not the best spot, but we definitely need to defend some hands. Does just let it go, tighter side, but I can understand the reasoning.
Yeah, under the gun range. Ace Jacko in the small. John Doe in the big says, let's see a flop please, dealer. Defending with the ace straight. Comes king 6-3, so Doe got to get himself in a little bit of trouble here, flopping a pair. Sire with the 4s, 1.5 million in the middle. Blinds just going up to 100,000, 250,000, hand number 13 of the final table. Comes with half pot, snap call from Doe. Already 3 million in the middle, 6.2 behind, although unlikely for more chips to go in. Unless this turn rolls off. Although still 5 of diamonds. Unless Isaiah wants to kind of push some equity, lean into some of those 6x's of the world. Don't know how many 6x's Doe is defending from the big.
He will have the suited ones. He should have king 6, queen 6 suited, jack 6 suited, probably still going to defend, 10-6, everything down, and even probably the 6-5, 6-4, they will all defend. So he can have a reasonable.
Oh, wow.
Amount. Yeah, ace on the river. John Doe getting there. And Isaiah just deciding whether this is one he should turn 4s into a bluff, and I think it is, because we can get 6 to fold, we can really leverage a king, we can get a 5 to fold as well, because there's going to be some 7-5 type stuff in there.
Yeah.
We can get like, he can still have 7s through to like 10s as well, or even jacks out of the big blind here, which we can put pressure on. So I think there are enough hands that 4s can get to fold, but he does decide to just take the showdown value. And going to be shown the good news that he decided to check, was definitely not getting ace-3 to fold.
I felt like he was going to go for it on the turn.
I thought he was. I thought we would go for it on the river there, to be honest. Feels like a good one to bluff. Got any are England playing today?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
How long does it run for? Or when is your last bet of the parlay? I want to know how sweaty it's going to get here in the booth.
Oh,
like,
right, I see. Probably quite sweaty because it's all group stages.
Yeah, so if we're like 7 days in, it's like the FT of
and I've
the
still
main
got
event.
A live parlay.
Yeah, you're like 17 out of 20 in, mate. Oh.
Yeah, that would be pretty juicy. I might be doing a partial cash out.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
So yeah, England versus Iran.
If you can lock up like a couple of K off of 35 quid, it'd be
exactly, and then
stupid
just
not
let the
to.
rest ride.
Yeah.
No problem with that.
Not financial advice.
Not financial advice. Don't cash out your parlays. You're getting a bad deal. But we all like money. Well, it's gone up. I can cash out more now. Let's see. Last bet of the parlay is Japan versus Spain, 1st of December. So only 11 days from now. So we could get pretty sweaty by the end.
Well, yeah, we're here until the 27th. So there's what, 30 days in November?
Yeah.
I've
got. So after the 27th, there's only 4 games left.
Oh, sick.
So we can be up to 16 by the
Okay.
time I leave. And actually, I'm here till the 28th, but the 28th game is in the evening. So
Right,
yeah, 27th we could be 16.
Okay.
20ths of the way through,
That'd
or
be
we
good.
could be like drawing dead tomorrow because we've got sack and can't score a goal.
Yeah, that's also the case. John Doe in the small does eventually let go of the Jack-9 of spades.
Calling.
Isaiah putting the hammer down, big blind, jam versus Montiano's open. Love this. He is putting on a bit of an ICM masterclass so far.
Feels, I don't know.
Dirty.
I mean, timing-wise, execution-wise, boom, perfect. But feels a little bit loose. Ace-5-0.
It's the way the game works. Yeah, it's the way the game works because of the middle stack, because of the super short stack, because of the pressure on him to call off, and because of blocking ace, king, and aces so heavily. That's really how ICM works.
Yeah.
The ace is the bullet. You know, you gotta fire it. It's just all that. It's all the blocker combined with the pressure of the situation and the fact that Montiano. It's not like Montiano's even 8th in chips or 7th in chips. He's like 5th, right in the middle. So him calling there and busting is super bad because he's expected, if he folds, to outlast on average 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
So that's a massive amount of pay jumps. That's the difference between 20k and like 70k.
Yeah.
So the pressure on him to fold is just absolutely massive. Like his calling range versus the jam there is like queens plus and ace king. So it might even fold ace king off in that spot because of how short the short stacks are. Deuce off on Marquardt in the hijack. He opens and Kabazi in the cutoff, not having any of it. Makes it 1.625 mil to go. Love this. Great hand choice, great position choice, great opponent choice. Bet round to Marquardt.
Surely not.
Surely not. No, I don't think so. Doesn't let it go. Nicely done by Kabaze, although he's getting the worst hand to fold, it's just about winning pots.
So to make pressure, some pressure, something. Shove with deuces.
Haha, the
I've seen
needle.
so many loose 3-bets from you, like.
Not sure
Right.
he's the guy that
Hard
I'd
to
be
give you
talking to
credit.
about loose 3-bets.
Yeah, he said I've seen so many loose 3-bets.
Good, good, Emilton.
I find it interesting when people just
Very
willingly
close,
give up what
very
they think
close.
they know about other players. Ace King suited now for Marquardt though, picks up a real hand this time.
Let's see if any of the shorties behind wake up with something. Especially against Marquardt, who we saw 3-bet call off the deuces and pushing the table around in the form of table captain coming in as chip leader. No longer the case, but here we are. Ace King.
Still up there.
Kasanilkova just staying alive. Langer with the kings.
Here we go.
This is what he's been waiting for. But then, unfortunate with a couple of spots.
Come on.
Someone just said all in.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's Ugo Chilmis.
Okay, all in.
Let's move all in. Snap call from Marquardt. So first.
Good luck.
Oh no, sorry, it's not the first all in of the.
Yeah, we had the Ace King deuces.
We also had Sachilmis, right?
One more.
Sachilmis against
Oh yeah, what was that?
against Marquardt. Big pots. So the ace jack against queen 10. It wasn't all in. I do apologise. Wow, Marquardt.
When it's just your day.
Ace high flop.
No diamond for Langer either, just drawing to the one out. Pretty brutal way to pass the tournament. On the river, seals it.
I had the king.
Unlucky Langer, well played. You can't do anything more than get your money in good.
Sweat for you then.
So Chilmer's going to be loving that. Ladder for him. Ladder for everybody. Everybody just picked up an extra 9k.
Okay.
I can't tell you.
Good for 21k and the package.
So my lad Langer getting it in with the kings was not to be. The ace high flop of the chip leader Marquardt, sending him home in ninth. Pretty brutal, Leo. Feels like
It's like the important time as well. It's really rough to go out that way when it's like if that all in holds, I can have 5 mil. I've got a shot for 200k. Like obviously a big gap between 200k and 20k, but that's the way tournaments go sometimes. It's just it is what it is.
everyone now guaranteed $28,000 cash plus a package.
Yeah, $7,000 next pay jump as well, up to 35k. So getting pretty juicy. Kabaze now picking up ace jack
much do you have?
suited
Because
onto
I
the gun
don't
plus
see.
3. His eye just getting a count, perhaps before he looks at his hand.
5, 6, around 7.
It took us 16 hands to lose our first player. Sure we'll be seeing more of Langer. Another final table for him here. Merit.
So Chilmus in the big blind. I think this one just has to go in. Definitely Good enough quality of hand considering we've had already put in the big blind and the ante. Nobody else close to us. We can't really fold our way to a ladder because we're going to be out in an orbit or so next. Anyway, we're going to be forced all in.
Yeah, with the shortest stack
yeah,
by
does
far.
just put it in. Gets called by Kabaze. And not in bad shape.
Cards on their backs. We could go from 9 to 7 in the space of 2 hands. Everyone else just getting to watch this one from the sidelines. Another 7K ladder. If Kabaze can hold here, be up to 9 million.
Just don't do it.
No, what can I try my best. I don't want to go.
Miss.
I enjoy playing.
Gonna need to get there if he's to survive.
See the flop, then do it.
No clubs on the flop. No king, no 6.
Can turn him dead.
King, please.
Can turn him dead. That's not it. But now drawing to just 3 outs. Kabaze turning top pair, top kicker.
Yeah. Queen on the river seals it. Sachilmus out. Is that back-to-back hands?
Back-to-back hands, mate.
Unbelievable. Unlucky, sir.
Nothing better than like being one of the short stacks, right, and just getting a couple of ladders
Yeah.
like that. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. If you're one of these guys with like Nina's got 2.5 mil, so has somebody else had 2.5 mil as well. But yeah, a couple of short stacks, like you say, they're absolutely delighted to just sit there and see those bust outs.
So here goes the Chilmus out in 8th, 28,000. Maladlanger out in 9th, 20,975. Nina, little queen, just laddering up.
Yeah, short stack now, but she's good at finding big
she's-
pairs, isn't she?
she
So
loves-
I expect any minute now we'll see her with a pair of queens.
Loves big pairs.
And that's the way she's been rolling this whole tournament. She's had more pocket pairs than I have seen in a long time.
Everyone guaranteed 35K.
Yep, down to 12 big blinds though, so time is going to come at some stage. Still got a fair bit of time left on this level though. Kabaze finds Queen 10 off, +2, playing 7-handed now. So technically MP. Does decide to open, and Doe pinning one off in the hijack of pocket 3s. I think this is a bit on the wide side as well. These pocket pairs tend to just fold in ICM situations. Not very playable, no blockers to squeezes behind, no blockers to top of Kabaze's range. Obviously we're just set mining and hoping to kind of stack an overpair or a top pair type hand, but yeah, just maintaining stack, retaining chips much more important than winning chips in this situation, as this card is stack. And a king 7 deuce 2 clubs board misses everybody. Pocket 3s is still the best hand, but Kabaze might choose to fire this one. He's got some good blockers to top pair, and he's got a bit of backdoor equity as well. Not going to be an awful amount of king X in either range. There will be some king queen suited, king jack suited type stuff in Montiano in John Doe's range, but it's only the suited stuff, so it's not a ton of combos. There won't be any ace king in there. There probably won't be worse than king 10 suited in there either. I wouldn't expect there to be anything offsuit. And he peels one off again on the flop, even with the big blind behind with the pocket 3s. 4 of spades on the turn doesn't change anything. But if Kabaze can find a double barrel here, he'll certainly get it done, I would imagine.
7.
Check, and Doe firing out a bet.
Kabaze hasn't folded yet. They're betting 7 million into 2.4. Does block King Queen and King 10. Both suits as well. Some of the flattening range of dough from the hijack. King 10 of diamonds, king queen of clubs. Also blocks hands like ace queen, queen jack of clubs. Oh, what is going on today?
PLO man with the blocker.
What is going on today?
Makes it 1.9 mil.
Kabaze, take a bow. If this gets through, it's going to be up to over 11 million in chips. Just doing a tremendous job of separating himself from the middle of the pack.
Guess he just thinks there can be too many of these kind of nines type hands that are betting this small size on a turn, less than 30% pot, just trying to check back the river. Some king jack type stuff he can put pressure on. Yeah, like you said, blocks the strongest top pairs in John Doe's range. Doesn't think he's going to necessarily peel deuces pre, so only sevens for a set if he thinks fours would fold the flop. But obviously we could see he wouldn't have folded the flop with fours, but that might not be how Kabaze sees it. There just aren't very many value hands that Kabaze plays this way, that's the problem. Sevens, really.
Ace king.
I don't know. I don't think people play ace king this way.
King queen of clubs.
Why?
I love. You're just like, why?
Yeah, why though? Why? Like,
yeah.
do you ever see that? Nah, you don't see that. This is very polar play. Because John Doe is really repping like his value range is supposed to be like kings and some pocket, maybe some worse pocket pairs, but there's going to be a lot of king X. Or all of his king X, I should say. It's quite a condensed range pre-flop anyway. It's not like he's just floating super wide with 6-7 suited or something.
Doesn't
really thinking about it. Doesn't want to fold.
Did he just say all in? Wow. Doe just jamming all in. Tables the threes. Little does he know, bluffing with the best hand. Leo, we've got a final table on our hands, mate.
Yeah, that was pretty unreal hand. I'm not really sure what was going on there in both players' mind, but neither of them wanted to let it go. And I said that earlier, like that's what I've seen from this tournament. It's just people here do not like to fold. It's all about competing for pots.
What a boss 3-bet jam on the turn. John Doe moves up to third in chips, and look at that now. Massive drop off from the top three. Basil Kabaze, Itchak, Ashkenazi, Bogdan, Munteanu, all in a bit of a cage. Nina obviously his shortest stack. That's a very interesting chip distribution right there. Look at the difference between 4th and 7th, those three short stacks. All kind of handcuffed, if you will. So, ladder a few spots and you earn double what you've currently locked up. You can make money from folding. 35,000 guaranteed for these final 7.
Mr. Dennis, hold on 5-10, sit over, Dennis.
On the Cove, ace-10 offsuit on the button for her last 12 big blinds. She slides it all in. Ashkenazi getting out of the way, letting her have it.
I can show.
I can show you. You don't have to. You can. You don't have to. Let him keep guessing. Keep him guessing. Make it more difficult.
With 7-10, maybe.
That pocket threes hand.
That was a hand.
What's going on?
If ever I've seen one.
Ladies and gentlemen, 404 of you watching over on YouTube. If you are enjoying this coverage, playing for $209,000, and we've got some funky poker being played over the last couple of days. I mean, some real street poker. These guys, there's a lot of history, a lot of dynamics between these players that Leo and I are obviously unaware of. These regulars that come to the merit for festival in, festival out, play cash games, tournaments together. Some really funky plays.
Yeah.
Some street poker. And if you are enjoying this coverage, please do go ahead and smash that like button. It takes you a couple of seconds. And we've been told that if we get to 60 likes over on YouTube, Leo and I get to keep our jobs. So do appreciate you guys supporting us here on stream.
The same hand, but suited now. Last time it was not suited, now it's suited.
Kurt saying, wow, who is John Doe? He's,
boring.
Yeah, who is John Doe? That is a great question.
Crusher.
Huh? You want to talk? Come on.
That's for me, for that.
But the second card is not so bad, believe me. That's why I made it
John Doe with the sevens,
Yeah,
50
he's-
bigs.
Good start to this for him. He's up to over 12.6 mil now, 12.5 mil, so that's putting him very close to the top of the pack and picking up a pair. 650 to go.
Uh-oh. Saha's got a suited king. It's like, aye, aye, aye. I'm not sure I'd want to do that in a size shoes. The kind of like letting him know that he was thinking about getting up to no good. I mean, maybe that sets you up better for the next time
Yeah,
round,
maybe it's
actually.
like I was thinking about getting up to no good, but I decided not to.
But then next time I am going to get up to no good, you're going to be like, there's
Or am I
no
gonna
way.
have it?
Exactly. Levels on levels.
Exactly, you never know.
So it's just talking to himself. Flag Hunter leaderboard.
Andrew Hills, there he is in 5th place. 32 different countries.
Is that of all time or this year?
Yeah, that must be all time. Because no way you've been to 45 countries in 1 year.
Fair. Fair. And cashed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and cash tournaments.
It's been a long day, mate, alright? Casey Castle 46.
God, isn't that crazy? You can play poker recorded on the Hender Mob in 46 countries around the world. It's like 25%. Right? 200-ish countries, 210.
Yeah, thereabouts.
206 or something.
I mean, this is unreal.
Just loves travelling.
Just
Switzerland.
deliberately going to play.
Where are these? Like Aruba, Punta del Este,
Montenegro,
Manila.
yeah.
Scandinavian Poker Open, Georgia.
Japan.
Yeah, nice.
Taiwan.
Love it.
Vietnam.
Caribbean. Living the poker dream.
Where on earth is that?
What's the big cash? New Caledonia. That's like in the middle of the Pacific near New Zealand.
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah. Where's what's his total cashes?
2 million.
137k biggest cash.
Just loves the game.
Yeah,
mate.
just loves travelling and playing poker. That is totally fair.
Casey Castle. Take a bow, mate. Corbin White. That's not something you expect to see. You don't expect to see that. Americans don't travel that much.
No.
And I don't blame them. I mean, they just have everything in their back garden, their backyard. How many flags have you got?
Not sure. A few. One, two, three, four. 5, 6.
your seat back, your break is over. Mikhail
8,
Ryabkov.
9, 10.
Hold on 25-25, come back to your
Decent.
seat, your
It's
break
not bad,
is
is it?
over. Mikhail Ryabkov.
We've got a bit of a hand brewing here.
Oh,
Montiano
no.
opening the kings in the cutoff.
Oh, no. Dealer,
Sorry.
what have you done?
In the hijack, Ashkenazi in the cutoff just peeling with the ace-jack suited. Seems like a very reasonable decision. Marquardt 3-bets the button to 2 million with the pocket sevens, just trying to put the pressure on these two late position ranges, and that allows Kabaze to get out of the way with the pocket tens. Very nice disciplined fold from him. Montiano just going to absolutely love this spot. Knows that this is a really good spot because Marquardt can be massively overdoing it. So, yeah, great spot to get his chips in with a massive edge here. And Marquardt making a bit of a meal of these pocket pairs, I have to say. There's a couple now. A couple of mistakes there. Seven's just an easy call, really, pre-flop.
Yeah. 9.6 million in the middle here. This is really going to shake things up.
This is big. Marquardt will be down. Is this before he's put in 4.2?
He's put in the middle.
Yeah, so he's got 15 mil. But still, this will shake things up. And
king
what a
high
flop
flop.
for Montiano. Things you'd love to see when you got pocket kings in a big final table. Pretty much drawing dead.
Yeah.
But to running quads.
Quads.
Oh, king on the turn, just quads. What a way to do it.
Only
Massive
quads.
double up for Montiano,
Just
up to
quads.
almost 10 million chips now. And things are slipping away from Marquardt somewhat, but he still has plenty to play with. Well over 40 big blinds.
Yeah, but it's
fading towards the middle of the pack.
Well,
slowly.
he is. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of tied him in third now with Montiano.
Yeah.
He's got Alessio and John Doe that now have him covered, and both of them are on his left. Needs to be careful.
You're making a mess.
Marquardt just trying to speed run the tournament a little bit, the final table.
Yeah.
A couple of, let's call a spade, just unnecessary plays, especially with the deuces. That was UTG plus one against
Sevens
UTG.
is like a little bit more reasonable than that, but still a bit unnecessary, and the deuces was just way out of line.
Montiano now up to 40 bigs.
Yeah, and he hasn't had much of a stack this whole tournament, really.
No, we got a final table on our hands now. We got 4 stacks with chips. And look at this, Ashkenazi coming with the 850 with the 6-4 offsuit.
Just absolutely lovely.
Now this is the only justifiable thing about Marquardt's click with the deuces. Is this? This is the guy that he was up against.
And he is going for it again.
Cavazet is going to just give himself a massive pat on the back for getting away from the tens there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there would be a few players at this final table who would go broke there.
Wow, he just snap called with the 6-4.
Min raise, nothing he can do, is there? Priced in.
Leo, are we playing for $209,000 here?
Yes.
We're actually playing for $209,000.
You watch him flop an open ender, get it all in against SI and get it.
And number 23.
Oh dear.
Ashkenazi just...
We've missed, boys. We have slightly missed.
Opens the 6-4, calls the 3-bet.
Not just opens 3.5x.
If any of you have been on the fence at home about coming to Merit to play in some of these tournaments, 2K warm-up, 3K.
He check jammed the flop.
What? Ace 10?
I chat for the first time in my commentary career, and I've been doing this for a very long time. I am at a loss for words. Ashkenazi drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder, you might say. Absolute blow up, frankly. Ashkenazi just giving his tournament away for absolutely no reason there with 6 high. That was one of the biggest blow ups I've ever seen in my entire life, I have to say. One of the yeah. I don't know how to even describe that, Hal. I'm absolutely speechless.
I don't think I've ever actually been at a loss for words. I thought the hand was over and done with. He just goes check, bet, that's it, over and done with.
No, he's got 2 million behind. The pot's like 5 mil. What does he think he's going to fold? He's not even going to fold queens. It's just like, oh, I guess I got a call.
Okay.
Wow.
That's way too good.
Just thought he had deuces again.
Okay.
Wowee, that was a hand and a half. Jesus, you do not see something like that every day when you're playing for 6 figures, 2k buy-in. Like, that is pretty unfathomable.
Wow, wow, wow.
Shocked. I'm in shock at that.
209,000 for first.
Who wanted it anyway? Down to 6. Everybody now locked up 35k.
42k.
42. Are we down to 6 or are we down to 7?
Down to 6.
Yeah, down to 6. 30 to 42k. That was right. 35k going away in the pocket of Ashkenazi there. And the package. So we might be seeing him again on future streams. Got that package for the Montenegro series in February. And yeah, everybody locked up over 40k now and a package. Isaiah putting the hammer down into Nina's big blind, 8-5 suited. Got her crushed. 5 deuce hits the mark.
Next time.
Next time. I get you next time.
Wow. I've covered over, what, 5,000 hours of poker commentary over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Just thinking about this hand again, just repeating in my mind. Playing for 209,000, ladies and gentlemen. We're live from the Merritt Crystal Cove. Let's call a spade a spade. That was a blow up.
Blow up.
We're down to the final 6.
Yeah, things getting pretty serious pretty quickly now. Marquardt picking up Queen Jack suited.
Yeah, kind of being given back the tournament. He'd lost it, and now he's got the chip lead again. Unfortunate. Also, shout out to the last standing lady. She's out here, 6 left, 209 for first. Let's go.
Let's go.
Why not?
Give that lady a pair right this minute.
Make it a big one. I do believe we are coming up to a short break.
Yes, I think you're right. Just yet.
Just been told that we won't be keeping our jobs regardless of how many likes that we get on the video. So
who said that?
Person that's in charge of hiring and firing us.
All right.
Yeah. GG's, mate.
We've done that bad already. Yeah?
We tried.
Well, I guess we'll go then.
Hey, good. Good luck. Good luck getting people to come in and talk about ICM for 7 days straight. Who wants it more? I can't believe this. I mean, we need to, next time we have a look at the schedule, we invite a third person to kind of come and just cover for a bit.
Yeah.
Right. You're playing that event. I'm playing that event.
Right, yeah. Get around Robin.
Or what we could do is we could multi-table the commentary and a tournament.
I've been thinking that. I've been thinking, like, I actually genuinely really want to play the main event and I'd like to find a way around it.
No.
Nah, it's too much. There's too much time required at the table.
Oh, mate.
But it would be nice. It would sure be nice.
Yeah, you couldn't, because if you get on feature table, then...
Yeah, come back in and talk about a hand you just played. That'd be quite cool, though. So anyway, what I did here is I did this because I was thinking, you know. But that, yeah, I forgot that Mixed Max doesn't start until 10 PM, does it? So we've actually got 2 full days off and get to play the tournament.
And you get to play the tournament.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's cool, right? Yeah, that main event is going to be juicy. Is there a section of the main event that's on our days off?
Yeah, day one.
Day one.
Day one.
Because as
both
well,
of us, I know what you mean, mate.
When you're on break in the tournament, because it's delayed, you'd be able to come in here and do commentary the whole time you're on the break as well, because the tournament would be running.
Yeah.
Because the stream's delayed.
Yeah, but then you get no breaks. And also you're playing like a 3K, you want to take your breaks.
Be at the table the whole time as well, ideally, and not miss any hands. But we
Yeah.
could bring the laptop to the table
and
set
commentate.
this up in the middle of the table. Guys, do you mind if I just put this here?
Live commentary
from the floor, exactly.
Whilst you're commentating on a hand, you're like, yeah, sorry guys, one second, I'm just playing a quick hand.
Yeah, I've got aces, hang on. Damn it.
Marquardt blasting again.
Bit more equity this time. Oh, I thought that was the 5 of spades. No, okay, not that much equity. We've got an open ender though. But Muntiano has absolutely smashed it here out the small blind. Flop trips. Also got the gut shot with the ace. Makes the call on the turn, letting Marquardt just hang himself. Love this. Important to slow play your value sometimes. Do make sure to give your opponents rope, especially ones who have shown to be a bit aggressive. And 8 on the river. 6-7 gets there, but shouldn't be too worried about that. Blocking the ace deuce straight as well. Obviously got trips.
Somehow 7 million chip pot.
Yes, Muntiano played that one to perfection, allowing Marquardt to just hang himself. Got him to put in a good chunk of his stat there, 1.8 million off each player into that pot. And Muntiano having an absolutely great start to this final table. Down to 6 now, and he is up over 12 million. Draws himself level with Marquardt.
Yeah, Muntiano in cruise control. Bogdan Muntiano from Romania, 188k in total live earnings. A win here would obviously more than double that. Best career cash, 50,855. So if he comes, what, fourth and above, new career record for him.
Yeah.
And if he wins it, if he can win this outright, it's going to more than double his career live earnings.
Nice. Nice spot to be in.
Best live cash, 50,000 came in at 10k main back in 2019. So,
yeah, no
been a slow couple of years, but here he is. 6 left, chip leader.
Yep, long game.
Straight with the 6.
Takes a while, you know. You got to turn up and grind.
And an open ended.
Can't all just final table WPT 3Ks like first time we reg them and stuff like that.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we're not all beasts.
No. Yeah, I'm just going to go flick in one of the toughest tournaments of the year. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, sail to the final table.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to make the final table of a 4,500 player field 2 weeks later. Mix it up, you know, show you can do everything. Then I'm going to win a one-day turbo. You know, I like to mix it up, play different types of games and just, you know, show that I can mix it up everywhere. And then I'm going to not win anything for 2 years. just to show that I can do that as well. Nah, I took it easy during the pandemic, to be fair. Didn't play anywhere near as much as volume as I traditionally would. Getting back on it now, though.
I don't know. Really, I don't know.
Honestly, I don't think I've had this much FOMO in a long time, and this is coming from someone that plays PLO for a living. Like, I am legit reconsidering everything I have planned for the next few months, and just
playing tournaments.
Just renting. No, I'm not just gonna dive in head first. Like, I mean, like rent a place and just get in the lab with the boys. Go over some of these things that you've been mentioning. So I don't go in completely cold, but maybe the idea is that I should go in completely cold and just get some practice.
Get your own idea of what's going on first, and then come back and see how you can deal with the spots that you find the most difficult.
Let's burn some money.
Playing online is a good way to obviously just rack up a bunch of experience, understanding how tournaments work, different stages of a tournament, adjustments you got to make, etc., etc. But yeah, they are very, very fun. I love, like I said before, I love the like variable nature of them, where in cash games you've got fixed kind of stacks for the most part. You're like, once you got 400 bigs or 500 bigs or 600 bigs, doesn't really make any difference. But I love all these little small adjustments in tournaments, all the different random variables. So many different things to be aware of during a hand into a tournament than there are in cash games.
4, 5, 4, 8.
Kabaze all in out of the small blind versus Marquard's button open. Marquard getting a count, but not going to be calling. 19 bigs.
I definitely feel like some of these players need a break.
Yep.
Go for a little walk. Going on break right now. 15 minutes walk for these final 6 players. Everyone guaranteed $42,100 plus the package for their efforts, and it's going to be Leo's pick from the start of the day. Alessio Asaya out in front when we come back.
Oh yes.
Playing for $209,000. See you guys shortly.
Loss.
This is just where Marquard's just hoping that she has ace king, ace queen. I like the jam.
Yeah, seems pretty fine. Just as the pot's so bloated, so if she ever bet fold something like ace king, it's a huge win. But yeah, there's no folding here.
Don't know how many of those she's got left.
Yeah, she has flicked in a few.
Wow. Wow.
9 outs twice for Marquard. Biggest spot of his tournament career. Already locked up.
Yeah, this is a huge pot.
Career best. I guess it's just like 10% of the chips in the middle. If he can get there, it's going to be up to 10 million.
Yeah, this will be chunk.
There's 62 million in play.
Queen on the turn, picks up a couple extra outs, can do the running trips way, but Marquard needs to find one of those 11 outs. Aristoteles 75% favourite to win a huge pot here.
Wow.
No, and it's the ace of clubs on the river. Marquard making the nut flush, scoops an absolutely massive pot up to 9.5 mil. Aristoteles disappointed there.
Small blind V cut off, and Levy has found himself a tremendous spot here. 25 bigs, has bang on average stack. It's a very aggressive opponent. May just come for the old 3-bet induce rather than jamming, just given how active Cecilmus has been. Looks like he's thrown out the old green chip. One of the 500s. I like this. I really like that he's gone for the 3-bet induce.
It's your phone?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. And sugar, where is
Cecilmus gonna just make the call. 1.7 in the middle. It's gonna play the 9s in position. And well, ace, ace, 9. Full house for Cecilmus. 1.7 out there.
Yes, I asked them to.
Mr. Rafi, Mr. Ram, putting them up 5 then, Mr. Ram and Mr. Rafi.
Let's just come. Oh wow. He actually goes for the raise. Levi with the snap jam.
תראה, בוא תראה, באמא שלי. זוג ולה, זוג 9, אסס 9. הוא פס 6.5 מיליון. זוג ולה, אס 9, אסס 9. נודר, באמא שלי. לאין זונה אם ראיתי כזה שחקן חלש אי פעם. Good game, eh?
He does have 4 outs.
איזה שחקן חלש, באמא שלי.
This is rail over. Come and sweat this one out with him. King of spades changes nothing. Ace or a jack only. 3 of clubs on the river, and we're going to lose Levy
Nice.
in 21st. And it's rail over, sweating the final 2 cards for that.
Good hand. Nice flop.
Considering what? Just living here.
Just living here. I've been looking for a base for a long time anyway.
Are you allowed, is there a limit to how long you can stay in Northern Cyprus?
90 days. Oh, in Northern Cyprus?
Yeah.
Oh, as long as you want.
You can just come here and that's it.
We shouldn't really talk about this on air, but like, you know.
Got ya.
As long as you want.
Okay.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Wow.
sorry, 90 days.
90 days in every 180.
That's what I meant.
Got ya. Got ya.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool,
that is
cool,
interesting,
cool,
isn't it?
No doubt, no doubt.
It is very, very chilled. I wonder if I might get a bit bored though in a place like this, you know, almost too chilled.
I know what you mean.
Need a bit of crazy distraction every now and then, but I guess you can just fly somewhere because you're
Well,
like
you can
2
just-
hours from your continental Europe.
Or you could just go down to Paphos or to
Yeah.
Nicosia or, you know.
True. Muad facing a bit of a cooler with his last 5 bigs. He's all in with the ace-queen. Marquardt has picked up kings +3.
How much?
Ivanov finding pocket eights in the cutoff, and he's only playing around 12 or 13 big blinds himself. Interesting to see what he decides to do here.
I'm rooting for Mawad in this spot.
I know you are. You love him.
I don't want to. You meant to remain impartial in the commentary
+3
booth.
hijack, only 5 bigs for Mawad. I think Ivanov might end up all in here. You know.
Wouldn't surprise me.
There's a good chance.
12 big blinds, 12.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Could you just? That's all right. No worries. We'll jump back into this.
I just what?
It's all right. We'll talk about it afterwards. We'll talk about it afterwards. Marquardt.
I don't know what I've done.
I'll tell you now. Marquardt got to call off. Sometimes it's just your tournament. Sometimes you
Ivanov
just
folded, huh?
Reg. He did. Yeah,
Nice.
got away from
Disciplined. He probably just thinks that Muwad's
I personally just go broke there.
Yeah, me too.
At
I
all
think.
times. 17 left.
Especially when there's a relatively big stack opening, but Muwad does still have 30% equity. Looks like there's been a flop, but we don't know what it is just yet. Or maybe she's just laying out the hands.
She's just laying out the hands. We are on a 2K ladder. Do we lose 2 more players? Is Mawad going to be one of the final 2 heading home with
he is not
10,760? There are 2 cards to come. 1.5 in the middle. 9 of hearts on the turn. Changes nothing.
No help, no king, no heart in Marquardt's hand. Needs to be a king or a king.
Yeah, I mean, he's been drilling rivers today. Not today.
Not this one.
Or not this one,
Muwad
rather.
survives.
Okay. Yeah.
13 big blinds to play with now.
He's just the boss. He's just like, looks over to him and is like, lucky. Okay, man.
No, yeah, see? No entitlement. Not like,
34.
yes, I'm the best. He's just like, and anyway, in that spot. So I think pretty inexcusable to not go for value there, actually. I can't think of a line where I would ever not go for value on the river. Muwad, what we got? 10-9 suited. Nah, not for me.
Such a shame. That's why we play cash games. Ace-10 for Ivanov. 12.5 bigs. Is this going to be the spot?
Sweeted. You might just go for an open here. I think that would be very reasonable. Don't have to play jams for 13, 14. It's perfectly reasonable to just have open raises because we want to just raise aces, kings, and get a defend from the big blind.
All in?
Does decide to just shove though.
I guess with the ICM we want to do a lot more shoving, right?
Yeah, a bit more. +1. Yeah, I suppose. Don't think you want to go much wider than this though. It's probably just like ace-10 suited, ace-jack off,
Yep.
8s, 9s. And then induce a little bit better. It's not really inducing ace-10 suited. It's just avoiding stuff like this, where when you open, people are going to play pretty face up against you anyway, and you're unlikely to get folded off the best hand. But you can just fold versus these rejams and know you're mostly folding a worse and often dominated hand. But he has run into the ace-queen of Marquardt.
Bro, you should be happy when you have ace-queen, you know? You look worried, but you should be happy when you have ace-queen.
I'm not worried.
Okay, that's good.
I love some of the table chat, mate. I don't know whether the needles are deliberate. Wow. Marquardt just flopping the absolute joint.
Nuts.
Nuts, yep.
Thanks,
Thank
Krasny Hilkova. Do appreciate that.
Queen for a chop, and that's Ivanov's only way of staying alive.
I'll tell you what, we said it yesterday. Sometimes it's just your tournament.
Yeah, it's Marquardt's tournament so far
It has
today.
been
It
for the
really
last
has
2
been.
days,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, he was down to like 400k at one point.
Yeah, he free bet to like half his stack when he had aces
Yeah.
against the jacks, and ever
Yeah.
since then, he's been on a massive heater. GG Ivanov out in 17th place, down to 16, so there's going to be another redraw, right?
No,
No, that
next
just
redraw.
happened. 18, right.
Yeah, that just happened.
9-handed.
That's all right, mate. Marquardt just going to jam from the small into our favourite Mawad. He's going to need to call this off. It is for his tournament life. 1.5 million. Blind v blind. I know he doesn't like it. Incredibly tight. But he can't fold his way to victory in a spot like this. Throws the time extension in. We are on a pay jump of sorts. I say we're on a pay jump. 2 spots away. So we'd need 2 people to bust the outer table. It does make the call. Marquardt with the King 8. Chip leader of the entire tournament. Mawad in the big
Very fast
with
call.
the ace 9.
I have 10 blind.
Good luck.
5 to come and a king in the window. If it's your tournament, it's your tournament, chat. I keep saying that. But he's now 2 cards away from being up to over 12 million chips.
And
Marquardt looking to hold here and score another elimination, and he does. We lose Mawad in 14th. Valiant run from him. $12,535 going his way. Player 13 left. Must be nice. You doing the math on the 20%?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've given up on that kind of thing. I just believe what it says on TV.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the guy that's just going to be like relentlessly leading into the middling stacks due to ICM.
He's just taken all the very, very obvious spots so far, basically. Like
Yeah.
all the kind of hands that play themselves. He hasn't really had any super difficult spots, to be honest. They've all just been very like, I've got ace queen, I should raise.
Yep.
I flopped top pair, I should, put chips in. Kind of deal.
Someone's check raising against me when
And
I've got trips.
Yeah, exactly. Petleshkov all in from the hijack for his last few big blinds. 4.5 bigs or so. 10-9 suited. Definitely good enough. Marquardt on the button. Interesting one.
I mean, this is where I start thinking from an ICM perspective that it's actually an aid to have someone like Petleshkov in the tournament from an ICM point of view. Just going to lean into the other stacks when there's someone so short about. There's a 3K ladder between 13th and 12th.
Yeah, definitely applies a lot more at the final table.
For sure,
It is a thing for sure.
Yeah, that ICM noose, if you will, the handcuffs get tighter, a lot more closer to 6, 7, 8-handed.
Yeah, Marquardt makes the call, which I think is a reasonable play. Ace high going to be the best hand a bunch of the time.
The board has come 9 high for Villian. Is this going to be
the comeback?
Well, firstly the comeback, but the demise of Marquardt. Is this going to be the turnaround? So he picks up an additional 4 outs on the
I
turn.
wouldn't count this as a turnaround. 4 bigs. I think he won't mind too much. Is what it is. There.
725.
725. Yeah, whatever. 4.5 bigs. It was a fine call. Weird because Marquardt's taken some spots have been pretty good and he hasn't played bad. Like, I mean, he's definitely played well.
Mate, Saudi Arabia is huge.
Yeah.
Holy.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
It showed the boots.
Even We are back from our first break. This final table live from the Merritt Crystal Cove. This is, of course, the Vintage Style Series warm-up final table. And we are down to the final 6, ladies and gentlemen. And it is Italy's Alessio Asaya leading the pack with 50 big blinds going up to 150,000, 300,000. I've got a funny feeling if the first couple of levels are anything to go by, this is going to be an incredibly fun couple of hours. Everyone guaranteed 42,100. You can see the pay jumps there. Biggest pay jump coming up just now, 10,300. Then a pretty significant one. 18,000 ladders, so just a couple more bust outs, so we're talking the healthy 5-figure scores. See everyone eyeing up that 209,000 for first. What a start to this series here. Of course, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Henry Kilbane. Going to be calling the action for you all the way down to a winner today. Then I'm going to take a day off. If you want to come and play with me, I will be playing in the PLO cash game streets tonight, tomorrow. Then on Tuesday, Leo and I will be covering the high roller final table. Do apologize for the graphics chat. So we're going to play this hand blind. Asaya, Do, and Cabeza. Cabeza opening the button, picking up 2 customers in the blinds. 2.1 million in the middle. Let's see what they bring. 10-4 tray. Does check through on the flop. Jack of clubs rolling off on the turn. Okay, so we're jumping back into this. Do taking a little stab. 20% on the turn with the open ender. Has equity against one pair hands. Sire with the pair of 4s. Not going anywhere. And wow, 4th club rolling off on the river. Sire with the check mark. And a snap call. A snap call from Asaya on the river. Queen 9, no good. This guy's just an absolute boss, chat. Absolute boss. Up to 17.6 million. Sends a strong message to the rest of the table. Just tables the 8-4. Let's have it. Let's just have it. Chip leader now with 6 left. Chat, by the way, if you haven't already, please do go over to Merit Poker's Instagram page. They're really trying to bring like a unique experience to the live events and the live coverage. Big fan of what they're trying to achieve. They've got like the live feed videos at the start of the festivals, the different reels, stories. Those of you watching over on Facebook, good evening all. As if any of you are watching over on Facebook, to be fair. Kabaze. Down to 18 bigs. Joe with a pretty grim spot does have Doe to deal with on his left at all times, at least until...
Excuse me.
And Nikova trying to get the attention of a waiter or waitress rather. Here he is. He's back. Been out gallivanting around the place.
Trying to get a few steps in for the day, you know. Spend so much time in this room sat down. It's nice to give your legs a stretch, get some brain going back to the oxygen.
Some brain going back to the oxygen, mate.
Yeah.
Love that. Don't hurt yourself whilst trying to do that.
I know. Still 6.
Still 6. It's a sire. It's all a sire. Snap called Joe on the river in like 4 million chip pots. Nothing like huge, but still sizable one, given that there's only 60 million in play. And yeah, just kind of really sent a message to the rest of the table with the river caller as well. Just kind of beat him to the pot with 4 of clubs, with 4 clubs on board. After flop went check, check, turn, doe probed against button open. A sire in the big blind, doe flat, queen 9 spades out of the small blind. And then, yeah, continued for like 40% on the river when the 4th club rolled off, and sire just beat him to the pot.
Nice.
With like the 3rd lowest flush you can call with.
Cool. Sounds decent. Does definitely knows his stuff, so
yeah,
it doesn't surprise me to see him making good decisions and correct decisions. So, Doe putting the c-bet in here on the ace-high board. Quad, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Box ace king offsuit.
Everyone guaranteed $42,000 for their efforts. For some people at the table, that is their best life cash. For others, just a drop in the ocean. Career of big cashes. The sire is certainly the most experienced player left at the table.
Yeah, John Doe taking that one down with a c-bet on the flop. Marquardt didn't want to let it go, but reluctantly did.
I'm going to dress up like that next time I'm at a feature table.
Yeah, just black out.
Black on black. John Doe. He's got the world champ glasses on as well. Yeah, Espen Jostad, Dolce & Gabbana round Terminator glasses.
Picks up 5-4 suited now under the gun. 44 bigs or so in the stack. Lets it go. Rightly so as well. Those suited connectors just not really too valuable at this stage. Blockers, like I said before, much more important. And it's Aya with a couple of blockers. Makes it 600k to go. And Krasilnikova finds ace king offsuit in the cutoff for just 9 bigs. No way Isaya's going to be getting away from this one. And going to see the bad news. Nothing you can do there, standard. Can hit a queen, no? It's possible. 23% of the time is Aya going to scoop this one and be up to 20 million, breaching the 20 million chip mark for the first time this tournament. But Krasilnikova far ahead, and still far ahead after that flop. A couple of more outs for a chop for his eye. Can hit a jack. Can hit running cards pairing. Now the deuce would do it.
6 outs for the chop, 3 for the win.
It's the 5. It's a brick, and Krasilnikova doubles up. New life into her tournament, up over 20 big blinds.
The lady fades the lady to hold here with 6 left. It's been great with the big pairs this time. The old Big Slick.
Big Slick. Getting it done. Little Slick. Not getting it done. What? Ace Queen, Little Slick.
Okay.
It's my rap name.
Little Slick.
Little Slick.
Never heard Ace Queen be called Little Slick before.
Really?
I've heard it called the Hand of Death, the Painful Hand.
Little Slick. Little Slick here with the remix.
The Broadway version of Pocket Jacks, Fold Pre, Pain.
Straight to DVD.
Straight to the cash desk, the rebuy. Risk Premium. Out in 7th. Out in 8th. Out in 9th.
Why did I do that? He obviously had Ace King.
Hand 1 out of the tournament.
It's always Ace King.
It's also known as rebuy. The rebuy. Where's your credit card information so that you can rebuy? Just so many names. Never heard it called Little Slick before,
Well,
but hey, you know, you learn something new every day.
You do.
Especially when Leo's around.
Try my best to keep it interesting. Throws the King 5 off away in disgust. Krasilnikova, pocket 4's pretty interesting decision. She's been relatively tight in these positions. We've seen her fold a lot of like ace 10 off type stuff, even earlier with chip EV. And see if she folds these ones as she does. Slides it into the middle. And Mark
Just
into the muck. Cabazo
doesn't like the little pairs.
No, no.
And I get it with ICM.
ICM, yeah, you've definitely got to be very aware. Those pairs don't perform very well at all. It's all about them blockers. Because you can't raise cool 4s. There are some spots in Chip EV where you can raise cool pairs like 4s, you know, like 15 bigs versus the blinds or whatever, but you can't do that. You toast versus a free bet, you always have to fold. You don't block any free bets, don't block any free bet jams. Really bad playability once you get defended, even by the big blind in position. You're not loving it because just so many boards are terrible for 4s, so. And they don't make particularly natural bluffs on a lot of boards either, although they are supposed to be in a lot of bluff range actually, those small pocket pairs. Post flop, they do end up unloading a bunch of the time, especially on boards where it's like a 3 to a straight where people can cool fold with a pair and a straight draw. So you have all your pocket pairs that aren't interacting with any of those cool folds like your deuces, threes, type hands. They often start taking off. Martianu in the hijack. That's the Queen 10 off go. I think that was quite close. I could definitely see an open there. Marquardt though picking up 6s in the cutoff. Still relatively healthy stack, 37 bigs. No need to be worried just yet. Still in the mix for sure. It's at 650. Saya in the big blind. Pretty nice spot for him. Just gets to flick in the call with the pocket 2s. See if we can't flop a set. Not going to get in too much trouble here much of the time.
Oh, in before 6 deuces. Well, don't do it. Don't do it.
Any 6 high flop in his eye is not folding just yet. So 9-3 deuce though.
Upside down 6 and 1 above the deuces.
Deuce neighbor.
1 street over. 1 house over rather.
Yeah, no diamond, which is bad for 2 reasons. 1, you can't improve to a flush, and 2, one of your outs puts a flush on the board, so it means that even when you improve, you don't improve to the nuts. So definitely need a diamond if you're ever going to consider continuing here as a sire. He may peel 1. It's quite a small bet, but it does just fold.
Yeah,
pure set mine with that one. When you've got a lot of pocket pairs, not all pocket pairs, but you've got a lot of pocket pairs, you don't have to call with every single one of them on the flop. When you're going to have a lot of flop pairs as well, you can be more selective under ICM circumstances, especially against a stack that can do a lot of damage to you. Marquardt keeping things real, keeping it level, keeping his foot in the door. Not chip leader, but not out of it by any means. Krasilnikova still the short stack, right?
She is indeed, yeah, but I mean...
Kabaze, what's Kabaze saying? I haven't seen his stack for a little while.
Actually, Kabaze's on like 4.5, so he's actually the
Yeah,
shortest.
because she's just doubled up, so Kabaze now the short stack.
Yeah, I mean, this was looking like it was going to be a clear runaway chip leader kind of spot, and then
The deuces hand happened, and then the sevens hand happened, and
yeah, it's true. It's been self-inflicted, to be honest.
yeah, and all of a sudden we've now got like a pretty nice chip distribution. So you know, may the best man or woman win, kind of thing.
Yeah, and Isaiah pulling out the lead just because he's not making any of those mistakes. You know, you'd never catch him with that deuces hand or that sevens hand. He just wouldn't get himself in that spot, and it shows because he is now the chip leader.
Kabaze coming for the min off of 15. A big fan of this, I think.
This is absolutely fine in the cutoff. Yeah. Allows us to get away from potential callers behind. Obviously, you don't want to be getting this one in if it goes jam and call or something like that. We allowed a big blind in with worse King X and Queen X that we dominate. Allow people to defend worse combinations of spades. Even in position can call some King Jacks, King 10 suited and stuff like that. Queen Jacks. So, yeah, I like this. No reason to just jam and increase your variance. Still Cove in the big blind with the King 8.
Yeah, and this is why I like the min, because you're just going to dominate so many spades in the big blind. You're going to dominate so many King X, Queen X that have to kind of defend versus a min. I think with the ICM pressure slowly releasing from 8 to 6, obviously still very handcuffed, but yeah, Kabaze just being the shortest stack, lowest risk premium and all.
Yeah, pretty massive tell here. Like, it's going to sweep the cards up.
Yeah.
The only reason you would sweep the cards up is to fold. So I think to kind of do that and then spread them back out again, chucking a timeout card, eventually defend. Like, it's a
big tell.
Big tell. Yeah, big tell. Like, this is always a very borderline hand.
Excuse me, can you bring me again?
But she does eventually just fold.
A kicker, yeah.
What happened?
Not a good kicker.
What?
Eight is not
Did
good
you
kicker.
fold? You sure?
King 8. I can't play this
Nothing
card.
special.
Huh?
Nothing special.
No, but I think.
Yeah, sure.
I can?
Sure.
Even King Jack, maybe I call.
Jack.
Yeah, I think that's a fine fold, to be honest.
Hell,
She's like second last in chips, so
yeah.
You know, she doesn't surrender that position. Whereas if she like defends and ends up peeling one and folding later in the hand, she can end up switching to last in chips pretty
100%.
easily.
Yeah, she's down to like 14, 13, whereas now she's not an immediate threat in terms of taking the chip lead, but she can do damage to the top 3 guys.
Exactly. You want to maintain, just like, yeah, keeping a nice solid stack, keeping your position in terms of like rank on the leaderboard is the aim of the game in tournaments, in ICM situations. Just not leaking chips, you know, so important. Playing nice and solid. The kind of the like when you're 5 of 6 or 6 of 7 or you know 6 of 8, those are the spots where you can make or break your win rate at final tables. If you're messing up in those situations and you're always coming 8th, 7th, 6th and never getting up to the like top 3 from those positions, that's where, you know, real good players can make a big difference. You gotta be able to survive from all angles of final tables. So there's so much depth to final tables. It's just something that every time I study ICM, I get my mind absolutely blown.
Oh, 100%.
In Chip EV, when you discover something new, it's usually like, oh, I'm a pip or 2 out of this range in this spot, or I've been using the wrong size on this street with part of my range, or my strategy even has been slightly wrong for this whole street. But in ICM, it's like, oh my goodness, I've been getting it in with 10% equity.
Oh my goodness, Leo.
Oh my goodness.
Right on cue, mate.
Wowee. Both players turning top pair with the ace-jack, and they're going to be pretty satisfied with that board. I mean, there's a lot of possible draws. Obviously, we do have to be a little bit worried about king-queen, but what a cooler of a turn. Krasilnikova firing 600k into the 2.4 million chip pot. Goes for 1/4 pot. Kabaze with the absolute nuts. Makes it 1.65 million, so a relatively small raise. I think this is going to allow John Doe to get out of the way. The times he's behind, he's drawing dead, or very, very, very thin. This is always 2 pair plus from Kabaze for value, and it's hard to think of bluffs he can have here. He could have some kind of ace-queen of diamonds, but I think those are happy just peeling and realising their equity. And Krasilnikova snap folds the ace-jack. Nice fold.
And the ace-jack gets shown. Kabaze maybe going to be a bit tilted himself for fast playing the king-queen on the turn.
Should just snap fold ace-jack there.
Wow. I thought we were going to see a river card there, Leo.
Potential. He did make it nice and small, but she was just... Suspicions were aroused, you know. Alarm bells ringing for that size. Thinks there just aren't going to be any bluffs in there. Results orientated, she was definitely right. And I think she's probably right in the long run there too. So Kabaze adds a little bit to his stack, draws himself very, very close to Nina in that. After that hand, I think he may have even edged himself up over. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
She did put some chips in as well, didn't she? So plus he wins the blinds, and it was a multi-way one. So yeah, definitely Nina moving back down to the bottom. 7.6 mil for Kabaze now. So
yeah, nice little spin.
Yeah, 2.5. 25 bigs.
It's down to 17 at 1 point.
1.7 mil. Or 17 bigs.
17 bigs, yeah. His eyes like, what?
And Montiano just gives the walk to Marquardt out of the big blind. Don't get to see what he had. Oh, 9-7 off. Fair enough.
Easy game.
Easy.
Everybody folds.
Sometimes.
Everybody folds sometimes.
Those of you just joining us, we are down to the final 6. The Vintage Style Series warm-up event. 2K buy-in with a 500K guaranteed prize pool.
Yeah.
Managed to, you know, just casually.
Just beat that.
Just beat that by
about
1.15 million collected.
Plus some packages.
6 figures, 2 six-figure prize payouts.
Yeah, almost 3. Third is still like 95K or something, right?
Plus the package,
Plus the
yeah,
package,
it's
so
basically.
It really is 6 figures.
Basically 6 figures, mate.
Pretty big. And a great structure to go with it as well. This is day 4. We're deep into day 4 now as well, so long old tournament, this one. And that's just the warm-up. Still got the main event to come. Montiano opening the 4s on the button, 600K. Kabaze 7-5 offsuit in the big blind. I think this one is just a fold. Bit too shallow to get to realize our equity in a pot like this. Again, one of those hands like we mentioned yesterday where you're going to flop a lot of kind of gut shots, second pair, third pair type stuff with a backdoor that wants to continue but not really deep enough, too much pressure. But it does decide to make the defend. Again, not 100% sure about this range, but things I've seen in ICM, we tend to be pretty tight out of the big blind. These offsuit low card hands tend to go way down, especially as stacks get shallower and we're not last in chips. All reasons to just not get involved. And a 9-7-6 flop, though, gives Kabaze the best hand. He'll be liking that board, especially facing a check back from Montiano. Deuce on a turn, a safe card as well. Plenty for him to get value from here. If he thinks that Montiano is always betting a 9, there is definitely the chance that Montiano is going to check back some hands that we are behind, though. He can check back some hands like 9-8. He can check back a hand even like pocket 10s, 10-9, just 7-8 suited. There are plenty of things he could definitely choose. He could have a similar hand to ours. But yeah, I think still more than enough to get value from. Plenty of flush draws. Ace highs that might be interesting to put some money, something like ace 10, ace 8, king 8, you know, plenty of hands. Does go for the big size as well. That's over $1 million. Into 1.7. 60% pot, like this sizing. Montiano just going to have a quick think about how his hand and his range interact with this board, how Kabaze's range interacts with this board, how Kabaze might perceive his range. Because he's got an interesting one with 4s. It's a relatively clean bluff catcher. It's not the best, though. Having the heart is not amazing. Having 2 4s in itself is not amazing because we would want like 5-4 suited and something like that to bluff. So But there's still plenty to choose from. There's so much 8x. Kabaze can just naturally just have 8x. But the problem is hands like that are usually 2 overs to the 4s, and then they have the open ender as well. So they have pretty good equity, and they're unlikely to stop bluffing as well on the river. So I like the decision to just fold.
The dealers here won't deal.
Unless your ante and stuff is in.
They will not deal.
Strict.
No exceptions. Follow the rules and get out of our hands. All right. With the 5s. Opening off of just shy of 40.
Marquardt making the 3-bet on the button, 1.6 mil. Just still has a slight chip advantage over Montiano before this hand started. He's just trying to put that and his position to use, but Montiano getting a decent price on this one to peel, see if he can flop a set, potentially win a very big pot off Marquardt if they could find some kind of cooler or cold deck. Could lead to a chip lead pot. Montiano maybe is considering even jamming, because if he thinks Marquardt is overdoing the 3-bets here, 5s is a really good one that unblocks some bluffs, but 6s or 4s definitely preferable, I think, because ace-5 is just so commonly chosen, but it does decide to just let it go instead. Also, I think a reasonable decision. It'd be interesting to solve that one too. Just doesn't want to take any unnecessary risk with a couple of short stacks, shortish stacks sitting, although Kabaze has grinded it up a little bit, so giving himself a bit of room from Nina.
I think we're going to be here for a while, so I don't see, given the kind of stack distribution at the table, unless Krasinilkova finds like a rejam spot and just runs into it. Although saying that, we do have about 10 minutes left.
Poker, isn't it? Things always happen. Poker always finds a way. John Doe in the small blind, 10-5 offsuit. Isai in the big blind covers him, but it's very, very close. Isai only has a couple of million more. It's not a massive lead. Stacks are pretty close in general, apart from those two at the bottom. The top four relatively close to each other.
Numbers are creeping up over on YouTube. 445 viewers. Shout out to all of you that have kept both myself and Leo company. Not only today, but over the last 3 days of coverage of this 2K warm-up event here in Cyprus. You out of water, mate?
Oh yeah, I am, but it's okay.
You're not gonna...
I'll get some in a minute. I can survive for now.
What if you die?
What if I die? That is a good point.
From being parched.
Parched. Died of parchedness. Hit by a blimp.
Oh, just 1% of the field left there.
Yes, less than 1% if you want to be picky.
Wow, that's rounding down, pal. Can't have 0.24 of a person at the table, can you?
You cannot. But
Not-
you can
not a
have,
live
but
one,
you
anyway.
can have 0.24 of a percent. A percentage doesn't care what it's a percentage of. Doesn't know what a person is. Isaiah in the small blind, facing Marquardt, open from the hijack. Chip lead, suited ace, loves the 3-bet. Gonna want to probably keep Marquardt at bay, so I expect we'll see a 3-bet incoming here, but does just let it go.
Ooh.
Interesting one. Would be one I would be taking every time, personally.
Feel like a flat at least.
Crystal Cove in the big blind with the king-jack offsuit, though, gets to make the defend. Nice spot. 12 big blinds behind. And king high, all diamonds. Marquardt does have that deuce of diamonds. He's going to retain 40% equity just with that and the overcard. And the best. Oh no, not the best hand. Don't be ridiculous. She's got a pair of kings. What are you talking about? But yeah, Krasilnikova, no flush draw. Snap cool. Queen of hearts on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Interesting spot for Marquardt because there are lots of hands like a pair and a diamond that peel the flop, so many, or like a straight draw and a diamond. A lot of them kind of shrivel up versus a big bet on the turn. Like if you got 9-7 with the 7 of diamonds or something like that, you know, it's like decent, fine to call the flop with, but then gets very dicey pretty quickly on the turn. So could see bluffing this one. Just so when we get there and we make a flush, we got the best hand a bit more often as well. If we get some like weak diamonds to fold on turn, then when it does come flush, we're going to have the best hand a bit more of the time.
I like that. Yeah, it just gets to check down with the ace high now,
Yeah.
plenty of showdown.
Krasilnikova missed a bet there on the river as well. King definitely good enough to go for value in that spot. Marquardt's going to have quite a lot of queen X and ace high in that rate, in that kind of line. When he bets flop and then checks back the queen on a turn, that's going to be a lot of hands that picked up showdown value or had showdown value already. So lots of pairs in there, and we would expect him to continue the turn with ace king and king queen. So king jack looking like the nuts. Not much 5x in his range either.
So it really has been spread out around the table now, these chips. Shortest stack covering around the 20 big blind mark, 6 left, 209k to play for. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to grind tonight again.
Did you play yesterday?
No, but I was like, you know, tomorrow we got the day off.
Yeah, you can just grind tomorrow if you want. Grind tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening or whatever. Got 2 days off in a couple of days as well, so you'll have time. Still good to be disciplined. Like, it's also not the best. I know you feel like you're focused because you've been in the booth all day looking at poker, but also you've used a lot of mental energy, which is a finite resource.
It certainly is.
King 6 suited in the cutoff for John Doe. King 6, 700k. Isaiah on the button, 8-5 off, lets it go. Montiano, pocket 9s in the big blind. Interesting decision. Playing 34 bigs. Decides to just call. relatively strong hand to defend with, which is nice. Nice to feel like you can always continue. You can continue pretty much every board with 9s for at least one bet, so nice to have that option in your range. Feels like so much of your big blind defend race just has to check fold the flop. And Jack 10 3, 2 spades. Not the best for Montiano, but John Doe did miss. Got a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Pretty good just board for his range in general to want to bet. So I expect a third. Seems pretty reasonable. We generally tend to keep bets smaller in ICM as well, not so much sizing up, especially on flops, but not going to let that stop him. Looks like a half pot. 900 into 1.85. Montiano electing to just let it go there early. Can understand it, 2 over cards, not very great visibility, and blocking some Queen 9, King 9 type stuff that we can be ahead of and in good shape against. I think generally we want to continue the flop with a pair there. Half pot though does definitely makes it a lot less inviting, that is for sure. Ace 2 suited in a hijack for John Doe. Lets it go. Spot I would be going for an open there, I think. Well, definitely, I know. Isaiah in the cutoff, 10-9 suited though, he won't miss it. It's at 700. And gets a quick fold out of everybody except Markart. I imagine he is going to want to defend this Jack 7 suited deep enough to continue a few flops. So, no reason to fold this one, that would be pretty tight. And a great board for Isaiah, not only his hand but also his range. Going to just be overall a lot stronger than Markart's big blind range here. Markart's big blind range pretty wide, so contains a lot of stuff that just miss completely, whereas Isaiah just has a lot of like 2 pair trips. And his worst hands are like king or queen high, so C-bet gets it done.
Did you weigh yourself when you arrived?
No, but I know how much I weighed.
We just can't stop eating, mate.
No, no.
I'm having like 4 meals a day, and in between that I'm having like 7, 8 pieces of fruit.
Dessert.
2,
oh, right, yeah, fruit.
2 desserts.
That's right. Oh, 2 desserts, yeah, grow up. I had 2 desserts with my main dinner.
Oh, I've only had 1 today.
You've only had 1 today?
Yeah.
Does baklava count as dessert?
Is it typically served as a dessert?
I mean, yeah, but it's also just served as like just a bit of a random treat. You know, you can have it in the middle of the day. It's kind of more like a really sweet snack than a treat.
I feel like it's what they bring out when guests come over.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I've had a lot of that too. So whatever you want to class it as,
I
it's
think
in
that's
there.
a dessert.
It's in my stomach.
Definitely a dessert.
It's definitely delicious. I'm alright. I'm alright with whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I feel like I'm in control of it, you know. If I gain a bit of weight, that's fine. I'll be.
Could do with it.
Yeah, I could gain a little bit. I don't mind.
Yeah, definitely need it.
I'm about bang on average weight for my height, but I would be happy to gain some weight for sure. I just don't like. Normally, I don't eat loads, but when there's a free buffet laid on and everything's absolutely delicious and perfect in there all day, it's kind of easy to do. It's different when you got to make all your own food or whatever. You know, it's less motivation. Cove just open jamming. 18 big blinds with the ace-king off.
Yeah, it's just losing a bit of value here. Like, it could have definitely induced here with the ace-king.
Yep.
Should come with min. Marquardt with the ace-9 of clubs. Now she's just giving him an easy out to find the fold pre-flop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a few too many big blinds, but I don't think it's a complete disaster, honestly. It's probably not a very big deal. Just protecting your equity in the tournament, winning pre-flop loads, knowing that when you get it in, you're never in bad shape, you never made a mistake. There's definitely merits to it. Not ever losing the pot pre-flop, or like not ever getting made to fold the best hand post-flop is a big chunk of equity to retain. If you never go post-flop and end up folding the best hand with this, that's a pretty massive win. So there are definitely things to consider. ICM is a bit different to Chippy V, but I do think generally it's probably just a couple too many big blinds, like 16, okay, 18, maybe just a bit much, but Kabazi, tough spot, but
yeah,
not too tough.
Nice fold.
Lets it go. Nice fold. You had a pair, I had ace king. Nice fold.
No, I think she's talking to Quad.
Marquardt, Lord Marquardt.
That's it, because he tank folded.
Yeah.
So, yeah, could have picked up a few more big blinds.
But could have also just like Kabazi defends sevens. That's not great.
Or like Marquardt flats, Kabazi just rips and we lose a flip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's not great either.
Yeah.
Kabazi rejam or Marquardt rejams, Kabazi folds, we call, we get 3 out of bust.
You know, the crazy thing is we're going to have to go to a couple of universes across to see what the actual outcome of that would have been.
Yeah, we'll ask Doctor Who when I next see him.
Whoever's running the sim currently. Definitely living in the sim.
Yes. I feel like it's more fun when you believe that as well. It's more. I treat life like a video game all the time. I literally live my life like I'm playing a game because it's way more fun.
You just jump out of a plane, no parachute.
No, not that kind of game. Just like where the consequences of my decisions don't matter. Like making a mistake, it's not a big deal. It's a video game, you know. It doesn't matter. But it's an open world thing. Like it could be like GTA. Like if I really wanted to, I could go out and start stealing people's cars. But I don't want to do that. There's plenty of other things to do. But just choosing the fun things to do in the game instead of like sticking to the boring old storyline.
Yeah.
It's an open world game. Why don't I make my own story? Marquardt opening on the button with the 10-9 suited. Doe in bad shape, but still, even against this exact hand, 33% equity.
What's that movie with the? Wow, who's the guy that's Deadpool? Ryan.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds. That superhero movie that Ryan Reynolds is in, where he's a typical person, works in a bank.
Yeah.
And then he glitches one day.
It's called Mr. Nice or something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. Nice guy.
That's kind of like life.
Yeah.
Like you either get stuck in the office.
Yeah.
Ordering the same coffee.
Or you do something super random.
Super random and just get out of the matrix. Jump back into this though, with an open ender in the big blind. Marquardt continuing on the King 8-5. There are some spicy turn cards.
There are some spicy turn cards.
Jack of diamonds.
Anything that's a diamond.
Jack of diamonds would be.
9 is like, it's not spicy, but leads to
Jack of diamonds for
folding.
it's like the nut load turn card.
Yes, really interesting one now for Marquardt. Doesn't really block too many folds, only kind of like 9-7, 9-6 suited. But there are plenty of hands that were an open ender or a pair that now have become to kind of under pressure, and it's just a question of like, do I think my opponent's going to be sticky with 8x and 5x, because that's what his range consists a lot of here. But also having diamonds isn't too great because we block some of the backdoor flush draw combinations that fold, and we unblock the spades that continue, and it just goes check on the river, and Marquardt's going to win this one with 10 high. Doe definitely missing a bluff there versus the check back. Not going to be as much 8x and 5x in Marquardt's range as there is like ace x that's missed and queen x that missed and just easily folds the river.
King 8.
So would like to see a bluff there with 7 high. You're kind of at the very bottom of your range. You're unlikely to have a hand that's much worse than that. So that's usually a good place to start looking for bluffs. Marquardt going to be a bit wondering how he won that one.
Still 6-handed here, about an hour since we came back from break. Krasilnikova with the early double ace-king against ace-queen. Our man Kabaza just kind of chipping up a bit, couple of raise and takes. Tight at the top. Montano really flying under the radar, by the way. Certainly someone that we haven't given or haven't spoken that much about. Just been.
He hasn't had a bunch of interesting spots to it.
No, it's just been there, kind of, you know.
Well timed, just finding nice spots to chip up. Not too many downswings, just a lot of break even, win a pot that keeps you going type tournament for him. Ace-7 suited for Marquardt in the cutoff. 13 mil makes it 650. Down to Isaiah in the big blind with the king-6 off.
Chip leader.
Chip leader covering, but doesn't want to play out of position. 40 effective. Retains the chip lead by folding.
I love Krasilnikova. She's just like, every hand she's not involved in,
she's got something to say.
Yeah, she's just like, you're not defending? God. Could have laddered another spot if you'd defended there.
With nothing, you do nothing.
With nothing, you do nothing.
Words to live by.
Really are. Wiser words have not been spoken.
You remember the flush?
Not on this stream, anyway.
But 8-4 was something. Nothing is like 7 deuce, 9-3, Jack 2. 8-4 is also close to nothing, but at least you have some hope.
No strategy talk at the table, please.
Yeah.
Leave that
Stop
for the
telling
commentators.
people that they defend 8-4 and fold Jack 2. You're giving it all away. Goodness sake. Montano, whatever, however, under the gun with the Jack 9 suited. Been on the more snug side, but going to open this time. 6 handy. Kabazi, 25 big blinds, cut off ace queen. 30 of 30 versus the opener. He's been relatively snug. We are getting towards a jammable stack for sure. How much has Nina got? 4 mil?
No, I think she's got 6.
6 mil. So yeah, I don't mind this call. I think we can definitely flip for whether we want to shove or whether we want to call. Both would be reasonable.
Oh, maybe she. No, she. Yeah, that is about 6, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Isaiah, the small blind with the ace-5 off. Ace-5 suited, excuse me. He decides to just call as well. See if we can't flop a flush. And we've got a 4-way pot brewing. Krasilnikova with a legit hand, pocket 5s. But we can see Isaiah with a 5 in hand. Unlikely to
Ace, Queen, 5, one time, 2 spades.
Ace, Queen, 5, 2 spades. Queen, Jack 9. Little bit of action. Montano with bottom 2 pair after opening under the gun, and Kabazi with top pair, top kicker. But it is a very dangerous, dynamic board and a 4-way pot. So that really changes things. Everybody going to proceed with a lot more caution than normal. But Montano already going to be looking super strong here after opening pre and then betting into 4 people on this, into 3 players on this board. It does really look very strong. So Kabazi going to want to proceed with extreme caution, and Krasilnikova and Isaiah are going to be getting out of the way when it's their turn, regardless of what happens.
Krasilnikova just playing with her hair.
Yep.
She don't care. She's out there, under pair to the board.
Kabazi makes the call. I think that's really his only option. It might even be legitimately possible that you can fold on the flop when this is the action. The 9 of clubs on a turn. Mintiano probably thinks that's an absolutely massive turn a lot of the time. Like, that's going to be a really, really good turn for him to get paid. There's going to be some flushes that peeled. And
10 at clubs.
10 clubs. I don't think Kabaze. Maybe it's not as good as it
club.
looks, actually. Kabaze not going to really have that many flushes when there's a queen jack on board. He's not going to have ace king. Not going to. He can have ace 10 of clubs. That's really it. So actually, it's probably not a good turn. It's probably a really
10
bad
ace
turn.
5.
Yeah, it's probably a really bad turn. Mintiano checks it over to Kabaze. Interesting one for Kabaze. I think overpairs are going to check here sometimes, so yeah, we definitely can't just assume that we have the best hand with ace-queen, so I like this kind of proceeding with caution. Doesn't need too much protection. King obviously is not great, and the 10 is not amazing, but neither is betting and getting raised, or betting and even getting called not that great, so I think, yeah, the spot control line is nice. Now up to Mintiano on the river. Big decision with Jack-9 suited, full house. What do we want to do here? We unblock Queen X that can call, and that's going to be a lot of Kabaze's range. After he calls the flop, checks back the turn, it's going to be a lot of stuff like Queen Jack, King Queen, potentially some Jack-10 suited.
What would like aces or kings with a club want to do here? Like 25% pot?
I think you can go
blockish?
big. I think you can go big for value with those hands versus the check back on the turn.
Interesting.
Because most of Kabaze's range, or all of Kabaze's range, the bluff catcher stuff is usually not bad enough to turn into a bluff. Maybe Queen Jack sometimes jams to try to get an overpair to fold, blocking the full houses. But other than that, his hands are really a decision between whether he should call a bet or whether he should fold. And so he doesn't have much that naturally wants to turn itself into a bluff. So he's kind of capped into just calling. So I think you can bet big against that type of range. And then if you get shoved on, you have a relatively easy fold because it's just going to be like checked back full houses or checked back nut flush. So yeah, I think those overpairs can bet big, and I think Jack-9 should bet relatively big, but it looks like we've gone small here, quarter pot.
Yeah.
I like this because this is going to get paid really often by King Queen, and like Queen 10 and Jack 10. Jack 10 might even start, or King Jack or Ace Jack or something might start side calling. They probably fold, but he definitely locks up a call from a queen really often there, and a queen might get away from a big bet, so perhaps that block size is better. I would have liked to go a little bit bigger at least though, like a third. But yeah, nice hand and a very important pot.
Yeah, let's take a look at the counts. Montano, look at that,
Top
Leo.
3, yeah,
Holy.
just all the same basically, absolutely nothing in it.
Wow.
One big blind, less than one big blind separating. Two similar stacks at the bottom as well, both on 13 big blinds. Kabaze, Krasnokova, John Doe just kind of can't do much at the moment.
Yeah,
He's
wow.
got 2 players with more chips than him on his left. He's got position on one of the short stacks, but that's not too much use, seeing as he's likely to be a kind of all-in fold situation for Kabaze. So yeah, John Doe a bit handicapped, but
150 bigs in play, 160 with...
What did I say yesterday? Isn't this about exactly the spot we got to? You
Not
said there's
yet.
going to be 100 bigs in
Not
play, and I
yet.
said that
knew
could still be
you were gonna bring
5-handed.
that up. I knew you were
So
going
that
to
means if they're 5-handed, next level.
We're not there yet, mate.
But we're close.
When we get to 300, 600...
It's looking possible, though, isn't it?
It is looking possible.
Yeah.
And we all know...
Acting like I've never played a poker tournament before.
He does like to be right, chat. Marquard.
Sometimes I just can't help it.
That is
you
true.
know?
That is true. It's annoying, right?
It's annoying, you know?
It's like, oh, can I just not get it wrong for once?
No, just Jesus Christ. Must I be cursed like this? Marquard under the gun with the 6s, bumping it up. Blinds up now 200k, 400k. Bringing that average stat down a bit. About 25 big blind average now. A little bit over. Around, there's 62.4 million chips in play, so divide that by 6. They all get just over 10 mil each.
Yeah. Yeah, Isaiah for me is the guy to run away with it. Should he get a KO? Should he get up to like 20 million? Be the first to kind of get to that 20 million spot.
Yeah.
He seems just super dialed in when it comes to how to really exert pressure.
Yeah, he's just the best player here by far. I think actually by far I actually stand by that. But in terms of just well-roundedness, ICM, the way he's played this every stage of this tournament, every hand, he has definitely played the best out of everybody I've seen. So yeah, Very, very impressed.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's been a fun couple of days, man. We've had some.
Been a good tournament, this one.
Some really just funky poker being played. We've had some absolute heroes who just haven't really cared.
Yeah.
You know, they're just
Kept
they're
it
on
interesting.
holiday. Yeah, they're here to play a 2K, a 3K, have some fun in the sun. You know, c'est la vie. If we bust, we bust. If not, we get to look like a hero on stream to the friends and family at home. It's a great destination for that because you really do get to mix, you know, vacation and poker, and you don't get that in many places.
You really don't.
So I'm hoping. Got a funny feeling that the high roller is going to be a little bit more us. You know, there's going to be a lot of like young kids in there, hopefully. Just out there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Battling it out. But the main event, I feel like we're going to have very similar player types.
Yeah, I
similar
wonder how many
field.
players the high roller gets.
Go and have a look.
Can go and have a look. Go and register. Ace King suited for Krasilnikova now on the button. 13 bigs, just under. Very reasonable shove. Could also induce this one. Ooh, Marquardt in the big blind. Still, I think we just want to fold though. Whether he does or not is an interesting spot, but this is going to be so much ace high and king high and Krasilnikova just getting it in good in ICM, and obviously if he loses here and doubles her up, that is a crazy switch of things for him. He just puts himself right in the middle of the pack, and that is a disaster. Whereas if he folds here, he's basically still chip leader, and he's rarely folding the best hand. There is definitely, like, there are better hands, or worse hands in Nina's range, I should say. There's some stuff we dominate, even Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited. But this is going to be a lot of ace, especially the snap all in is going to be a lot of just ace highs and king high type stuff. So, yeah, definitely interested to see what Marquardt does. You know, 10 bigs, 9 bigs, whatever. We're in, but it is almost 13, 12.5.
It's one of those hands you look down at, just like so much potential.
Where were you yesterday when we were playing 60 bigs?
Yeah.
Does let it go, nice fold. Definitely correct, I believe. And he's going to love to see that, like he was actually so crushed.
What?
I had hearts too, nice hand.
But what you had? You think about what you think? You had what? Ace queen?
Ace queen, he said I had hearts too.
No.
How can you have ace queen?
Definitely call you with these two hands.
Jacks?
Way too good.
She thinks he might have folded jacks, or kings, or ace queen. Seems unlikely. I'd say there's a
16 blind. That's why I put all in what I need.
Yes.
Not 15.
Played it well.
Quite close.
No bluff.
No bluff.
Of course.
No bluff of the ace king suited. Isaiah in the hijack, king 8 offsuit. Lets it go. Round to Marquardt in the small blind, 10-9 offsuit.
Small?
Yeah, you're small.
And relatively shallow here. Just around 4 million for Kabaze in the big blind, 10 bigs behind, so Marquardt going to have a pretty wide jamming range here. I think 10-9 off, definitely going to make it in. You just put in the pressure, maximum pressure on Kabaze. Going for those folds. Does make the shove. Ace-9 off in the big blind for Kabaze. He's going to be in here. Last in chips. This definitely goes.
Has to put it in and he knows it.
Yeah, this is mandatory. You can't be folding a hand this good versus a small blind jam when you're last in chips.
And this is really going to change things. Kabaze 4.7 effective at the start of the hand.
Yeah, got him absolutely crushed as well, so it's not just a good spot, it's a great spot. I'm surprised he's taking his long, to be honest. I think this is my folding here would be a pretty significant error.
As they like to say in chess, a blunder.
A blunder.
Does make the call. Good man, love to see it. Cards on their backs.
Just wants to make sure, and there's nothing wrong with that when you're playing for a lot of money. And he's going to see the good news. He's got him absolutely crushed. Just got to fade the 3 outer before we get to flip the tables a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta be
Kabaze would
surprised
actually
sometimes, right?
overtake Marquardt if he
He
wins
would.
this hand.
Krasanilkova absolutely shocked that Marquardt jammed the small blind with 10-9.
With a completely standard jam. And 3
Oh,
clubs.
no.
It's never easy. You see Kabaze roll his eyes a little bit there.
Yeah,
It is never easy. 11 outs now for Marquardt. Almost half of the equity with 10 high. 10 of clubs on the turn. Gets there every way. And Kabaze suddenly drawing dead and out of the tournament. Brutal way to bust, really, when you get it in such good shape. That really stings for so much money. Feel for the guy. Played really, really well. Good
Mate,
game.
When it's your tournament, it's your tournament.
We've
We've been saying that
all day,
for the last 2 days, mate.
Isaiah's going to get there through crushing it. Marquardt's going to get there through dream spot after dream spot.
Merit, Cyprus, Poker Room, regular Basil Kabaze. Quick highlight of his past couple of days. One epic run for the local player. Something that you just love to see, you know, a regular here at Merit.
Disappointing way to bust, but nothing you can do after you get your chips in good. You just got to let the cards fall as they will. This time, it's not his time. $42,100 for his efforts. Everybody now locked up, what, 57 if I had to guess?
Yeah, I just wanted to check, sorry, I'm going to confirm that with you. Everyone now...
His biggest score, right?
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed 52.4.
52.4 plus the package, 70k next pay jump. Things getting very, very juicy now.
Biggest score for Kabaze, well played, sir.
Yep, nicely done.
Love
Isaiah
that.
picks up 7s under the gun now. 33 bigs or so. Puts 2 of them into the middle. Doe peels out the big blind with the ace-3 suited. Really close now. It's just basically like 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil. Nina with 5 or 6. Oh no, she didn't double. Did she double up?
No, Marquardt's got 20 mil now, hasn't he?
Yeah, of course he has. Yeah, that's right.
So it's like 20 mil, 10 mil, 10, 10, and then, yeah.
6 or so. Yeah. And pretty interesting flop here. Really interesting.
This, Leo, this
is what we wanted.
This right here, this could get us down to 4, and there's 2 turn cards in the deck.
Yeah, and Doe just snap jams over the top. I personally would have gone for a non-all-in check raise with this combo, but a raise nonetheless. Standing up, that's an interesting strategy when you're all in and you haven't been called.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What part of it do you find interesting? Like giveaway wise, or?
I'm not sure. That's one I don't see often. I'd have to come up with a response to this on the fly. But standing up before you've been called, that really doesn't strike me as strength. Like, would you ever jam 8-9 here and then just stand up?
Is 8-9 strength?
Well, I mean, for Isaiah, that's what he's contemplating, right? Because that's the only thing he's really losing to.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I mean, there are some 2 pairs, but the trouble is he's blocking the pair and straight draw, and he's got a diamond, so he's not loving it. But like standing up, man, that's very suspect. I just don't know if I'd like shove 6s and then be like, you know, I can't see it. It's more like a move to intimidate, right?
Oh man, yeah.
Subconscious. I believe stuff like that subconscious. It seemed like he just kind of was a bit nervous and he was like, oh, you know, I'm nervous. I'm letting my nervous energy out. And I think standing up is quite a subconsciously an intimidating move when everybody else is sitting down.
Play too much poker, yeah. I need
Especially like standing over like the table as well.
Yeah, like hands on the rail. Like, well, what are you going to do then?
Go to the beach. I hope it will be good weather.
Gets it through though. Isaiah folding the best hand, but still about 40% equity.
Wrong pocket pair. If he had 9s, he's in there, I think. I don't think he's getting away from 9s.
Yeah, I also think Isaiah probably is not supposed to see bet. I think that's supposed to be a check on the flop at 7s, especially with 7 of diamonds. I would wager good money that we're supposed to check there. Folds to Marquardt on the button. 20 mil, absolute chunks, but he folds. 9 something offsuit. Doe in the small blind, gets out of the way too, just gives the walk with the 10-4 suited.
I have good cards, but I...
Isaiah getting the walk, 7-5 off, doesn't mind that. Action starts to move pretty fast as you get shorter handed. 5 people left, so you're in the blinds 40% of the time. On the button 20% of the time. Things definitely move fast. Stacks start to go into the middle and get degraded pretty quickly. If you go through a few orbits of folding, you're gonna see your stack get absolutely decimated. So important to know your stuff when you get short-handed. You got to really be defending your blinds, otherwise you're going to get eaten alive just by the rotation of the button. Ace-10 suited for Montiano in the hijack. 400k.
Silent Assassin.
Excuse me.
Just kind of
getting it done.
Yeah, quietly got his way here. There are no really, huge hands or anything like that. That come to mind at least.
Yeah, played really solid, definitely.
Nuts.
Very reggish.
2-3 off. Nuts.
Happy to be here, I think, Nina.
100%.
I can.
Why wouldn't you be?
I don't
Absolutely loves it.
На большом блайнде 2-3 раза.
Happy to be here, as are we, and hopefully, as are you viewers over on YouTube. Although, for some reason, the likes have gone down on YouTube.
Guys,
what's going on?
When you leave, don't take your likes with you.
It's 500 of you watching over on YouTube. We need to get to 60 likes in order to stream the High Roller on Tuesdays. If you are enjoying this coverage, please do go ahead and hit that like button. It's a sign of support for the stream. It's one of the biggest streams Merit's put on, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of these in the near future. 2023 going to be a big year. I've got a funny feeling that there's going to be a lot of players flocking to Cyprus in 2023 to play some poker. 209,000 for first here in this warm-up event.
Marquardt folding to the min 3-bet, but ugly hand, so I can see why. Curious sizing there from Doe. John Doe. But gets it done. Oh, gets it done.
11 p.m. local time. Long old day here. Playing for 200k.
We sure are.
Yeah, when you're playing for 200k, you're like, sure, let's play for as long as you guys want.
Exactly. Let me take my time.
I'm not going to complain about it.
Hijack, John Doe, let's go, of the ace-7. Fold, fold, cut off button. Lots of deuces floating around. Montiano, though, in the small blind, king-jack offsuit. Playable. Could go either way with this one. Don't mind the limp. Could definitely go for a limp jam, go for a limp call. Marquardt just decides to check back the 9-5, which I like. Montiano flops best, middle pair. Not much in the way of equity for Marquardt. Does have some backdoors, 10%. Over the time, he can run out the best hand tier, and 5 of diamonds on the turn picks his equity up to around 20% now. Montiano definitely got a strong enough hand to start going for some value with, but he decides to just check. Marquardt perhaps thinks Marquardt will take off a little bit too often on this turn, facing the double check. Just happy to bluff catch, not bloat the pot too much, not open the door to get him played back at. Marquardt does fire 600k with his 5-high flush draw. Montiano just gonna call. No reason to do anything else. And Unless we see a diamond on the river, Montiano is going to have the best hand. Queen on the river, really good card for Montiano's hand. He'll be pretty happy with that one, and just going to be a check call all day long, I think, if Marquardt decides to fire, which I imagine he probably will. 9 high. Plenty of hands with 1 diamond that call the turn and then fold the river. We got 9 high at the end of the day, so good one to be bluffing. Bets 900 into 2.4, and Montiano with the quick call.
Tables the diamond first.
Yeah.
The old.
Kind of slid his cards forward as if he was
Always
mucking
have
and then
nuts.
turned them over.
9-5.
It's not nuts.
Oh,
That's pretty nutsy.
It's
In the blind. Come on.
Yeah,
I want to have a quick look.
Hand, not.
See what's on tomorrow. Are there any one-day comps that we could fire tomorrow?
There's some Hold'em bounty things.
Win it
I
and
don't know if it's tomorrow, but I think it might. I think it is. I think it's $400 bounty tomorrow.
Yeah? I feel like we're definitely winning that, man. We're definitely chopping that. Like, how are we not? 21st of November. There is 50k 500 bounty, mate.
Interesting.
Oh, it's a 1k.
It says 15k on there.
It says 15k on where?
It says, oh yeah, that's a different tournament. There is a $400 bounty, right, with 15k guaranteed somewhere on the schedule. So that's the one I saw. I didn't see this one. Is that PLO? No.
This is Hold'em.
$500 bounty.
Starts at midday.
Yeah, I don't really like half bounty tournaments. It's not my favourite thing at all. They're actually my least favourite tournament. Fixed bounty.
Oh, you're just boring, aren't you?
Yeah, a bit. A bit vanilla.
I want to play that.
You could play it.
Well, you know, I was looking forward to
I really want to play the mystery bounty, I'm not going to lie.
When is it?
It's now, I think, or tomorrow. Day 1. But it's a multi-day. Yeah, day 1B. So when is there a day 1? Is that tomorrow? What's the date today?
Oh, wait.
20th.
Late Reg is closed. Yeah.
21st.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the final day today?
The final day is tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Late Reg closed ages ago.
It's a shame. 25-minute clock, but that would have been really nice. I do like a mystery bounty. We've got a little bit of a hand unfolding here. Isaiah has opened the hijack with the Queen Jack. Oh, and Krasin on the Cove peels the cut off with the 7s. Marquardt peels one out of the small blind with the 10-9 suited. And the King 6-4 board. Krasin on the Cove still has the best hand with the 7s. Checks through, and a 6 of spades on the turn. Marquardt picks up a flush draw. Decides to fire, thinking there's 2 capped ranges. Well, because neither of them would check a king on the flop. Krasilna Kova decides to just fire the 7s into the muck by the looks of it. Well, goes to do it again, and then thinks, actually, maybe I'm not going to fold.
But you can. I know you. You have 6-4, maybe. Yes, it's your range.
It's in my range, yeah.
Yes, I know. This is your range.
Oh, do you have a pair, like 7?
Yes, you're quite right. Exactly.
How can I know it?
That's scary. That's always scary when someone calls out your hand. Anytime someone calls out my hand, I just fold.
Yeah.
Like, if someone's got a read on me, that good of a read, I'm just dead.
Nice guess.
Show me 6, please. Last. But I don't want to play with him because this is his range, 6-4 or something like this.
You will see in a half an hour.
Of course.
You're interested?
I'm afraid of him. He can do it, you understand?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Of course.
I did it like Daniel Negreanu with
Satellite to the main event tomorrow? What happens if you win it and you don't want to play?
Don't know, mate.
Get some tournament dollar perhaps, or
6-3,
cash?
6-2, like this. Something.
Look at
Jack
that.
6.
1.5 million guaranteed.
Something like this I have in the big blind, small blind.
Maybe we could tag team in the tournament without anybody noticing. So
I
there's
was
always somebody
thinking
in the commentary booth, and then we
I
just
was thinking it.
like
I was
that.
like, would anyone, like, if you just disappeared for 20 minutes and then I went over and sat down, is anyone really going to be like, hang on a minute?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, probably.
I think if somebody got up from my table, then a different person sat down, I'd be like, who is this guy?
To be honest,
Queen Jack suited for Isaiah out the big blind that makes the defend.
I think I had the king.
Oh, sorry, limped pot. Doe limps the small blind, so Isaiah just decides to check this one back, which I think is fine. No need to open the door to getting jammed on pre and having to fold a hand with as much equity as this.
But the king is still good.
The 5-4 free board. Going to be pretty good for the big blind check back range. Doe going to fold a few more like weak 4x, 5x offsuit type stuff, pre-flop 3x, you know, like the 9-3s off, but Isaiah can still have those. So it has quite a lot of pairs, offsuit straights, the deuce 6 type stuff as well. Goes check, check though on the flop, and Doe checks over to Isaiah again on the turn. Check, check. 4 on the river, very, very low missy board. Not many full houses for either player. Goes check, check, and Isaiah just going to win this one with Queen Jack high. Jack plays. Silnikova relatively short. Looks like about 3 mil left behind. After paying the big blind and the big blind ante. So less than 10 bigs in the stack. Things getting pretty sweaty for her. She's going to be looking for a spot next couple of orbits. So there's a 1k bounty. There's a 1k tomorrow with a $500 bounties, 50k guaranteed. $1k bounty. What time does it start?
Oh, mate, honestly, it starts at 12 o'clock. My massage is at 11.
12 o'clock.
So I'll be out the massage at 11:50.
So it's all like lining up, isn't it?
It really is, mate. It really is.
What's the structure saying? 20-minute clock. Turbo bounty.
It's a little turbo bounty with the boys, one-day event.
Krasilnikova all in out of the big blind versus Doe's open, and he cannot fold for 10 bigs.
Let's go.
We're flipping for it.
We are indeed.
Krasilnikova at risk.
Feels like it's just Krasilnikova's to lose at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's not the end of the line for her yet. She's been running decent.
No immediate help on the flop.
No, it's not. It wasn't coming yet. It's going to be just like a queen of spades on the turn, I think. Oh, she's got the queen of spades. Queen of clubs.
Deuce of
diamonds.
diamonds.
That's one way. That's one way of doing it.
Is that too many outs? Oh, she's doing the stand-up. Perfect timing.
She's like, well, I didn't turn a flush.
It is the perfect timing.
That was good timing.
Yes.
But it's a 3 of clubs on the river, and Krasilnikova leaving us.
Good luck.
What a fantastic run for her.
Yeah, great run. Really good. She should be happy with that one.
100%. Massive score for her.
5th place.
Thank you so much.
For
Good luck, guys.
52,000 or so dollars.
Bye-bye.
Plus that package to Montenegro, so not a bad result at all.
So we just got a quick look at bust out, time at the table. Krasilnikova, $52,400 richer plus package to future merit tournaments. And then there were 4. And everyone at the table now guaranteed $70,000.
Yummy.
For their efforts.
Next place basically getting a 6-figure score, 95k in the package. So really getting exciting now. We've got another hand brewing. Hijack, Marquardt opens as the chip leader, and Doe close now, close second after winning that last pot, knocking Nina out. Just peels the cutoff with the ace-5 suited, and Montiano finding kings in the big blind. Playing around 34 bigs, just over. Great spot for him.
Yeah, and with Cristiano Cove's departure, got to see these guys kind of
have to battle now.
Yeah, you know, like
stacks are really
four
close.
guys, stacks are really close. You may even see a blow up here from Marquardt, like 4-bet. Wouldn't surprise me. Same from Doe. Could see a back jam from Doe with the ace-5. Just now that it's obvious, you know, it's a bit of a reg on reg battle for the win. Let's see what he comes with. Does let it go. Yeah, Doe just gonna get out there.
See where Henry's mind. Every time you 3-bet Henry, he just wants to blow up and 4-bet jam.
It's just been the byproduct of the last 2 days, mate.
Yeah.
50-50 if I jam on it.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, there we go.
How much
on the wavelength.
So we get another look at a run here over the last couple of days. A lot of big pairs. No, I mean,
it's like working with a child.
It's just, it's been a long couple of days, and it's just been a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah.
Down to the final 4.
Yeah, she did well. She definitely had a
amazing run.
An amazing run, but I'm trying to think of what the word is.
And I'm
she
going to
was
say
held
this.
up well by the deck. The deck gave her a good old push in the right direction, that's for sure.
There's definitely that.
But she played all of her spots pretty well.
And she was the first to admit it as well. You know, she's talking about the aces against kings. Not once, twice. Okay, against the same guy.
Same guy, same hands.
And I've got a lot of respect for people that just own that.
Yeah.
You know, they just own it. They're just like, look, mate, I just keep picking up big pairs. I'm running well.
What do you want me to do?
It's not my fault that I'm getting
She
dealt.
literally had like queens plus. I don't know how many times we
Yeah.
saw. Like, must have been close to 10 in 2 days.
Yeah. No, amazing stuff for her. Regular here at Merit. Her best live cash before this was $4,849. So a little 10x.
Little bump on the Hender mob. Quadrupled her live earnings.
Little 10x. A lot of Russians here. Ever since the MPP came to town.
Mm-hmm. Folds 2 at Marquardt in the small blind. 5-3 offsuit. Out of position to John Doe.
MPP won't let me be me.
So MPPT. Just gives him a walk. I think that is very, very reasonable. He had a pair in the big blind as well. Pocket 5s. So yeah, pretty level now. 4-way action between these guys. All of them played some pretty solid poker. Some interesting pots happened. But we're down to the business end now. Big pay jumps, big payouts. Everybody locked up 70k.
Yeah. 70k, but still pretty, I mean.
25k next pay jump.
Yeah.
Then 50, 60k after that.
That's insane.
It's weird that it goes a 60k jump and then a 50k jump.
Yeah. I was thinking that from the jump from 9th to 8th was bigger than the jump from 8th to 7th.
And 7th to 6th. And almost 6th to 5th.
No, 7th to 6th is 7,100.
Oh, so they're basically the same, yeah. But it's a bit, yeah. So that's a bigger jump than that jump and that jump.
No, it's not. That's 7,025, mate. 28,000 minus 20,975.
And that's 7,000.
Right, but that's 7,100.
Oh, grow up.
What do you mean grow up? Like
you're rounding.
So, yeah.
Very
Huge.
similar. You would expect a lesser jump or a bigger jump at the top, a lesser jump between 3rd and 2nd.
Huge jump.
Huge jump. Yeah, that's weird.
But it does remind me of the kind of GG payouts though, because from 3rd to 2nd is always huge on GG.
Especially
that should
in
be like 100k or like 105 and then like 145 and then 210. But that's okay.
I wonder who comes up with them.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one though. Anyway, ace 10 for John Doe on the button. Obviously wants to open. Isaiah out of the way in the small blind. And Montiano, nothing to defend his big blind with. John Doe on a bit of a heater, up to 20 mil, 19.1. Chip leader. Nobody breached 20 mil yet, but it's getting close. Any minute now, one of these guys is going to find themselves over the 20 million chip mark. Isaiah, I think, now last in chips after being a chip leader for so long, but he's still got plenty to work with. 25 bigs or more. So could stay four-handed for a little while. John Doe, ace-6 off now in the cutoff, opening once again. Rightly so.
Definitely feel like Isaiah's capable of closing this one out.
Yeah.
Turning this around.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close, it doesn't really make too much difference at the moment. And Marquardt, 10 offsuit in the big blind covered, but still 40 big blinds effective. Seems like the choice is between call or call. Does make the call. Both with one club, one diamond. And relatively interesting board. Ace 8, 7, 2 hearts. Marquardt flopping the gut shot, 2 overs to the 8. And John Doe flops top pair with the ace 6, and a great board for him. He's going to want to be betting his ace high boards very, very frequently, if not always, in this spot. So nice to actually have a pair, and so much of your range is whiffed. Bet 6, 7, 5, and we think we'll just see a check call here by Marquardt. If he's going to start bluffing here, I think he wants to block a few more continues. So having like a heart in his hand would be something I would look for. Does have nice blockers to some ace-x though, suited ones too. Not that it makes much difference, but he blocks some offsuit combos as well. Inconsequential 3 on the turn. Marquardt bricks his gut shot. John Doe still has the best hand, 91% favourite too. And he's going to barrel, realises that there are still plenty of draws and worse pairs that he can get value from. Doesn't want to let those realise for free. Marquardt just going to have to let it go now. Shows the ace. I've always got value, guys. Keep folding.
Image building.
Always got it.
Isaiah would have flopped 2 pair, I think. Muttering to himself.
Ace 2 he had, didn't he? Ace 2 of diamonds.
Ace 2 of diamonds, right.
That was ace 8, 6, 3.
Ah, okay.
Oh, no, ace 8, 7, 3.
So he seemed really upset when the ace was shown. So unless he was just really happy that he would have busted.
Yeah, maybe. If he shoved it, but he wouldn't have got called. Ace 3, 0 into the muck. Montiano on the button, queen 8 off. I think both guys cover him, or he's very, very close with Marquardt. What's Marquardt got? How much? Yeah, very, very similar. Opens the queen 8 off. See if Marquardt decides to take this one as a 3-bet bluff. Doesn't. Lets it go. Eight, 6, 4, 2 diamonds. Montiano flopping top pair, but pretty good board for the big blinds range. One I would like to see Montiano check back think it's a play we're supposed to make at a decent frequency. Because you're not loving it if you check. If you bet and you get check raised, like it's really hard to continue. Do you want to just shove the flop? Not really. Do you want to just call? Kind of really sucks. So, but Montiano does decide to bet, and he sized up 1.275 into 2.2 mil, so over half pot. And John Doe obviously just going to be forced to fold this one, but plenty of his range can continue here. Does let it go after a bit of posturing.
Who's your pick, mate? Who you got? Let's close this out.
Desire.
Yeah?
Yeah. I need odds, obviously. But
for me?
Just in general, if I was to bet on it, but...
If you were a betting man.
I just still... Hasn't changed my view that he's the best. Been the best so far, performed the best in this tournament, although Mintiano's played really well as well. I mean, all of them have, but you know what I mean. In terms of GTO approval rating. Marquardt on the button with a nice hand, ace-jack off. Four-handed, very, very strong at this stat depth. Makes it 900 to go, and snap call out a small blind from Doe with the ace-7 off. Yeah, this is a bit ropey.
Hang on a minute.
We can definitely put the 3-bet bluff in, but call is a bit funky here. Ace-7 off, really poor playability post-flop out of position, especially if it can go multi-way, which it certainly can. Azire in the big blind. 10 mil, goes for the king blocker shove. Look at this.
He's just an absolute animal,
This
mate.
is absolutely animal here. If he just thinks that Marquardt's opening any two on the button and John Doe's got dead money in a small blind.
Wow, he
And
does
Marquardt
just
calls
call
it
it off.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty mandatory call for this many chips, I think. It's very, very close, but he does have to call. And Isaiah in bad shape here, but not dominated, so it could definitely be worse. And we saw an ace folded.
Oh, we did indeed.
35% of the time, he's going to be our new chip leader, up to 23 million. And somebody previously steamrolling the tournament, Marquardt, could be down, crippled to just 10 bigs. But that's dirty thinking, as Marquardt has 64% of the equity here.
Oh,
and
wow.
it's a 4 on the flop,
9,
2
4,
spades.
3.
Isaiah got the king of spades back up as well, so the jack of spades not even any good for Marquardt. Flush draw dead. Just needs to find an ace or a jack now. We can get some backdoors. That doesn't help. If anything, it makes things worse, because now the ace of spades is no good. Down to 5 outs. Wow. Isaiah, told you he was going to get it done. 10 of spades on the river. Isaiah doubles up, 23 million. Absolutely chunks.
That was me thinking it was just going to be Marquardt's tournament. It still could be, but
10 big blinds left. He's going to be frustrated after seeing that, getting it in good there for such a massive pot. He would have been up to almost 30 million, half the chips in play, free-handed, had he had held there, and everybody would have locked up that pay jump as well. So not just him, but the other two would have been rooting for that ace jack to hold. But I called it in, and my will always overpower the universe. Is I gonna win this tournament?
Yeah,
Not so sure about that jam, though, I have to say.
No, this is better. This is better.
Look at the chip counts now. Isaiah takes that chip lead. First player to breach 20 million.
well, well, well. How the tables have turned. Joshua Marquardt, who's been leading the pack from the final 15, 16 or so. Had a rocky start to this final table. Gave a lot of it back to Ashkenazi and...
Yeah, but then got that absolute gift from Ashkenazi.
He did.
Got himself back on track, but now finds himself wounded after that nasty shove from Isaiah. Pings the 4. sends the pain, and yeah, down to 10 bigs, so going to be looking for a spot four-handed. Doesn't take long for 10 bigs to become 0 bigs if we fold too much, so he's going to be in pretty soon. Isaiah now commanding chip lead, and also got direct position on secondary chips. So big spot for him now. Ace-3 offsuit.
I wonder how he's meant to approach this with Marquardt on 10 bigs.
Aggressively.
For sure. But how aggressive?
Very. That aggressive. Ace blocker.
Queens one time.
40 bigs. Got a pair, can't call. Nice hand. Knows that neither of these guys are going to call it off when there's a 10 big blind stack in play and they've all got like 40 bigs plus. It's just absolute suicide like we talked about earlier, because they're not only giving up the potential to ladder one spot, but those stacks could potentially make it even further, you know, when it gets to a three-handed battle. $900K from John Doe out of the cutoff.
Call.
Isaiah makes the call on the button with the king-queen suited. And Marquardt in the big blind. 8 bigs behind in his stack after posting the big blind and the ante king 10 offsuit. I think all in would be a bit excessive, so probably just appeal here. This hand can flop pretty well. No need to risk it all just yet. And we can be dominated pretty easily, and we don't have very much fold equity. It does just make the call. King eye flop. Would see some fireworks.
3.3 in the middle. Marquardt just 2.7 behind, does not want to connect the board in the form of king high.
Yep, ace high though. Pretty good flop for John Doe. Just going to take this one down with a c-bet. Most of the time. Might see Isaiah peel one off. Depends how small he decides to go, but looks like 1.1 mil. Or bigger, 1.25. Yeah, just gets 2 quick folds for that size.
John Doe up to 21.4 million.
Back over the 21 mil. Very level now with his eye, but both of them got absolute chunks. Would take a pretty insane cooler for them to get it all in. But you never know.
If I go in
Stranger things have happened.
Set versus overpair.
No.
A 3-bet pot happens.
I have a nice hand.
Mustafa Totan, Golden 5 10, sit open. Mustafa Totan, Golden 5 10, sit open.
Potential 140k for that man right there. Jam the king 4-0 from the big. 4 on the flop. Managed to hold. Finds himself chip leader with 4 left.
Yeah, makes it 800k out of the cutoff. King 4 suited. And around to John Doe in the big blind.
28.
And he finds a pair of queens. 3 bets, 2.8 mil.
Is this the blow up you were talking about?
From Isaiah. King 4 suited, 4-bet jam. Nah, he would want an ace. Because you want to block ace king, you want to block aces, and you block ace king and kings, but the big difference between blocking kings and aces is that when you have an ace in your hand, you've got 30% equity against kings, whereas when you've got king in your hand, you don't have 30% equity against aces. So you want the actual equity as well.
For the mist.
Ace-X very, very important, so yeah, not surprised to see that one get folded.
I have 1 overcard, the king.
Last call, Mustafa Totan, Golden 5 10, sit open. Last call for Mustafa.
Who's going to be next to bust? Well, you'd obviously have to bet on Marquardt, wouldn't you? He's only got 10 bigs or less. 6 bigs now because he defended. What's that, like 2.5 minutes? Yeah, literally 6 bigs, so... Can't believe you didn't just say Marquardt there. You're falling asleep, aren't you?
I am. Yeah,
Tired, tired ball.
Breaks coming up. Been in the booth for 11 hours today.
Can't hack it.
Oh, amateur hour. It's just been a month of
This is
commentary.
amateur hour!
Just a literal month with 1 day off.
I'll just never stop complaining. It's just me. Marquardt all in with a mystery jack. 2.45 million, only 6 big blinds. John Doe getting a count on a small blind, but 7 high. Inevitably going to hit the muck, and it's round to Isaiah in the big blinds. He can't call either, so Marquardt take this one down. 9 bigs now. Bit of fold equity still.
I really wanted to bet on what his second card was.
Offsuit queen.
No, you can't do that. Now that we're never going to know.
No, it was an offsuit queen. I could tell by the way he went all in.
Saw the reflection in his glasses.
Exactly.
What odds would you give me that Marquardt isn't the next bust out?
Is not the next bust out.
That he comes third or better? Yeah, scrap that. Scrap that.
I would have given you 18 to 1.
18 to 1?
Yeah.
That's mad.
Mad good?
Yeah, that's like insane odds.
You think that's really good?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take it then.
Nah.
After this hand? If he busts, it goes down because he's got more chips.
How much?
I'll give you 15.
Can I get the card?
That's all right, I'll pass.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough.
Materno's got 6s.
Henry hates value.
Okay.
Says it's mad odds.
Well, it is, yeah. It's insane odds, but he's got 17%.
Yeah, okay. Well, if he... Oh, obviously, yeah. I meant if he got this through. I could have reconsidered 15 to 1.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But no, Montiano perhaps putting an end to the journey of Marquardt here, unless he gets too outed.
Snap take that for a tenner.
No club in hand for Marquardt. Drawing dead, 0% equity. I think we saw a deuce folded, so...
Can chop.
Can chop now, 7.
Can chop.
7.
Any 7s
Always
about?
coming, 7.
7. 7. No
King
dice.
of clubs. Marquardt out in 4th place, $70,000 for his troubles.
Bang,
Plus
bang.
Package.
Yeah, Marquardt cashing more today than he'd ever cashed, at least according to his Hender mob, in live tournaments. Great run for him as we take a quick look at his time.
Enjoyed watching him play. Some very interesting hands, fun hands, never a dull moment.
Yeah, he's going to look back at this final table, a lot to take away.
Yeah, definitely lessons to be learned, but also positives to be taken for sure. Can't win them all. See you in the next one.
And then there were 3.
Yes, 3 left. Montiano adding.
So what was this about it being 5-handed with 100 bigs in play?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Suddenly chirps up.
I mean, when we were 6-handed, you were like, see? See?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Well, you know. You got to actually, be right.
Every single time. God, you never get any praise the times you are right, do you?
And that's a lie right there, and you know it.
Yeah, fair enough. Give you that one. Generalising. Montiano with another nice hand. Ace-Queen suited in the small blind. After Isai gets out of the way on the button. Makes it a 3x 1.2 million to go, and a snap call from John Doe in a big blind with a dominated Ace-9 offsuit. And 8-5-3-2 diamonds. No pair for either player. Both got 2 overs though, and John Doe with that ace of diamonds. Both of them with the backdoor straight draw. Montiano decides to check, and we might see John Doe just check it back here. See if he can realise his equity free. Ace high going to be the best hand a decent amount of the time. Doesn't need to bet and face a check raise with a card like the Ace of Diamonds. That wouldn't be ideal. Just decides to just check. And 7 on the turn. John Doe picking up a gut shot, but Ace Queen still the best hand. Henry's just ruined his chair and almost fallen and face planted.
It was already broke. That's why it was out in the hallway.
Ah. The wheels have literally come off.
In the commentary booth. I mean, you do know all about the Ali Najad, Nick Shawman night shift. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna replicate that, man. If they're gonna keep us in here past 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Past midnight. Night shift when we get back from break, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna get a bit out of line in the booth. As we are going on break.
God damn it. Check this one. And Montiano going to take it with ace high. Up. All 3 players over 20 million now, so super close. Everyone got roughly 1/3 of the chips, and we are heading on a short break.
Yeah. Going to be the penultimate break of the day, one would assume. The next break going to be when we get to heads up, but we could be 3-handed for quite some time.
Yeah, very deep.
Come back 200,000, 500,000, 500,000 with 3 very competent players, all similar stacks.
Suspect we may see some kind of deal discussion at this kind of stack depth distribution stage of the tournament, but don't take my word for it. Come back and find out.
See you guys in 15. Big
Very fast
with
call.
the ace 9.
I have 10 blind.
Good luck.
5 to come and a king in the window. If it's your tournament, it's your tournament, chat. I keep saying that. But he's now 2 cards away from being up to over 12 million chips.
And
Marquardt looking to hold here and score another elimination, and he does. We lose Mawad in 14th. Valiant run from him. $12,535 going his way. Player 13 left. Must be nice. You doing the math on the 20%?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've given up on that kind of thing. I just believe what it says on TV.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the guy that's just going to be like relentlessly leading into the middling stacks due to ICM.
He's just taken all the very, very obvious spots so far, basically. Like
yeah.
All the kind of hands that play themselves. He hasn't really had any super difficult spots, to be honest. They've all just been very like, I've got ace queen, I should raise.
Yep.
I flopped top pair, I should, put chips in. Kind of deal.
Someone's check raising against me when I've got
trips.
trips.
Yeah, exactly. Petleshkov all in from the hijack for his last few big blinds. 4.5 bigs or so. 10-9 suited. Definitely good enough. Marquardt on the button. Interesting one.
I mean, this is where I start thinking from an ICM perspective that it's actually an aid to have someone like Petleshkov in the tournament from an ICM point of view. Just going to lean into the other stacks when there's someone so short about. There's a 3K ladder between 13th and 12th.
Yeah, definitely applies a lot more at the final table.
For sure,
It is a thing for sure.
Yeah, that ICM noose, if you will, the handcuffs get tighter, a lot more closer to 6, 7, 8-handed.
Yeah, Marquardt makes the call, which I think is a reasonable play. Ace high going to be the best hand a bunch of the time.
The board has come 9 high for Villian. Is this going to be
the comeback?
Well, firstly, the comeback. The demise of Marquardt. Is this going to be the turnaround? So he picks up an additional 4 outs on the turn.
I wouldn't count this as a turnaround. You know, 4 bigs. I think you won't mind too much. Is what it is. There.
725.
725. Yeah, whatever. 4.5 bigs. It was a fine call. Weird because Marquardt's taken some spots have been pretty good and he hasn't played bad. Like, I mean, he's definitely played well.
Wait, Saudi Arabia is huge.
Yeah.
Holy.
And that.
It's interesting from like a geographical point of view, just how close we are when we're here in Cyprus, like Lebanon,
next
Jordan,
country over, really.
Israel, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, it's just all a stone throws away. Yeah, it is. It's literally next country. Yeah, it's down here.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess that's part of Egypt. I do apologise. Yeah, Israel, just across the border.
What you had?
You're gonna see later.
But it was on the board? On here?
We'll find out. Don't be so
Of course I will.
Yeah, wait 5 minutes. 10 minutes delay, right? You're gonna see it.
How's that?
30
That's
minutes.
cool.
30 minutes delay.
That is Yemen.
30 minutes delay.
30?
Nice. I would love to go on like a
So she cannot wait,
like a camelback tour or something through some of these countries. The reason I mention it because World Cup has started and Qatar are down against Ecuador in their first match of the World Cup.
Nice. Yeah. My accumulator apparently I'm down to a bowl already. I don't really understand why that would be, but can't cash out anything. I guess it's because the game started.
Yeah,
Even though they're not in my, I don't think they're in there. I don't think I put them in.
Oh, have a look, mate.
Yeah,
we
no,
did.
interesting.
You know, I'm running so hard.
Ashkenazi opening the 10-7 suited in the cutoff, being punished by Petleshkov out the big blind, rejamming the deuces. Love this play. I think calling here definitely a big mistake, especially against somebody like Ashkenazi.
It does. Wow. Makes the call with the 10-7.
Nice call.
What is going on here? This is an absolute suicide call from Ashkenazi. He's got incredibly lucky to be against deuces here, but
I think it's just because he opened to like 3x.
Oh right, made like 500k or something.
Yeah, his typical open size, and Petleshkov, well,
absolutely drilling that flop. 10 and 2 spades.
For your hand.
Wow.
Petleshkov just drawing to 1 out now. Ashkenazi going to be scooping a 3.5 million chip pot. That seals it. Drawing dead on the turn. We lose Petleshkov in 12th place.
One of the best players left in the tournament. That is good news for everyone else. One of the most accomplished players from Bulgaria. Marquardt. The assumed. We're assuming he's the silent assassin. Krasnilkova with another big pair.
Yeah, no, he 100% is. This is like high level ICM play he's done so far. The 8-3 off, like, there's just absolutely no way that any like even most.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm 100%.
Like,
sure.
it doesn't take that much to explain to someone, hey mate, you're the chip leader.
Nah.
You need to be opening a lot of hands.
Nah. He knows. Sizings have all been really good. I was just suspicious yesterday because of the body language, live reads type stuff.
Right.
It's just because he doesn't have much live experience, but he has a lot of experience playing poker for sure.
Here he is, calling it off against Merit Poker regular Krasinilkova.
Again. Oh, that's not good news.
Final lady in the field. Love to see it. Jack 10 tray, couple of clubs. Running clubs an option for the German.
Yep. Overcard always there. Barry. Because she had a record number of pairs today. Literally just pair after pair. Free on the river, and she will survive up to 3.4 million. Little bit of breathing room, 17 big blinds.
Queens. Boom. Boom.
She just loves the game, man.
Having a good time.
Oh, man. Alicio has the aces. And Alicio's going to hold. Dude, Alicio's now got heaps,
Yeah,
mate. He's got like 10, 11
mil.
mil.
He was all in for like a bowl, wasn't he?
He was with the 10-8, yeah.
6.5 mil he's all in for, and it's very, very close because they're having to count, so he's going to be up to like 13 mil, yeah?
Wow. May even be the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, because there's a few chips in the middle already.
Random 800, 1 million, 600, 400.
You can see my cards after that.
I will.
Langer's just like,
have a
mate,
good
you're
pass?
so random. Oh, look at this.
I will show you this.
Aces for Marquardt when it is just your tournament. Yeah, so SI is going to be the chip leader at the moment because Marquardt down to 11 mil, but Ashkenazi.
Of course, only aces.
Call.
Wait, what?
I think that was all in snap call.
No, it wasn't all in. It was like a raise, right?
1.8, 3.2 million.
No, what is going on?
2 million, and Ashkenazi just snap calls half of his stack. If we see a king or a queen high board here, or 2 diamonds, Jack 10, 10-9 type deal, we're going to be definitely seeing Ashkenazi put the rest in.
So that's the elimination there. So we're down to the final 9. So we're definitely going on dinner break. The question is, are we going to be coming back with 9 players, or are we going to lose?
Or is Ashkenazi going to find some massive double up?
Even Marquardt just saying, you're acting like you don't care. Playing recklessly. 4.3 million in the middle. Oh, wow.
Brick flop. I'd like to see Marquardt check.
Krasinilkova is just...
doesn't care, there's a hand going on.
1.3.
You busted?
1.3.
Bets 1.3 mil.
Yes.
Ashkenazi only got 3 mil behind. Yeah, I'd say this is much too big. And we want to check or bet like 10% pot here. Interesting that it's hard to tell what's going on with Markov, man, because the sizing of the aces yesterday and this hand, now I'm like confused because he's done so much stuff that's like bang on. But I wonder if it's just because the spots have been really simple.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, just super simple, and it's like, how can you intuitively get this wrong?
Yeah.
But that hand as well, like that is a pretty big blunder.
We'll talk off air. Just the one. First 5K, 2018. Yeah, a couple of close calls here. The Merit. Second at the Prestige Springfest.
And he picks up King Queen suited under the gun for his last 2 bigs, so this is definitely going to be going in. Could make it just a little, I would go personally 400k just in case it goes shove, reshove behind, and then you can fold and potentially get a ladder. If it's 2 big stacks, you know, you can be pretty sure that they've got a cooler.
Yeah, what about future game though? Like,
Yeah,
at that point,
you're
like,
gonna come last anyway. You got 2 bigs, you're in the big blind next hand, so you either bust this hand or you bust next hand.
Fair. But what if you win the hand with king queen?
Unlikely. If two people get it all in behind, you're just so crushed. It's so uncommon that you're actually going to win this hand. You're just going to be crushed because there's never going to be any queen jacks going in or any king jacks or anything like that. It's always ace queen, ace king, aces, kings, queens. So.
Well, John Doe with the 3-bet. To a milli, little ISO. Kurt saying Ashkenazi is a rascal. He is.
He is a bit of a rascal. Doe clicking it, getting him a bit of protection. Zaya, some more random tanking.
See what the blinds wake up with. Langer.
That's cool.
Just getting out of the way, I think.
Yeah, nice. Good night. Nee, alles gut.
One of Sechilmus's outs has gone into the muck in Langer's hand, but still in reasonable shape.
Yeah, 1.45 in the middle.
Could have a chance if he manages to win this one.
He's got the OVO EXO Drake hoodie on.
He's wandering off. I think this is a bit premature. He's probably blown it here. If he'd have just waited until the kind of turn to get out of his seat, he would definitely secure himself a double up. But yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, there's 2 spades.
10 on the river.
Wow, so sick. Unbelievable. And number 7. Is he going to sit back down yet? No. Ace on the turn, changes nothing.
Yeah. It's not over yet.
What's he doing? He's like putting the thing on and everything.
Yeah, very committed to the bit.
Fair play.
Where's he going? Does he think he's lost?
No, sure.
Maybe.
Kept up nicely.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Show the boots. Even
Very warm welcome back to the Merrick Crystal Cove here in Cyprus. We are down to the final 3 players here in the 2K warm-up event, part of the Vintage Style Festival. And it doesn't get much closer than that, chat. Alessio Isaiah leads the way by less than a big blind. Practically tied with the other 2. We are playing for $209,700. A 115k difference between 3rd and 1st, so a lot to play for here. No talks of a deal yet. We'll see what these guys bring in the form of 3-handed play.
Okay.
See maybe if they're still tied after a level, if they then look into some numbers. Saya gonna defend the big with the 5 deuce. Show off the bat a bit loose.
over-unders on how long we're going to be here for, chat?
One 1.4.
So tomorrow, well, technically today, Monday, 21st of November, day 2 of the high roller. 250k guaranteed in that one, needing just 5 runners. That's going to get absolutely smashed away. Got that bounty, mystery bounty final day as well. Montano limping in from the small blind, though checking his option with the out-kicked queen. Diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Montano with the best of it. They will chop it on a deuce or a 4. So I'm going to go Montano's way unless the deuce of spades rolls off on the river. Chop it up, chat.
Doing a bit of study.
Just looking at some upswing poker article that was just released.
How to play ace-4 suited in cash games. Interesting.
I'm not looking to become a no-limit hold'em cash game crusher, but there's always stuff you can take away. I just love poker. I love how much information has kind of come out over the last couple of years, and the crazy thing is that there's...
This is yours or mine?
They're both mine.
Alright, well I'll just go and get another one then.
Go on.
I thought you could surrender one for 5 minutes.
Well, it's not though, is it? It's 2 hours. That's Leo's gonna run out and get some water. It's not like he just had a 30-minute break, chat. No worries, no big deal. John Doe leads the pack after the first 10 minutes of play since returning from break. 200k, 500k with a 500,000 big blind ante. Still all to play for here. No talks of a deal. No nada. And I don't think they're going to talk of a deal at this level. Maybe if we get to 300, 600 and they're still all equally tied around like 33 bigs, then maybe.
Yeah, it's a question of, do all of them feel like they have an edge at the moment? Maybe each of them sitting there thinking, I got an edge over these two guys at this stat depth, so that will fade away as stacks get shallower, obviously, but perhaps.
Yeah, that big king 4 offsuit hand to kind of, well, not kind of, to completely cripple Marquardt and then get us 3-handed. That was seen by the entire table, and yeah, some things.
John Doe thinking about what to do on the button here with the 9-7 off. I'd be so... personally, using a time bank pre-flop in an unopened pot is not something I would ever do, because I think you're just immediately giving way too much away, you know? Because how many hands are there? Like, are you really going to take use an extra time bank chip when you got aces or anything like that, or is it just always strong hands that you're not sure if you should open or not?
Call.
Montiano makes the defend. Could be reading too much into it, who knows? Maybe he's just going to tank for ages when he's got aces. But probably not. I doubt we'll see that, honestly. We won't get to see it, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
If he did have it, I don't think we would see a 30-second time bank used situation with a good hand.
I wanna take some of these things I've learned from you over the last couple of days and
use them to level me.
No, not you. Just use them myself.
I never know how many people are playing as close attention to it as I am, though. That's the thing, you know. It's I would say the answer is not that I think it's like a, you know, maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I'm talking nonsense. It's up for you to decide. You don't have to believe me that live reads are a real thing that exist, and you might think everything I've said so far is like pseudo science nonsense or whatever, but I personally do believe there's something, a good amount to it.
Well, I think it obviously really depends on the player type. The thing is, even if some young kid who's clearly paying attention at the table is paying attention,
you're benefiting.
Yeah, but they might not be looking into the reads, because I've heard so many hand histories from like Landon Tice or some other young wizards who they'll tell the hand history. I'm just like, well, I understand what game theory is telling you, mate, but I know it says cool, but by the sounds of it, everything you've told me about the player type and the person you're up against, like, you should have just told, but they just won't.
65-year-old bloke opened in the low jack.
Just don't want to deviate. So it's like, it really depends on the player. It really does depend on who you're up against.
Yeah, I just think human beings are a very interesting species to observe. Very many body parts, many moving parts with poker too. You know, there's hands, there's heart rate, there's mouth, there's eyes, there's all sorts of this. There's general body language, there's rocking the legs under the table, moving the feet, swinging on the chair, arms on the table, arms off the table, shuffling chips, not shuffling chips. Like, there's so many different modes, but we are very similar at the end of the day. Like, we all know it. We all know humans are humans. We're all very, very similar. There are small deviations and there's difference in personalities, but in terms of behavior, the way we learn things and the way our brains work, we're all very similar. The only sad thing about live reads is that there isn't always one. There isn't always one to be had. Some people are just pretty good at hiding it. Some people are very, very calm and experienced, so it just doesn't get to them, and they don't. Nothing naturally changes for them. You know, so it's really only something you can use against certain people, like you said. But when it does exist, it can be an absolute goldmine.
3x from the Romanian here in the small.
Yeah, and Doe just calling out of the big blind. Playing only 33 bigs. I would have expected a shove here from pocket eights. Does decide to just defend in position though, and Montiano getting a nice flop for his hand. Fires 900k into the pot of 2900. Under a third. Doe, again, just like you see the way the chips go in there, quite aggressive. It doesn't seem like a I want to be in this spot kind of thing, does it? It seems more like a I have to call. I'm not loving this. Feels like I've just got to flick it in. Literally, the motion, flicking it in. I think, yeah, all these little things certainly add up to a profile at the end of the day. Whereas Montiano, not somebody that really gives anything away.
He doesn't, does he?
Yeah, just sitting and chilling. Hard to get a read on a player like this. Now you have to revert. This is where you have to revert to having a good fundamental theory, because there are people that this is useless against. Another cool, aggressively flicked in, like I am calling buddy, trying to kind of almost like a aggressive call, fighting fire with fire to try to reduce the fight, but ace on the river. King Jack gets there. Montiano probably not going to be super worried about that when he has Jack in his hand. But obviously combos do still exist, offsuit too. Question is, can he get value from worse still, and how much ace-x does Montiano have? Montiano is going to definitely have nut flush draws. He can definitely have ace-x 2 pair. He can have ace-10. He can have something like ace-6 of hearts. But he can also have weaker queen-x, and I like this decision to block the river. Just puts Doe in such a tough spot, because it's not a board he's naturally going to find a lot of bluffs on, because most of his hands that have cooled down are either missed flush draws, which don't make good bluffs, or hands that have really solid showdown value and are just going to be interested in either calling or folding. So I like that block on the river from Montiano. And Doe gets out of the way with the pocket eights, but got two nice streets. Decent stack. Very, very close, three-handed. Really anyone's game still. All three of these guys capable of winning it. Everyone locked up 94.5k now, free-handed. Next pay jump around the 155k mark, and then 210k for the win.
That's pretty sick. From third to second, 60k ladder.
And then only 50k.
You
Just
put
doesn't
like
make
absolute
scenes,
mate.
Maybe I don't put because I...
Really weird. There's like there's like heavier ICM now than there will be. I mean, obviously there's no ICM, heads up, because when it takes
I'm not sure because I see what now.
You know
but
what
if
I
you
mean.
throw this, makes sense because you have the 2000. Okay.
Just
no
a very, very weird
It's
choice.
okay,
I wonder
no
if they just
problem.
put it in a computer and like maybe misclicked and nobody noticed, or they just like mistyped the percentages.
No, it's a thing here.
Manually
Like,
done.
yeah, like you see the pay jump from third to second. It's always bigger.
Oh, is it? Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's just super. That's like just. Yeah, I mean, blown my mind really.
It's just like good luck getting third.
Never seen it before.
No.
King Jack off in the small blind for Doe, makes it just a min race. 1 million. Blinds now 200, 500k. So Isaiah just playing just over 30 bigs, 35 bigs. And 8-4 deuce. Ace high still the best hand.
Tough to make pairs and hold them.
Tough to make pairs, sure is. Even tougher to make a pair when somebody else has made a slightly worse pair. You know, but somehow it happens, doesn't it? It's not like nothing ever happens in a game of poker. Never played a game where nothing's ever happened and everybody's just folded every hand.
Those cash game sessions.
Yeah, there are some like that though, to be fair. But that's what I had the other day.
You
I had
just
a really
card
exciting
dead for like
session
10
the first day, and then the second one was just like every hand. I lost every single hand for about 4 hours straight. I was just like, right, well.
It's not even about losing every hand, just like being card dead.
Oh, okay. I had quite a lot of hands where I VP'd it. It was just yeah, just didn't win a single one. But yeah, card dead even worse.
Yeah.
You can go days live poker. You can go days,
you can,
weeks
literally.
even.
Yeah. Just look down at ace, ace, king, king, double suited.
Oh, I don't even know about PLO.
4 ways to the flop, comes 6, 7, 8.
Repeat.
Not my flop.
Got ace, jack of hearts. Go 3 ways. Comes 8, 6, 4. 2 diamonds, 1 club.
Yeah.
Bet raise. Nice one out of there. Yeah, it happens. But that's another thing I like about tournaments is that a tournament's always going to end. You know, you're always going to play at least one hand. Whereas in you're just forced into it. Whereas in cash, that you know, you could literally go a whole day with playing 0 hands. I got pretty let off the other day. Although I lost, I could have lost way more. I just didn't get punished in so many spots. Could have easily got stacked. Had aces versus full house on like a 10-7-5, do 2-5 where a flush draw missed, and somehow only put in 400 on the river, and I was the one raising the river, and the guys just called with a full house. So I was like, okay, cool. Money in my pocket, but not my day still.
Can never be too careful, but it's always good to look at the silver lining for sure.
Exactly. Montiano flopping top pair was dominated pre-flop, but flopping the better of it, and Isaiah decides to check back. I think that's a good decision with the backdoor spades. We wanted to show our equity, and that's an action card. That is going to be such a great card for Isaiah. Like, he is going to be really happy and trying to get thick value after the big blind checks twice as well. It'd be interesting to see what Montiano decides to do. I think people check raise here.
You can't check raise, bro. It's small blind v big blind.
Oh, small blind versus big blind, right. Sorry,
That's
I'm
all right.
around. Raise. I don't like a raising position, personally. I think we should just call. But you do see, when this is out of position, and the positions are the other way around, I'm just going to finish what I was going to say, is I think that you do see people check raise these spots really often, where they go for like the trap, so they're in the big blind, but they're facing the cutoff or whatever. Check, raise. I think that's a bit of an error, because you never see that's a line you never see getting bluffed. You never see people just like going for the double check raise with king 3 or something, because they always just start betting the turn versus what they perceive to be a cat range. So I find that spot super interesting. But anyway, back to this hand as it actually is playing. 4 on the river, puts a 4 card straight on the board. Not slowing his eye down though.
No, going for 1.1 million's worth of value.
Yeah, blocker / value bet. An interesting decision for Montiano. Is his hand good enough to raise a value? Don't think it is anymore on this river.
Maybe against this sizing it is.
Yeah, it's just interesting to think what Isaiah does with a straight or a better hand than 2 pair on the river. Or, you know, is he betting much 3x on the turn? Is he betting the size on the river with 7-8? And then Montiano does go for a value race. Just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean,
many threes in there.
You don't get called by much worse, do you?
That's the thing.
It's like you block top pair.
Yeah.
You're hoping to get called by 6-5, which would have been a flopped top 2.
Yeah, or like 6-4 that river 2 pair, has a pair and a gut shot on turn, or like 6-7 that's just kind of blocking second pair and blocks the straight, the higher end of the straight. But he might even turn some of that's like 1 pair stuff into a bluff on the river. So you kind
bet
of
3-bet.
Yeah, open the door to get bluffed by a hand with a 7 in as well.
Gonna be here for a while, chat. 3-handed, 60k difference.
Could be, yep, but at the same time, short-handed creates a lot of action. 10s in the small blind. 2.4x, 1.2 mil, and John defending out the big blind. King 9. Smashes it. King 9-2 rainbow. Montiano going to have the best hand a whole lot of the time here though. So he's going to be relatively comfortable. And it goes check on the flop. Interesting line by John Doe, and now he turns top boat, and this could have worked out. This could work out extremely well for him, checking back the flop here. It's basically impossible to think that tens is not the absolute best possible hand right now. Like I would be 100%. I would literally be telling myself in game 100% we have the best hand. Let's go for like big value. And he is starting to size up already, over half pot, which I'm a big fan of. I think this is definitely the right play. And although we could end up losing a big pot on this hand, I still think we're playing well here, and I hope he goes for big value on the river as well. I hope he goes big for value on a brick river.
Does Doe pull the trigger now?
I hope not. I think that would be a bit of a big blunder to start raising.
Are there any deuce X or 9X that you would raise on this turn?
Definitely a 9. If we have a good 9, you can definitely raise. But you got to remember that Montiano did raise pre, so a lot of his 9X is not in there anymore. It's really only like the really good ones, like ace 9. He can still have a king when he checks the flop as well. So I don't think we ever want to raise with a 9, especially versus this bigger size. Versus a smaller size, yeah, but versus this, I think we just call. What happened there?
I don't know. I think it's just trying to get a good look of his stack. It is a brick on the river. 7 of hearts,
Yeah.
6-5 in the middle.
Yeah, I think Montiano is going to want to go big here, like 4.5 mil. You're just targeting a 9 and a deuce.
Leo Worthington. It's like you are spot on, my man. 4.2, I believe.
4.2, yeah. Decent, 2/3. I mean, that's a good size. I think we can just go exploitatively go a little bit bigger than what your like default sizing is, because people are relatively inelastic. So this is a spot where I think he's calling super often, because he really often has showdown value once he calls, and his brick draws are folding to any size. So I want to just go for a little bit more here. I might even go up to pot sometimes, but I think this size is definitely the kind of minimum we would want to go in this spot. And now, this is so interesting. I wish he wasn't doing the live reasy stuff, because this now, followed by an all-in, is super weird. However, I'd still struggle to fold. You know, this is one spot where I might end up overruling those live reads by thinking it's super weird, but at the same time, he can just be like, this doesn't make any sense. I want to win this pot, and I missed. I'm all in. Because my hand doesn't look super strong. But you just don't see people bluff this.
Just call with 10s without a club.
Yeah. Even a 10, just any 10s is not great to bluff catch. This is one of the worst bluff catches.
Yeah, you'd rather have like 9, 8.
Yeah, you'd rather have like ace deuce, or well, not that you would ever play that this way, but yeah, 9, 8, a 9.
Yeah, sorry, ace 9 would be the better bluff catcher, right?
Yeah, because you want some gut shots to have called the turn, obviously, or straight draws to have called the turn. But yeah, obviously Doe's just going to jam, and then Montiano, see what conclusion he comes to. But yeah, our exact hand, not going to be loving it. But the way this hand is played makes it so difficult. Check on the flop. You got to believe. And then it's like, okay, it did go check on the flop. So let's say he does check back a king. Is it going to be a good king? He's going to have raised ace king pre versus the open. He can have king queen, king jack. Does he check those back on the flop? Maybe. Probably not though. So when he does check back, it's more likely to be some kind of king 6 suited stuff. And then you got to think, does he ever raise just a king x for value versus check, bet 60%, bet 60%? Like, does he raise a weak king for value versus that size all the time? Like, I wouldn't even be confident saying that everybody raises there. So then it becomes even narrower, the range of hands he's repping. He's repping like a good king or a full house.
After using up several time bank extensions.
He's going to do the cut out a call. And Montiano is sitting here thinking, go on, please call, please call. And then when he gets faced by an all-in, he might not have even been thinking about what am I going to do versus all-in at this stage. He's probably decided by now that he's either getting a call or a fold. This is the problem. This trick. You want to hear another one? Another one. The live reads, the cutting out the call and then going all in is just never a bluff, because there are no hands that you think about hero calling that then suddenly decide that in fact they actually need to bluff in a spot where your opponent has a polarized range.
How much?
So the cut out a call, and then actually I'm all in. You have my guarantee money back if that is ever a bluff. Sit back on the chair.
Leo's absolutely basking in this.
Attempting to look
13.
casual. I like this because this is a bit of a reverse read, reverse tell. John Doe, absolute crusher. Confirmed.
Like, you need him to have defended like 7 deuce of clubs.
Here
And
he is standing up with the nuts.
And even is stretching now. Wow. Doing some hamstring pulleys. Like, are you ever turning 7 deuce? It's just such a great bluff catcher. Like, you just want to call river with 7 deuce.
Yeah.
Unless you play PLO for a living. And then you just see all the boats that you block. Flop win, check, check. Turn. Montiano. Fly down a bet.
And I mean,
So
if you just read the body language at face value, which is what I generally tend to stick to, because like we said earlier, it takes a real a real dedicated person to have reverse live tells. So if you just read into those body language at face value and take it as what it appears, he just looks incredibly comfortable, doesn't he? Like lying back in the chair after he's been all in, standing up and stretching, and
Yeah.
now sitting down and playing with chips. So if you just assume like, okay, I think this guy, this is the level he's on, I don't think he's some super sicko reverse live telling the shit out of me, you have to just think this does look incredibly strong right now. Doesn't look like a guy who's trying to get a bluff through.
Deep in the tank with the Romanian. Understandably so. Toughest spot of the final table so far. But as Leo kind of alluded to, you know, for all the theatrics on the river, all of the acting, how often is this a bluff? Obviously very easy for us to sit here and see the cards.
Yeah, but the thing, I would have... The cut out the call and then raise all in is one of my strongest reads in live poker, and that's the truth. That's one of my strongest. I trust this with all faith and conviction every single time.
Yeah.
That would have made me fold. But it is very, again, it's just like, I think that's something a lot of people don't focus on. Anyone who's watched this whole stream is going to be able to absolutely destroy me in live tournaments now if they're on my table by just developing reverse reads.
You're exploiting the platform you've been given, mate. You're building an image. You're doing what James Dempsey does. James Dempsey tries to sell this image that he's a massive nit, and then he just scoops up all the money in these private games in Brighton and London.
How much? 1-4?
Montiano wants to see how much he's got behind. What would the reason for that be?
So that if you are bluffing and you get called, you still have something to spin up and you're not eliminated?
No, but why would Montiano ask how much he had behind?
Oh, right. Not sure.
You never jam, right?
No. I mean, maybe you do jam, because if he... Nah, I don't think you do. Is there ever a world that he just flicks in, he's like, has a weird ace-9 or something? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think that's ever happening. This would be a good fold if he makes it. It's hard, like, I mean, it's easy for us to say, and I do think I would find my way out of this one, but it's still a hard, easier said than done when there's no pressure. When there is pressure, I should say. Easy to say when there's no pressure. But it does make a good fold. Very good, disciplined fold. Well done.
Yeah, well done indeed.
Nice one. No.
John Doe a bit disappointed. I think he probably thought he was getting called.
You, my friend.
Huh?
You are so lucky, my friend.
Me? Why?
You wanna see after?
Why is he lucky?
So lucky.
Why is he calling him lucky?
I don't know, mate. I love this.
Like, lucky you didn't call? Or what? I wouldn't say that was lucky. I'd say you just played that hand like perfectly. Absolutely perfect. Spot on. Nice.
I guess we are all lucky.
Yeah, we're here.
Just by being here.
Yes.
Right. But deal, you have to put the small blind anyway, so deal. Non dà le carte finché non mette il buio, ma dalle le carte, no? Yeah. We have to put the blind
I miss I in
anyway.
that spot.
We
You know,
cannot-
this is what we were talking
cannot-
about yesterday when dealers don't deal unless the blinds are in, but like you're forced to put them in. He's saying like the floor came over and just said, "Oh, trust them, like just deal, don't wait,
We
deal."
lose that
They have
time.
to put the blinds in. That's how it works, and that's how it should be.
Oh, is that what just happened?
Yeah, yeah. Three-handed, you want to just keep rattling
Allora,
hands
deve
off. You don't want to
essere
sit there every hand. Like, it should be a smooth, fast process. So glad they put their foot down there. Because I was getting a bit frustrated by it. And he said to the dealer, like, he's got to put the blind in. You don't have to wait, just deal.
Blinds will be 30 minutes.
Okay.
The clock will be 30
30-minute
minutes.
clock now, three-handed.
Wow, okay. 30-minute clock. I mean, it has been a long old day, chat. Leo and I have been live in the booth for the better part of 11 and a half hours. No, sorry, 11 hours.
Minus breaks. A couple of
Nice
hours worth of
bluff.
breaks, probably, wouldn't it?
It wasn't a bluff.
Yeah.
Still going, though.
Yeah.
Still got potentially a while left. It's
I
only a
don't think
500k
what
big
bluff.
blind. Average is well over 30 bigs.
But maybe, you never know.
27.5 mil for Doe. Chip lead. Took a pretty big pot off Montianu there, but very well played hand by Montianu. Made a good disciplined fold on the river, where a lot of people would talk themselves into calling. And as I just gets a
Premium.
walk with Jack 2 suited. Montianu with the ace in the big blind.
Sire. 36 bigs. King 9-0 on the button. For those of you that have just somehow randomly stumbled across the stream, where have you been for the past 3 days? We're live. It's the Vintage Style Festival warm-up 2K buy-in. $209,000 for first. Down to the final three. Everyone guaranteed $95,000 for their efforts so far. And we are on a 60k pay jump between third and second. A lot to play for. Those of you that have been keeping both myself and Leo company for the past 3 days, please do go ahead and hit that like button. It takes a couple of seconds over on YouTube. Helps us grow the channel, reach new people, hopefully bring more players to the great game of poker and to merit as well for these great tournaments.
Posted that little clip of us at the cake buffet in the last break, and Mike Allen replied saying, "I've been absolutely smashing the brownies in, also rude not to."
Who has?
Mike Allen.
What lad? Good man.
We're all here to gain a few pounds,
Yeah,
sweat
indeed.
it out again in the gym slash sauna.
Doe check calling, then leading the Queen of Diamonds turn with the fives. Very unconventional line being taken there.
Looking for spots to take the lead, be aggressive, and it's working out for him. Got the chip lead here, three-handed, half the chips in play, just under. No hint of a deal discussion. Looks like these guys just want to play it out, which is fair. It's always nice to just get the stone cold win, no deals. Doe just completes from the small blind with the 10-8 off. And it's like in the big blinds playing only about 14 mil now. It's the shortest stack at the moment, but still 30 bigs. King 2 of hearts, and he flops bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. 2 overs with a very disconnected but still existent backdoor straight draw for John Doe. Goes check on the flop. 10 on a turn, it gives Doe top pair.
He slid into that little run good gear, hasn't he?
Yeah,
like pair v pair kind of thing.
Yeah, 2 pair
boat
versus
v
1 pair.
yeah.
Boat versus strong hand. Yeah, it's all coming up Doe right now. Doe getting the dough.
Doe getting the dough. Indeed. So betting half pot when check 2 for the second time on this 10 of clubs turn.
Just thinks there's a lot of kind of high card showdown-y type hands in this checked range. And trying to get a bit of protection, and boom, the re-get there. King on the river.
Hello.
Gonna be a really interesting card. I don't think Doe's not even going to consider folding a 10 here, and this eye gets to bet massive on this run out. He can have a lot of random kind of air balls that just decide to stab twice versus a check. He can have some missed straight draws, plenty of missed gut shots. I'd like to see him go really big here. I'd go pot, at least pot. 2.2, quite big. Yeah, it just gets a snap call, see, and if we're snap calling 2.2, that means we've definitely left money on the table. So I think we've missed some value there with 2 pair. Definitely should be going bigger, but still a nice hand nonetheless. Adds 3.5 million to his stack, up to almost 20 million again, and takes from the chip leader. So things are remaining very close indeed. Really is anybody's game right now.
Three-handed poker for $209,000. Doe, rather, with the ace king on the button.
Some kind of cooler, perhaps. Ace king suited, nonetheless. No less, I should say. They weren't so useless.
Wow, he's come with the 4x. Oh no!
Yeah, there it is.
No.
Ace queen.
Surely not.
Why the 4x though? He's had a load of like min click free bets in position and all sorts of stuff, and now we're going for the free bet. I think we might see Isaiah just jam here versus this size. He's got less than 46 bigs. He doesn't want a free bet not all in and get like peeled and then be in this really awkward bloated pot. So I think we may see him jam. He might just peel, but I can't really see it. Last in chips versus a 4x.
All in?
Yeah. Makes sense to me. I think that would be the play I would choose, and he's obviously going to get absolutely snapped off by Doe.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls. This is for $60,000.
Yeah.
Messiah can't believe his luck three-handed.
Neither can Matriano. He's just sitting there like, wow, pay jump city. Let's go. 50. This is a 60k pay jump.
60k pay jump 73% of the time. If Doe can hold here with the ace king of clubs. 10-9 deuce rainbow. Not a single club on board. Some backdoor potential for Isaiah, as well as some running chop cards. Things looking pretty bleak here. Does pick up an additional out, even though his opponent has turned top pair. 4 outs once for the Italian.
Otherwise, he's going to be leaving us in third.
Oh! Jack of clubs, corner pocket.
Wow, Isaiah, I told you it was his day, man. I told you.
Wow.
It was just, he just had that energy. That is absolutely massive. Brutal for John Doe. Really, really brutal. That was for 2/3 of the chips to get heads up. Massive page up.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. A bunch of money in that pot. A bunch of real crisp US dollars sliding Isaiah's way there. That pot is worth a solid, what are the pay jumps? So we're at 95,
60k right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a 60k pot, US dollar.
It's like probably the biggest part of his life.
Yeah. One of. Well, no, because he's won some 6-figure tournaments.
True, yeah.
But yeah, big, very big. A lot of real money.
Wow, that woke everyone up. That woke the entire building up. The energy in this commentary booth just went from 3 to 10.
Brutal for John Doe.
What a river card.
Henry out of his slumber.
Oh.
And John Doe crippled down to about, but still a playable stack, 16 bigs, something around those. But wow, what a hit to the confidence and what a hit to the energy he probably had going. Like, what? Get into that turn card, you know, you're like, oh, okay, got to fade 4 outs, but realistically, this is, oh no! You know, it's really tough, rough one, but you feel like you've just done everything right and you feel like you really earned it. But not to be today. It's all coming up, Isaiah.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, we try and stay impartial in the booth always. We don't like using the word deserved, but earned is definitely a word that comes to mind for Isaiah. Look, 27% getting into that hand, but he has played incredibly well. And, you know, sometimes it's just your tournament, and other times, you know, you just run really pure in the big spots. King 4 and the Ace Queen come to mind. Here he is, chip leader with Ace 10, hand number 88.
Shoves like this play. Motriano super handcuffed because of the short stack. So not, especially that massive pay jump. So Isaiah just getting it done. I living the dream right now, right up there on cloud 9, 2/3 of the chips in play, commanding lead, big pay jumps, nice 6-figure payout for first. He is going to be feeling it right now.
Oh, Doe. Looking to get back into this. 13 bigs, 10s in the small.
Finds a nice hand, 13 bigs. See if, oh, and flicks in the snap.
Wow,
Ace King suited in the big blind
on?
for Isaiah. And he's...
Leo Worthington, what is going on?
Who's winning this flip?
60k jump. I mean, it just
feels like it's Isaiah, doesn't it?
It's got the floral shirt on. He's got the buttons down. He's feeling good. He just
like
drilled the old 4-outer
to Ace King of Spades. Yeah, I just sometimes you just know it's just one of those days, and today has been Isaiah's day. From the King 4, that Jack on the river.
Well, and he spun it with a 10-8, 2 tables left.
Yeah. He's been running good in the All-Ins, and you do need that in tournaments. Just 2 outs for John Doe. 7 on the river seals it, leaving us in third place for $95,000 and that package for future merit events. A great run.
the masked assassin coming up short. Third place for him, $95,000 and change, as well as the package to future merit events. Leo, 154K locked up, mate. We got a bit of a heads-up match on our hands. 94 plays 31.
Yes.
When we come back from break, we're going to be crowning our first champion of the Vintage Style Series, and said champion walking away, mate, with $209,000.
Decent 4 days, 50K a day.
There we go.
Take that payday, won't you? Take that, take that hourly.
We'll see you guys on the flip side of the break. Don't go too far. See you guys in 10. Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the guy that's just going to be like relentlessly leading into the middling stacks due to ICM.
He's just taken all the very, very obvious spots so far, basically. Like
yeah.
All the kind of hands that play themselves. He hasn't really had any super difficult spots, to be honest. They've all just been very like, I've got ace queen, I should raise.
Yep.
I flopped top pair, I should, you know, put chips in. Kind of deal.
Someone's check raising against me when I've got
trips.
trips.
Yeah, exactly. Petleshkov all in from the hijack for his last few big blinds. 4.5 bigs or so. 10-9 suited. Definitely good enough. Mark Quad on the button. Interesting one.
I mean, this is where I start thinking from an ICM perspective that it's actually an aid to have someone like Petleshkov in the tournament from an ICM point of view. Just going to lean into the other stacks when there's someone so short about. There's a 3K ladder between 13th and 12th.
Yeah, definitely applies a lot more at the final table.
For sure,
It is, it is a thing for sure.
Yeah, that ICM noose, if you will, the handcuffs get tighter, a lot more closer to 6, 7, 8-handed.
Yeah, Marquardt makes the call, which I think is a reasonable play. Ace high going to be the best hand a bunch of the time.
The board has come 9 high for Villian. Is this going to be
the comeback?
Well, firstly, the comeback. The demise of Marquardt. Is this going to be the turnaround? So he picks up an additional 4 outs on the turn.
I wouldn't count this as a turnaround. You know, 4 bigs. I think you won't mind too much. It is what it is. There.
725.
725. Yeah, whatever. 4.5 bigs. It was a fine call. Weird because Marquardt's taken some spots have been pretty good and he hasn't played bad. Like, I mean, he's definitely played well.
Mate, Saudi Arabia is huge.
Yeah.
Holy.
And that.
It's interesting from like a geographical point of view, just how close we are when we're here in Cyprus, like Lebanon,
next
Jordan,
country over, really.
Israel, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, it's just all a stone throws away. Yeah, it is. It's literally next country. Yeah, it's down here.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess that's part of Egypt. I do apologise. Yeah, Israel, just across the border.
What you had?
You're gonna see later.
But it was on the board? On here?
We'll find out. Don't be surprised.
Of course I will.
Yeah, wait 5 minutes. 10 minutes delay, right? You're gonna see it.
How's that?
30
That's
minutes.
cool.
30 minutes delay.
That is Yemen.
30 minutes delay.
30?
Nice.
I didn't
love to go on like a
cannot wait,
like a camelback tour or something through some of these countries. Reason I mention it because World Cup has started and Qatar are down against Ecuador in their first match of the World Cup.
Nice. Yeah. My accumulator apparently I'm down to a bowl already. I don't really understand why that would be, but can't cash out anything. I was basically because the game started. Even though they're not in my, I don't think they're in there. I don't think I put them in.
Oh, have a look, mate.
Yeah,
we
no,
did.
interesting, interesting.
You know, I'm running so hard.
Ashkenazi opening the 10-7 suited in the cutoff, being punished by Petleshkov out the big blind, rejamming the deuces. Love this play. I think calling here definitely a big mistake, especially against somebody like Ashkenazi.
It does.
Cool.
Wow. Makes the call with the 10-7.
Nice call.
What is going on here? This is an absolute suicide call from Ashkenazi. He's got incredibly lucky to be against deuces here, but
I think it's just because he opened to like 3x.
oh right, made it like 500k or something.
Yeah, his typical open size, and Petleshkov, well,
absolutely drilling that flop. 10 and 2 spades.
For your hand.
Wow.
Petleshkov just drawing to 1 out now. Ashkenazi going to be scooping a 3.5 million chip pot. That seals it, drawing dead on the turn. We lose Petleshkov in 12th place.
One of the best players left in the tournament. That is good news for everyone else. One of the most accomplished players from Bulgaria. Marquardt. The assumed. We're assuming he's the silent assassin. Krasnilkova with another big pair.
Yeah, no, he 100% is. This is like high level ICM play he's done so far. The 8-3 off, like, there's just absolutely no way that any like, even most.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm 100%.
Like,
sure.
it doesn't take that much to explain to someone, hey mate, you're the chip leader.
Nah.
You need to be opening a lot of hands.
Nah, he knows. Sizings have all been really good. I was just suspicious yesterday because of the body language, live reads type stuff.
Right.
It's just because he doesn't have much live experience, but he has a lot of experience playing poker for sure.
Oh, here he is, calling it off against Merit Poker regular Krasnilkova.
Again. Oh, that's not good news.
Final lady in the field. Love to see it. Jack 10 tray, couple of clubs. Running clubs an option for the German.
Yep. Overcard always there. Barry. Because she had a record number of pairs today. Literally just pair after pair. Free on the river, and she will survive up to 3.4 million. Little bit of breathing room, 17 big blinds.
Queens. Boom. Boom.
She just loves the game, man.
Having a good time.
Oh, man. Alicio has the aces. And Alicio's going to hold. Dude, Alicio's now got heaps,
Yeah,
mate. He's got like 10, 11
mil. He was all in for like a bowl, wasn't he?
He was with the 10-8, yeah.
6.5 mil he's all in for, and it's very, very close because they're having to count, so he's going to be up to like 13 mil, yeah.
Wow. May even be the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, because there's a few chips in the middle already.
Random 800, 1 million, 600, 400.
You can see my cards after that.
I will.
Langer's just like, mate, you're so random. Oh, look at this.
I will show you this.
Aces for Marquardt when it is just your tournament. Yeah, so SI is going to be the chip leader at the moment because Marquardt down to 11 mil, but Ashkenazi.
Of course, only aces.
Call.
Wait, what?
I think that was all in snap call.
No, it wasn't all in. It was like a raise, right?
1.8, 3.2 million.
No, what is going on?
2 million, and Ashkenazi just snap calls half of his stack. If we see a king or a queen high board here, or 2 diamonds, Jack 10, 10-9 type deal, we're going to be definitely seeing Ashkenazi put the rest in.
So that's the elimination there. So we're down to the final 9. So we're definitely going on dinner break. The question is, are we going to be coming back with 9 players, or are we going to lose?
Or is Ashkenazi going to find some massive double up?
Even Marquardt just saying, you're acting like you don't care. Playing recklessly. 4.3 million in the middle. And wow.
Brick flop. I'd like to see Marquardt check.
Krasanilkovic just
doesn't care. There's a hand going on.
1.3.
You busted?
1.3.
Bets 1.3 mil. Ashkenazi only got 3 mil behind. Yeah, I'd say this is much too big. And we want to check or bet like 10% pot here. Interesting that it's hard to tell what's going on with Markov, man, because the size of the aces yesterday and this hand, now I'm like confused because he's done so much stuff that's like bang on. But I wonder if it's just because the spots have been really simple.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, just super simple, and it's like, how can you intuitively get this wrong?
Yeah.
But that hand as well, like that is a pretty big blunder.
We'll talk off air. Just the one. First 5K, 2018. Yeah, a couple of close calls here. The Merit. Second at the Prestige Springfest.
And he picks up King Queen suited under the gun for his last 2 bigs, so this is definitely going to be going in. Could make it just a little, I would go personally 400k just in case it goes shove, reshove behind, and then you can fold and potentially get a ladder. If it's 2 big stacks, you know, you can be pretty sure that they've got a cooler.
Yeah, what about future game though? Like,
Yeah,
at that point,
you're
like,
going to come last anyway. You got 2 bigs, you're in the big blind next hand, so you either bust this hand or you bust next hand.
fair. But what if you win the hand with King Queen?
Unlikely. If two people get it all in behind, you're just so crushed. It's so uncommon that you're actually going to win this hand. You're just going to be crushed because there's never going to be any Queen Jacks going in or any King Jacks or anything like that. It's always Ace Queen, Ace King, Aces, Kings, Queens. So.
Well, John Doe.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
It showed the boots.
Our first heads-up match of the series is about to get underway. Leo, what a few days it's been, poker-wise, just hand-wise, bluff-wise, hero call-wise, blow-up-wise, just everything,
Yeah,
mate.
it's had everything. It's had a bit of everything, for sure. It's been a really fun one to call the action.
It's been so entertaining.
Yeah.
So
really
entertaining.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Looking forward to see what the rest of the week, the rest of the festival brings. But for now, we have to determine a winner here. 55k pay jump. And of course the trophy and the glory, the interview, the photo, the you know, everything that comes with winning a tournament, the feeling the next day. All of that still to play for.
The new Facebook profile pitch,
everything.
cover photo,
Mob,
Instagram.
The update on the Hender Mob
That's
caches.
it. Yeah, yeah.
Number 1.
$154,400 guaranteed for these final 2 players. What a few days it's been, as we already mentioned. It's just been, it's been epic.
Roller coaster.
We've had the stories, we've had it all.
Yeah, it really has had it all.
These 2 are going to battle it out for the
If it was
55k.
a poker movie, you'd be like, this is outrageous. None of these hands would have happened. 6-4 off, come on. He
That's
hasn't
true.
got any fold
That
equity.
is true, yeah.
You just think it was a badly executed TV show or movie scene by people who had no idea about poker. But here we are. Looks like we're still playing a full ante heads up as well, so that is certainly going to get the action going. Montiano limping the king 7 offsuit. 30 big blinds. Effective.
Hand number 90 of the final table. It's been a long old day.
Yeah, so we're like 1 bust out every 12 hands so far.
Been a long old day. It's like picking up a gut shot on the turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't need the gut shot. Just gonna riff a top pair.
Yeah.
Interesting that this got checked down all the way to the river. Both players feel like the side could have probed turn.
Yeah, I feel like I would have opened pre if I were Montiano, button 30 bigs, king X. And then, yeah, definitely would have bet the turn if I were either player. But there we have it. I would have bluffed the river probably as king 7 as well, but heads up's always super interesting. I think it's definitely the part of Hold'em that people study the least by a considerable margin. So you definitely see a wide range of styles and approaches. I won a heads up tournament once. It was very small, but it was very fun.
What was this? Reading?
Bratislava.
Bratislava.
Yeah, it was like a €300.
Oh, I remember that.
But we did a lot of. It was quite cool. I can't remember how many players there were. I think it was like 50. But in a lot of my matches, I did like side bets. So, you know, like the buy-in was 300, and we'd do another 300, or in the final we did 500 per game. And it was like best of 3. So, although the prize money wasn't massive, it was like 4K or something like that. I got another like 2K in side bets.
Wow,
yeah.
love that. Love that. Jumping back into this first cooler of this heads-up match. Nut middle pair, backdoor spades for Isaiah. Top 2 for the Romanian Montenegro. That 9 of diamonds on a turn may slow things down, may save Isaiah some chips here. 2.7 million in the middle, rather.
Yeah, but hand strength goes way up in terms of heads up. Like just even a pair heads up becomes very, very valuable. So because the average strength of hand that's going to win most pots is going to be pretty low. You know, like bottom pair is often going to win. So the average winning hand is much.
I was lucky.
Weaker than in a full ring game, where the average winning hand is going to be more like second pair or third pair or perhaps even top pair. There's much more weak stuff winning at Showdown.
Alessio Isaiah, 2.5 million live earnings.
Where will this place on the list of scores?
It's out there in Cambodia, mate, just a couple of weeks back.
Love Cambodia, a great place to play poker.
This would place
second. Just over, not 209k. So yeah, it would be second.
Wow.
He's got a 207k score, but that was many years ago, over 30, just under 13 years ago.
IPT San Remo.
Yeah, and his biggest score over 10 years ago, 11 years ago, February. That was WPT Venice, which I don't think has existed for a long time. Eugene Kachalov, where did he disappear to? He used to be everywhere.
He just pieced out, didn't he? He just won all the money and just like called it a
10
day.
million in live earnings.
Yeah,
Last cash. Oh, 2022 WSOP.
Oh yeah, I knew he was back for this World Series, but yeah, just disappeared for like 3 years.
No significant scores.
Building stuff.
Isaiah in the big blind with the 7 deuce suited, trying to get some value on the turn after the flop goes check check, but Montiano has somewhat trapped him with the ace jack. Surprised to see this one check back on the flop as well. Generally you just can start going for value earlier in the hand as well, especially with a hand as strong as ace jack. Like, it's very, very strong. Plenty of draws, plenty of 7x, plenty of worse jack x to get value from, and a limp pot as well. So surprised to see Montiano not going for value earlier, but Should definitely be going for value now. Ace Jack pretty much the nuts in this line. Don't think any King X is checking the river. Or any traps really. Could have some random straight or something, but it seems pretty unlikely to me. Isaiah has the rep of being capable and aggressive, so nice fold. Not too much deliberation. Not too much miss though.
Yeah, it's just like only be like 6-3, 5-3.
Exactly. No natural bluffs there. Is that all you get for winning? No trophy?
I used to get 209k.
Is that it?
209.7k.
No trophy. Just a little kind of collector's coin. At least you don't have to worry about luggage.
I was about to say, I'd rather lug that around.
Yeah.
You know, it's like in the Olympics. You get a medal.
Yeah, you can take that on the plane.
Yeah.
No worries.
You get a gold medal.
Pain in the arse trying to take a trophy home. Because usually when you go on a trip, you've packed your bags full.
Mate, I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. Do you want to know a really sad story?
Go on.
I won a WSOP ring and I lost it.
No.
Yeah, it was really sad.
How did you do that?
Well, we were traveling around during COVID, and it's something that I always took with me because it was, for that reason, very small and portable. It just had this little square box, nice box, all in a cushion and stuff, you know, set in there. And it was a really nice memento. It was like the favourite thing I'd ever won in poker because it's quite a well-known thing. It's quite significant, and it's also just a very cool object. The ring itself is really,
cool.
really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice, like gold with the event all kind of embossed around the outside. The top of it was really nice, really like just nice thing to have. And then we were traveling one day. Me and Gio were traveling. We'd flown to Nice during COVID because it was one of the only places we could get a flight to. Had a couple of bags with me, like backpack with my laptop in, bag with some 2 bags with clothes in. And when we were getting into the taxi, I must have just left the bag that had the ring in and a bunch of my clothes on the pavement on the road behind the taxi. So I went round the back, opened the boot, chucked one bag in, and then just somehow forgot about the other one. Left it there, drove off, didn't realise till we got to the Airbnb, and then I messaged the airport and called them and said, I think I lost my bag, but never got found. So that was it, gone forever. Very sad, really sad about it. Still sad about it to this day. That was like over 2 years ago.
What would you do if I told you I could get you another ring?
Another one? Is it the same one?
it would be a WSOP circuit ring. It wouldn't be the same one with the engraving on it. But
where'd you get it? Where would you get that from?
Well, I know Jack F. I know Andy Tillman.
Do you think you can replace it?
I think so, yeah.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. I would honestly love that. That would be amazing.
Pull some strings.
Could even tell him what event it was. So yeah, I see what you mean. They won't have the same one, but that would be awesome.
See what I can do. I'll fire some messages over tomorrow.
You're a legend, aren't you? Back into the action as Montiano rivers a straight, but so does Isaiah. Going to be a chop this one, and Montiano playing it tricky. I think what we're seeing is a bit of a lack of aggression here in a couple of spots already. Like heads up is a format where you should be putting money in for thin value. I mean, this isn't even thin value, but you should be going for value super often. Like you want to be doing a lot of betting heads up. So wow, and it goes check on the river. Like neither of them betting with a straight. This is a bit of a blunder just because of how many potential bluff catches there are. 4x, 3x, 5x, even 6x, like over pairs, ace highs. There's so many possible bluff catches and a big ante in the middle as well. Both of these guys, I think, are going to want to ramp up the aggression a little bit, especially as with the chip lead. Like not betting there after getting checked 2 on the river with a straight is a bit criminal, in my opinion. My humble opinion.
Blinds, 300,000, 600,000, 100 bigs in play. Don't want to say I told you so.
But you're going to anyway.
Nah, that's not me.
Isaiah deuces in the big blind. Montiano, king 9 off on the button. Makes it 1.3 mil. Glad to see some raising happening. 30 bigs effective. And Isaiah probably just going to jam and get the fold.
All in.
Story checks out.
Chipping away. Sire playing 25 bigs now. May see. Sorry, not a Sire.
Montriani.
Yeah, Montiano.
Montiano. Oh, there's no R in there. I've been saying Montreal. Montiano.
May see a Sire start implementing a limping strategy on the button now that he's got him down to 25.
But with the big ante, I think you should be aggressive personally. With no ante, I think, or a small ante, you want to have a few more limps in there, but big ante makes it really, really incentivized to one, win the pot pre-flop, or two, just have the aggressive lead post-flop. And Isaiah does decide to limp the 10-5 off though, and Montiano dominated, checks back the 7-5 of diamonds. Does come 7 high though, both players flopping the gut shot. Isaiah with the 5 of hearts for the backdoor flush draw. Montiano top pair to go along with it. Checks. And Isaiah checks it back, just trying to realise his equity. 8 of hearts on turn. Isaiah picks up a gut shot to a straight flush. And Montiano still out in the lead with his pair of 7s. Decides to go for some value. Around 40% pot, and Isaiah just snap folds the gut shot and the flush draw on the turn. Again, on the tight side there, because like it's very, very, very wide ranges. Just having a heart is really, really good, as well as having a gut shot and an overcard to go along with it. Like you're